on that. A video capture device, it's a fancy way of saying webcam. So I'm going to click on this, and there's my webcam. I could even, let's see, I could even adjust the settings. Okay, so there's my webcam, and what I could do then is I could drag my webcam image across the screen. In this case, I'm just going to put it in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, I mentioned I would help you get around this black screen issue if you're encountering this. Many people do. To get around that, what you do is go to Windows and type in graphic settings. Here, that's the best match that pops up. Within graphic settings, what we want to do is you need to choose an app to set a preference. You either have desktop app or Microsoft Store app. OBS is a desktop app or a classic app, so let's go ahead and click on that. Within here, that'll bring up a file prompt. We need to navigate to where OBS is on my system. So I'm in the C drive, program files, and then we want to search for OBS. So OBS-Studio. And then within here, we're going to click on bin, 64-bit, and then OBS 64, and then we're going to click on add and click within options. Right now, by default, it's set to let Windows decide. But what I want to do is I'm going to set this to power savings because I'm going to record my desktop. If you're recording a game or something else that uses very fancy graphics and lots of kind of 3D visualization, choose high performance. But in this case, I'm just recording my desktop, and I'll go ahead and save. And now what I could do is if I close OBS and open it up again, you'll see that OBS now shows the desktop of my computer. So there it's going. Now the desktop is showing up properly. There's my webcam image in the bottom right-hand corner. Now what you could also do, these are the two sources that I've selected. You could also see your audio here. So you have your system audio on this top bar. I could set, what the volume should be on that. For my microphone volume, I could also set the volume on that. And even for my webcam audio, I could set that. So this is an audio mixer. I could set the levels on all of that. Now what I want to do is if I'm going to be recording using OBS, I want to make sure I'm recording using the settings I like. The easiest way to set the recording settings is click on the Tools menu up on top, and there's something called the Auto Configuration Wizard. This is by far the easiest way to make sure you have good recording settings. And it depends on whether you want to stream or whether you want to record. In this case, I just want to record, but depending on which one you choose, there are different optimal settings depending on which one you want to go with. I'm going to click on recording. I'm going to do the full resolution on the screen. And I'm just going to go with either 60 or 30 frames per second, but 60 is possible, so that will look a little smoother, and it'll just automatically set the best settings. Now, if you're interested in tweaking the settings to be optimal depending on kind of what you're doing, I also have a video on how to choose the best settings manually. You can go ahead and watch that. But that's out of scope for this intro or beginning tutorial of using OBS. Now, what I want to do next is let's go ahead and start recording. So here I can click on, I'm going to go ahead and just click on start recording right here, and now it's recording. One of the nice things that I could do is I could click this pause button, and that'll pause the recording, and then I could click on it again to have it start recording again. So a nice way to either pause and then resume the recording. Now, since I'm recording my screen, I'm going to give just a quick tutorial. So some of you might know I work at Microsoft. I work on an app called the Office app. I'm going to go ahead and open that. Just as an example for some content for my recording here. But within the Office app, this comes pre-installed with Windows 10. Within the Office app, you get Word, Excel, PowerPoint. You can use all these apps for free. It's kind of a little known thing about the Office app. I can create a new document. I can jump into an existing document, all from within the Office app. Okay, so that was just a quick little plug for what I do at work, and I'm going to go ahead now and I'm going to stop my recording. So my recording has stopped. The way to get back to my recording is I can click on the File menu and go to Show Recordings, and within here then I'll see this is my latest recording. I could go ahead and double click on that, and that now here you'll see my recording. And so I'll go ahead, and here you can see me giving a quick little demo of the Office app, and that's my recording. This by default OBS will create the file, and it'll be an FLV file type. And if you're going to bring that into, say, a video editing program, or if you want to upload that to YouTube, by default YouTube won't be able to take an FLV file. So what we need to do is we probably want to convert it into, let's say, an MP4. What you could do is click on the File menu, go to Remux Recordings, and within here, what we want to do is go to OBS Recording. I'm going to select the file that I just recorded here, and then it's going to convert it into that same location. So let's go ahead and Remux, and it already finished. And so now if I go back to that location, you'll see there's an MP4 file. I'll go ahead and click on that and play it. And this is that same recording now as an MP4 file. Now the reason OBS records it as an FLV file by default is because if OBS crashes or fails in the middle, an FLV file will keep everything that you recorded up to the point that it failed. With an MP4, if you were just to record directly as MP4 and let's say OBS failed for whatever reason, you would lose the entire file. So I would recommend just stick with the default of the FLV and then remux it. It's pretty simple, it doesn't take long, but it gives you a little bit of extra insurance to make sure that your recording is preserved as you go through it. Especially if it's a longer recording, you don't want to lose all that content that you've created. One more thing that I want to show you that I hear quite often from people: what if I only want to record a portion of my screen? Well, you can do that with OBS. Like I said, OBS is very, very powerful. What I'm going to do on display capture, let's right click on that and then go to an option called filters. And within filters, we're going to click on this plus button. You have all different types of filters that you can apply. You could adjust the color, you can do the color correction, you can do different scaling. But what I care about is I want to go to crop/pad and go ahead and click on OK. And let's say I have my notes on the side of my screen here. Let's say I don't want to show that. So I'm going to go over and cut off, let's say, maybe 1,000 pixels or so on the right-hand side of the screen. And then I'm going to go ahead and close this. And now you'll see that my OBS recording is only using this portion of the screen. So I could basically narrow down to just a specific area of the screen that I want to record with OBS. Like I said, OBS is super powerful, lots of things that you could do with it. This is just a quick overview of what you can do. All right, well, that's just a quick look at OBS. I showed you some of the key functionality that you could do in OBS, some things like cropping your image. You can do lots and lots of things with OBS. It's a very powerful screen recorder, and best of all, it's entirely for free. You don't even have to pay to use it, which I like the most. Powerful and free, sign me up. Anyway, if this video helped you learn how to screen record using OBS, please give this video a thumbs up. If you want to see videos like this in the future, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll get a notification anytime new content like this comes out. And lastly, if you have any other video topics that you want to see me cover in the future, leave a comment down below and I'll add it to my list of videos to create. Well, hey, that's all I had for you today. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Con la nuova carta di credito Oro American Express hai 400 euro di sconto sui tuoi acquisti e quota gratuita al primo anno.
Hello everyone, good day.
Tapos humingi daw po ng
This
bayad
is
yung
tutorial on how to
mga
use
operator
OBS
ng
Studio.
bako sa pagtutulak ng mga malalaking sasakyan.
Bakit di ba may espalto-espalto yan o masemento man lang?
I believe creating a video presentation
Wala daw
is
pong
not
pondo
easy
kaya
for
hindi
us
makapagtrabaho ng
teachers,
maayos.
especially at this time of pandemic, wherein we need to adapt with the new normal setting in our respective classrooms. And part of
yung sabi
this
niyo,
is
pagtulak
recording
ng
our
bako sa
own
malalaking sasakyan
PowerPoint
at nagsisisi sila
presentations
ng
or any
karugtong
presentations and sharing them with our
Contractor
class.
po sir, di ko po
And some of
kilala
us
yung
may
contractor.
be
Basta
using
pag
different
nagagawin po ako
applications,
dito,
but let me just share
nakapadaan
with
po
you
ako talaga
one
ng
of the
experience
best
ko yung
applications I have used
tapos
in recording my
talaga
presentation for my
namang
class.
tutumba kasi
The OBS
kasama ka sa
Studio.
mga ipak na
So in
mga
this video, I'm going to show
pataas
you how to
ka naman
upload
sir,
screen
kailangan
using
ibabago ko
OBS.
yung mga angkas
OBS is a free open source software and it works on Windows, Mac, and Linux. And in my opinion, this is probably one of the best applications that you can use for recording your screen because it is very configurable and it's very easy.
Minsan po, hindi nila may labas
The
yung mga
first thing that you need
produkto,
to do
gawa
is
po
to
ng
download our
pangit na
screen
daan.
recording software, and this is OBS Studio. By the way, OBS stands for Open Broadcaster Software. So first, let's go to this website, obsproject.com. You can see here,
Alam niyo na po
there are
yung
three
pinag-usapan namin?
options, the Windows, Mac OS, and the Linux.
Ayan po
And
yung
all
project
we
po ng
need to do
NGO,
is to
project po ng
download the
DPWH.
correct version that is
Alam ko na po yan. Actually po kahapon lang ako na
compatible
mismo
with
po
your
ako sa
operating
opisina ng
So if, for example,
DPWH.
you're using MacBook, you download this one, the Mac OS. If Linux, this one. And if Windows, you download Windows. So in my case, I have a Windows computer, so I'll just click
expert engineer namin
Windows.
dito. And
If you can see here, we are downloading OBS Studio. So once you download it, go ahead and
dati
open
na po
it.
ito talagang problema.
Now, it will prompt us to set up here. So just select yes,
Okay.
and another
Kusmanan
setup,
po yan
and
ang
you just have
pinakamalaking
to
bayan
click
po sa
next.
35 municipalities
then
ng
another
Camarines Sur.
Then let's click
Ito pong
install.
sinasabi ng ating
So let's wait until we finish installing OBS Studio.
Once
Once the install is completed, OBS will automatically open and run. As you can see, it's here in my screen.
ay may mga
So this is what you will be
project
greeted
po
with
ito.
when you
Ito
open
happen po, Senator
It's
Rafi,
this
na
black
since
screen
na
over
namaupo
here.
po ako nung July.
This is basically the video feed that your audience will be seeing. Okay, so what we're going to do to start is that we are just going to add some sources. When we talk about sources, these are the multimedia sources. This is where you are going to insert your
For the past 12
microphone,
months,
this is where
hindi na po
you're
kasi
going
ako
to
yan.
insert
Sabi
the
po ni
video capturing device or your webcam, and so on. So the sources are very important now because these things such as a webcam, a microphone, or even a browser window or something like that.
So ilang taon mo ba dapat
This one, this is where you will add it. So to get started, what we're going to do is we're going to add our audio so that everybody can hear everything we say. So you just click the plus sign here and then click audio input capture. And then it will prompt us to this kind of setting. We can use this as a default, but if you want to rename it, you can also rename it. So let's just click OK, and then it will show this setup. So I would like to use, since the microphone that I am using right now is this one, jack mic. Take note that we all have different settings, so it might be very different for yours. You could use the microphone from your camera or microphone from your computer or speaker, and then me, I'm just going to be using jack mic, which is my earphone. So I'm going to click that and just click OK. So you can see here, it's already moving. It means that our microphone is recording nicely. So next, we're going to add our video or webcam. So again, let's go to sources and then click the plus sign here and then look for video capture device. The video capture device is your webcam. So you can use the default name or you can also rename it. I'll just use the default name. So here we can see the video that is being captured by the webcam, which is the Logitech Brio. So it also, you might have different settings in your devices. You might have, it depends on your device. But for me, the webcam that I'm using is the Logitech Brio. So I'll just click that, and we can actually change the resolution or the size of our video. So for me, I'd like to change it. So just click here in the resolution, custom, and then type the resolution that you would like. So for me, especially nowadays, a lot of vloggers use 1920 by 1080. So if you notice, the size of my video is bigger compared to the default size of OBS. So after that, just click OK. And here you can see the video is too big, so we can actually adjust it. There. You can adjust it, and you can see the full screen of my video. You can actually start recording if you want to record yourself, and this one here will be the one that everybody will see. But again, as teachers, we usually use a lot of instructional materials such as the PowerPoint presentation. So I'd like to make myself smaller. You can actually adjust this anywhere you like on the screen. So you can put it here, or anywhere you like. So I'll just put it here, or maybe here. Now let us add our PowerPoint presentation in this video. So how do we add? We go back here to our sources and then just click the plus sign. And there are two options in adding our PowerPoint presentation. First, we can use the display capture. The display capture is actually, it captures your screen, whatever is going on in your screen. Everything that I am doing with my screen, it can be seen here. So you can use this. So for example, let's see the display capture. So let's click OK. And you can see everywhere I move my mouse, it can be seen here on the video. So if you notice the video capture device or the webcam, no, I am not found already in this video. So what we usually do is just click the video capture device and move it up. There. So if you notice, we just position the video capture device to be on the first layer of our video presentation. So if you want to start your recording, you can just click start recording here. And then you can go to the PowerPoint presentation and then you may start your topic. Hello, good afternoon everyone. I am Miss Maridel and this is our topic for this afternoon. And then after that, you can go back to the OBS studio and then click stop recording. And that's it. You're done. Hello, good afternoon everyone. I am Miss Maridel and this is our topic for this afternoon. So another option that we can do in order for us to share our PowerPoint presentation is the option of window capture. So again, go back to your sources. Let's assume that we don't have the display capture yet. Let's remove this. So let's assume we just have the microphone and the webcam. So what we're going to do in order for us to add our PowerPoint presentation is go back to our sources and then click the plus sign. And click this one, the window capture. So I'd like to rename it PowerPoint. So we have this setting here. So in this setting, we can choose which window we would like to display our video. So there are a lot of options depending on the windows that you have open. But for me, I would like to, again, since it's a PowerPoint presentation, I have to click the PowerPoint.txt or which is my topic. And just click OK. So for others, oh wait, I'm at the back, so let's move this on the first layer so it can be seen. So here, usually other people would just like to zoom this in and fit it on their screen, no? And once they go to the their PowerPoint presentation, they can read their notes down here, and then they just have to move which slide they're going to discuss. Okay, but however, if you have some effects no, on PowerPoint, it won't be really appreciated.
Ito tayo mga kaibigan. Maraming salamat sa
what are we going to do for us to show the effects in PowerPoint? So let's go back to OBS and let's make this into
Inabangan ko si Hani sa salinan. Papauwi siya.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we have to change the setting here in PowerPoint. Okay, so go here on the slideshow tab and then click monitor, change it to primary monitor. And this one here, one of the most important parts is to set up the slideshow. You click this and choose browse by an individual window. Okay, and then just click OK. There, we're all set up. We can then start our presentation. Okay, so we can start recording. Let's go to OBS Studio. Let's record our presentation to PowerPoint, and then you just start from the top and discuss everything that you'd like to. So, hello everyone, good afternoon. I am Miss Del, and today we are going to talk about this one. And after that, just exit and then go back to your OBS and then you stop the recording. Now, where do we find our recordings? We find it here. Let's click File and then Show Recordings. And it will show us a file manager, no? And everything here, all your videos in OBS that you have recorded will be shown in this file manager. So just click. Let's see if it was really recorded. I think that would be all. So I hope you learned something, especially on how to use the OBS Studio. Bye!
What is going on, Papa Fam? Welcome to another banger of a video. I'm excited for this one. I've been wanting to do this for a while, but it's the ChatGPT Messenger 2.0. This thing is absolutely nuts. It has so much tech in. I am super excited to teach you guys literally like one of my biggest builds, period. I'm gonna say it right now. Let me know where you're watching from right now. Don't forget to smash the thumbs up button, share this video. If you're watching the replay, enjoy the timestamps. And as always, guys, it's going to be one hell of a live stream. So absolutely go crazy in the chat. I want to see everyone light it up right now. Egypt in the house. We've got UK, Canada. Oh, this is so cool. This is so cool. Philippines in the house. That's what I'm talking about. Without further ado, let's go ahead and give you a absolutely amazing demo of the ChatGPT clone. Check this out, guys. Boom. We have the ChatGPT Messenger. Let's go ahead and sign in. Firstly, because we can do that, we have Google authentication. I'm going to go ahead and sign in with my Google account because we've absolutely, we have to have proper authentication in here. Now look at that. Look at how clean that is. You would think that's the real thing. Is it the real thing? No, it's not. It's the absolutely amazing clone that we have right now. The chat is popping off. Welcome everyone watching. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. Enjoy the live stream. As you guys can see, this is not a normal, boring build. We have the ability to choose from all the different available models over at ChatGPT. We can go ahead and create our own little chat. So let's go ahead and create a new chat right now. We've got dynamic routing in Next.js 13. Let's go ahead and click on the joke right here. So tell me a joke and write an essay about it. That's one example of a chat. Let's check out another one. Write a story about a coder who learned to code from YouTube tutorials. And I said here, are you a human, right? And let's go ahead and test this for ourselves to see if it actually works, because that's why you're all here, right? You want to make a ChatGPT clone. So right now, go ahead and give me a question right now. Give me a question, right? Everyone's saying, are you creating your own prompt? We have the ability, we're actually connected to the OpenAPI prompt. So this is going to be OpenAPI API, right? So OpenAI API, wow, okay, crazy. Let's go ahead and explain what JavaScript is, right? Explain what JavaScript is. Enter. ChatGPT is thinking, guys. We've got live React hot toaster notifications in. So clean, so clean, right? We've got, look at that. JavaScript is a programming language that is used to make web pages interactive as a lightweight, flexible language. Oh, that's just so beautiful. Right? So beautiful. Make sure you smash the thumbs up button. Already over 200 likes. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get to 300. Wow, look at the chat popping off. We've got France, we've got Brazil, we've got India, Sarasota, Florida, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Iraq, Pakistan, Czech Republic, India, Haiti. Wow, it's popping off. Somalia in the house, UK. That's what I'm talking about. Rwanda in the house. I see you guys. Romania, Ghana. See, we're just international now, right? So let's go ahead and break down this app, right? And bear in mind, I don't do things half-assed, right? Look at this. Fully responsive. Fully responsive. And all of these chats, I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate what the hell is happening right now. So we are going ahead and using Firestore to go ahead and store these chats. Check this out. Uganda, Turkey. I see you guys. I see you all. Right, so look at this. We have inside of here the users. Then I have the users. So in this case, I've got my two accounts, Papa React and Sunny. I'm logged into Sunny, and you can see I've got chats over here. So here's a bunch of chats. I've gone ahead and I've had a bunch of test ones as well, as you can see. But let's go ahead and type in something like, let me go ahead and create a new chat. New chat. And let's go ahead and see. You see it created a new chat. Let's go ahead and look at what's going on here. And let's go ahead and type in hello world. Enter. And as you can see, what this will do is it will start a collection of messages inside of it. So I need to refresh that right now. So let's go inside, messages. And as you can see, what is happening here is absolutely mind-blowing. So I'm going to explain the flow of what's happening right now. And I'm going to show you, remember, you're going to learn all of this in this video for absolutely free. So buckle up, because it's a lot to take in, right? We are using a real-time database right now. Now check out what's happening here. If I go ahead and say, explain JavaScript to me, right? and I go ahead and hit enter. So it just entered in my question. Now what's happening is on the back end, we're connecting to Firebase Admin API, which is then connecting to OpenAI API, which is then formulating a response from ChatGPT, which then fills out a response. And then we have a real-time connection to our web app. Bam! Just like that. Just like that. And all of that is built with Next.js 13. Tailwind CSS, all that good stuff. And we're using things like use SWR. So we've got caching, we've got server components, we've got client components, we've got dynamic page viewing, hot toast notifications. Everything you can think of is in this build. So you can see why I'm excited now, right? We have literally over 300 people across different platforms watching. All I ask is that you take a second and destroy that thumbs up button for what you're about to learn for absolutely free on the internet, right? So enjoy this build. It's going to be so amazing. The code is already in the Papa GitHub repo. So if you want to go ahead and check it out, you know where to go. Otherwise, build along with me. That's it. Simple as. All right. Let's dive into the tech stack of today's build. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get my little pen up on the screen. So I'm going to say screen brush. There we go. Loads of you ask me that question all the time. It's actually called screen brush. That's what I'm using when I'm drawing on the screen, right? So let's go ahead and dive into this right now. Is my screen sticking? There we are. Okay, so we have TypeScript under the hood. Yes, we have TypeScript, right? We have Next.js 13, which obviously is powered by React. So you're going to learn all about React. We have Firebase, right? So Firebase and lots of things about Firebase. We have Firebase Firestore. We have Firebase, oh no, oops, okay, I've lost it. We have TypeScript. We have React. What am I doing now, right? React. We have Next.js 13. Don't worry about it. Not 13, not 14, there we go. We have Tailwind CSS. We have ChatGPT's API. So tons of stuff you're learning in today's video. We even have Nextauth authentication, which is connected to Firebase Auth. So we have Firebase Google authentication. So not only are you getting authentication, you're getting like learning about TypeScript, all this good stuff. And on top of that, we've made it super performant. We're using things like use SWR for efficient data fetching, right? Amongst different components, all this kind of cool stuff. And if you see this right here, this is actually pulling from the ChatGPT models list. So this is actually going to go ahead and pull all of the available models from ChatGPT. So not only are you going to be able to use the DaVinci model, but you can use any model that OpenAI delivers. And because it's frequently being updated, it will fetch the most recent list, and then it will feed that into the OpenAI API. I'm going to get that messed up so many times today, so forgive me. Right? So much is going to happen in this video. Right? So we have all of this happening. You're going to learn about React Firebase hooks and how you can get this real-time connection going on. You're going to learn all about server components, right? So all the brand new, you know, the new and exciting thing going on in Next.js right now, server components. You're going to learn all about that. And we're going to talk about Firebase Admin, which I haven't done in a long time, right? So Firebase Admin and how we can leverage this on the back end to do administrative things, such as allow our server to directly write into our database. So that requires a lot of configuration, and I'm going to make it seem like it's easy, because it is going to be easy following the steps I'm going to show you, okay? So buckle up, get excited, smash that like button. We have literally over 300 people. We just smashed over 300 likes. I'm absolutely blown away by your support today. This is incredible. I see all of your chat. It's so cool. Right? So cool. Let's go ahead and jump in. Now, before we jump in, I'm going to show you how to actually deploy this app in the end of it. So most of you are going to want to add this to your portfolio. I'm going to show you how to deploy this onto Vercel afterwards. And thanks to our friends over at Hostinger, this video was possible today, which means that not only are you going to learn to deploy it, you're going to have a shiny little brand new domain name which says like sunnysanga.com of your own, right? For absolutely an incredible deal. So in this case, if you want to go ahead and benefit from that, check out Hostinger's website, because they have a limited time offer right now, right? Which means that you can go ahead and get your custom domain name, so that when we deploy our website, you have a nice, beautiful domain name. All you have to do is simply click add to cart, head to the bottom, go ahead and chuck in the coupon code SUNNY, because you know your boy's always trying to help you out. So simply head to the bottom, coupon code SUNNY, and bam, just like that, I've slashed £575 down to 111 if you want to get your own domain name. Thank you me later. You're welcome. I do this for you, okay? So make sure you go ahead and do that. That's the plan I'd recommend, but we're going to go ahead and explain all of the things that Hostinger provides later on, okay? Well, you know what I mean. We're going to cover it later on, okay? So make sure you go ahead and check it out. Without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into today's build. Now, I do mention always that I do like to go at a pace which assumes that you have some knowledge. However, if you're an absolute beginner and you want to go ahead and take your skill set even further, I do highly recommend you check out our course over at Zero to Full Stack Hero. Feel free, check it out, see for yourself. We have loads of the Papa Fam in the actual chat right now, so ask questions, do what you want to do, and go watch this video. It's going to show you the members inside. We're actually touching 1,000 members, which is nuts. Right, we have 1,000 students in Zero to Full Stack Hero, and our students are absolutely loving my most recent addition, the University of Code. So check out all that we have to offer, papareact.com/course, papareact.com/University of Code, to go ahead and get the best of everything we have to offer, okay? And again, you don't need any of this stuff. It's just going to help you elevate, and it's going to help you become a developer in a much shorter time, because I'm going to showcase all of my secrets inside there, but I'm going to give you as much as I can possibly right now. Okay, there's only so much I can do, okay? But whoa, for Zad, thank you, dude. £40 donation. He goes, I work for Microsoft Azure OpenAI. This is so cool. Great work. Dude, that's a huge donation. Thank you so much. Absolutely incredible, right? So let's go ahead and dive into this build without further ado. So, jumping into things, right? And tell me if you'll enjoy this music. You can get it in the link in the description, right? So we're going to go ahead and firstly get our key to OpenAI. Now, if you don't know what the hell ChatGPT is, it's an incredibly powerful AI chatbot. And basically what you can do is you can talk to it and ask it any question, and it's trained on so much data across the internet. It's not live connected to the internet, but the model has been trained on a huge amount of data. So you can ask it things like coding questions, you can ask it things like natural language questions, you can ask it anything, and it pretty much will give you a solid answer, depending on if you give it a good prompt or not. And I'm going to show you how to add that into your own apps, so you can build the next bazillion-dollar app, right, and make yourself famous, right? Do whatever you want to do with it. I don't care, but it's cool. All right, so in this case, we're going to go to openai.com. I've logged in. Right, so you'll be able to hit this screen once you log in. Guys, we're so close to 400 likes. Just destroy it for me, please. That's all I ask. And subscribe. So many of you are watching and aren't subscribed. It's crazy, right? So in this case, all you need to do, head over to Personal on the top right, click on View API Keys. And a lot of you always ask the question, is it free? You know, do I have to pay for this? No, it's absolutely free. You can do this right now. So this whole tutorial is free, right? Even the keys, all that kind of stuff, it's free. Don't worry about it, right? So API keys, all you want to do is click on create new secret key. So I'm going to click that right now, bam, and I'm going to hide the screen because it's created me one. And then I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to click OK, and then I'm going to hide it. And as you can see now, I have a key. I have a second key. So in this case, you can create as many keys as you want. If your key gets compromised, you can go ahead and revoke the key and so forth, okay? So I've got a test key that I'm going to keep on here while we go ahead and get things working. And then I'll show you how we basically come back. But this is going to be the key that allows us to connect to ChatGPT's API. So it's very important that you get that key. So that's the first step, okay? First step out the way. Second step is we're going to have to go ahead and create a Firebase project, right? So all you want to do, head over to firebase.google.com. Now Firebase is an amazing suite of tools. They allow you to have things like real-time databases, the Firestore databases, which we're going to use today, and it makes things like authentication so simple, okay? So it brings it down so that we as a developer can just enjoy what we want to do, which is build the damn app, as opposed to I don't know how to make my authentication work the perfect way and stuff like that. It just handles it, right? That's what we want. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and go into my correct account before I go ahead and do something I don't want to do, right? And then we are going to click on Go to Console. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and head over to Add Project. So you want to go ahead and create a new project right now. So click on Add Project, and here we're going to go ahead and say Chat GPT Messenger. I'm going to say YouTube. Okay, so you can call it whatever you want, really. It doesn't matter. Okay, continue. I'm going to disable Google Analytics, and we're going to create the project. Now it's worth mentioning that I have no connection to OpenAI, ChatGPT, any of those services. I'm literally just teaching you how to interact with their APIs for purely entertainment and educational purposes. Right, so that is it. That's all it is, educational purposes right now. We're just trying to help you interact with their services because they already have over 100 million users on their platform. That's the fastest app to ever get that, by the way. All right, so let's go ahead and click continue. And then let's go ahead and firstly head over to, actually we can pause here. This is good. All right, so now we've got our Firebase set up and then we've got our API key done. Cool. Now the next step is we're going to go ahead and initialize our first ever project. Right, so in this case, we're going to be using Tailwind with Next.js, and we're going to use this lovely little template over on the Tailwind website. And all you have to do is go ahead and copy this. So npx create next app -e with Tailwind CSS my project. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and copy that. So first things first, open up my terminal. Nice. I'm going to go ahead and make this massive because I always get comments, I can't see what you're writing. There you go. Hopefully that's good, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and put in my documents. I like to just put in somewhere like documents, builds. I don't like to throw this everywhere, right? So you can put whatever you want, right? But now you want to go ahead and pop it in. And then you basically just want to change this final final sort of command argument. So this one is going to be the project name. So in this case, I'm going to say chat GPT messenger YouTube. Hit enter. This code is available on the Papa GitHub repo, right? So definitely if you want to check it out, you get stuck, what I would recommend is try and code along with me. It's completely free. That's the best way. Or you can go ahead and get access to not only this code, but every single build I've ever made on YouTube. It's all in the Papa GitHub repo. The link is in the description. Feel free to go grab it, okay? So, and everyone always asks, why do you charge for your GitHub repo? Because too many people just copy it and they don't put in the work. And that is honestly why I get so angry with the new upcoming developers. Put in the work, and I'm giving it for free. So put in the work and make it happen, or just buy the repo. That's it. It's simple as, right? It's a way to stop you. I'm actually trying to help you out when I do that. Okay. So in this case, we're going to go into CD into ChatGPT, messenger-YouTube, bam, and then we're going to go ahead. Oops, no, okay, don't do that. I'm going to type in CD. There we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and put in code dot, bam, okay. And then this will open up our VS Code. Now, if you tried to do this command, code dot, and it didn't work, the reason why it didn't work is simple. The only reason why it didn't work is because you haven't got this command set up. So Command Shift P, and I'm going to type in install. And then at that point, you'll see install code command in path. I have code inside this because I use the beta. But in this case, just do install code command in path, and it will work. Then you might have to restart your terminal, but then you'll have that ability to do what I just did. If not, just go ahead and click on File, Open, and open your workspace, okay? That's simple as. But now we have our Next.js 13 app, right? Now you're probably wondering, this ain't Next.js 13 because we have a page directory here, right? This is a bit, doesn't look like the new app directory, Sonny. Well, we have to go ahead and set it up and tell it that we want to use the new Next.js 13 features. Now, if you haven't ever touched Next.js 13, but you've worked with Next.js before, I highly recommend you check out my Next.js tutorial where I run through the entire sort of conversion over to Next.js 13 from Next.js 12. I give loads of different coding examples. If you're watching the replay, the video will be coming up around now. Otherwise, Jay will pop a link in the chat right now, which is going to go ahead and show you that video. I obviously wouldn't recommend watching it now. Enjoy this video. But otherwise, if you get stuck at any point with any of the things I'm talking about around Next.js 13, then that's how you go ahead and do it, okay? So in this case, what we're going to do is head over to my next config, and we have to tell it that we basically want to go ahead and use, tell me if the screen's good, I think that's better as well, right? So now I'm going to go ahead and type in experimental, and I'm going to give it an object, and inside here I'm going to say the app directory is going to be true, okay? And then what I want to do is Command J to open up my terminal. Now I'm going to go ahead and just cut my old app, right, because it was running as well. And what you're going to do is Command J opens up your terminal. Now here, you want to go ahead and type in yarn run dev, okay? I'm using yarn. As you can see, I've got a yarn lock file. If you have npm or package lock file, then you'll be using npm. If you want to switch, that is fine. All you need to do is then use the opposite command. Like if I had package lock, I use yarn, but then I'll delete my package lock and then run yarn. And then I'll get the nice yarn lock and so forth. You just swap it over, right? But make sure you just stick consistent with the one that you want, okay? So in this case, yarn run dev, bam. And what this will do is it will start up the application on our local host 3000. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and open this up right now. And what I like to do is set up my coding environment. So we're going to push my code over here. I'm going to go ahead and pop my other app over here. And then we're going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to localhost 3000. Okay, and what you should be seeing is this beautiful screen right here. This is going to be your starter template, Next.js 13 starter template. What we're going to do is basically kind of like translate this from Next.js 12 to Next.js 13 very quickly. And I'll show you how. Well, Next.js 13 uses the new app directory. The app directory basically allows us to have loads of things. No, everything in the app directory is basically a server component by default, right? In this case, we're going to use the new server components. And in this case, we've got to create an index page, and there is a certain file structure we have to use. There is a reserved word called page.tsx. And in this case, this will create our first page, our index page. So I'm going to type in RFCE, right? And if you're wondering, how the hell did he just do that? Well, firstly, I'm going to rename that. And secondly, I'm going to show you how I did that. So what you need to install is ES7 React Redux snippets. Just to install that, you can get those nice little things that I just did, okay? So let's go ahead and do that now. And then, oops, okay, I keep opening this up. You know what's crazy? I first started doing this when it was like 1 million. That's crazy, now 7 million. Hope I had some impact on that. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and remove that right now. Guys, we're about to break 400 likes. Keep smashing that like button. Let's get over 1,000 likes in this live stream, right? So just destroy it for me and enjoy the video. All right, and again, hit the subscribe if you haven't already. I really, really wanna just grow this channel to 1 million plus, and that's the way we're gonna go there, right? Rahul Kalia, what is up, dude? Good to see you in the house. All right, so in this point, we have the page, right? Now, this obviously isn't gonna work because we have nothing attached to it, right? So in this case, I'm going to show you how we can change this, which is located in our pages index. We can go from this page to this page instead. Now I'll show you how we do it. Firstly, we can delete the old page. That's fine. Get rid of it. Don't need it. Right? And then we're going to go ahead and type in h1 chat GPT messenger. Bam, hit save. And then I'm going to go ahead and do Command J. Now at this point, I'm going to cut my server. So Control C, and then I'm going to do yarn run dev. Now watch the magic that happens now. Whoa, well firstly, it said it contains a TypeScript version. Okay, so I'm going to click on allow, fine. Then I'm going to refresh my page. And then look how it creates random files for me, right? Well, I'll explain what the hell that is. So firstly, we've got the layout file. This is where we have our layout constraints of our components, right? So in this case, all the pages are going to basically be injected into the children property here. So at each level, right? So we have loads of different ways of doing this. Fazad, I'm so sorry. You're absolutely awesome. I don't know why Nightbot just did that, but I love you, dude. so my bad. Nightbot gets a bit crazy, guys, sometimes. So don't take it personally if you get like timed out, right? And so at this point, and then we can inject anything that we want in the head. For example, the title. So in this case, I'm going to type in Chat GPT clone. Right, hit enter or save, sorry, and then we're going to refresh, and then you can see we change the title. So super easy, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and hit page. Now at this point we have our page, but you can see this is not Tailwind. This is some like old school, font that we just don't want to associate with, right? So at this point we need to go to layout, and then what we need to do is take and steal this where we have our styles. This is basically where we import our Tailwind magic. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that. Head over to my layout, and I'm going to go ahead and hit paste. All right, hit save, and then what we should see is boom, that's nice, right? So what this is doing is this is basically going ahead and stripping all of the styles from us, because we want to go ahead and whenever we're using Tailwind, we want a blank canvas, okay? So if you don't know what Tailwind is, go check out tailwindcss.com. What are you doing? Because it's absolutely a banger way of writing your CSS. It's my favorite way, and it's the way that I'm doing it in my builds, okay? So that's why we start off with an empty, like styled H1 like that. Now, we can get into the magic now, okay? So you don't actually need the app.tsx file. You can get rid of that if you want. I'm just going to keep it for now. But in this case, we have a starting point. So what I like to do is mark things out, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my old app. I'm going to run it on a different port. So I'm going to run it on like 3001, for example, right? And it probably won't work because I just realized something. So if I do 3001, it's probably not going to work with my authentication. I have a feeling it won't. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay. I mean, we get this far. That's fine. I can do this. Okay. I can use this as a rough draft, right? So we need to get from this to this, right? And we're going to do it in about 3 or 4 hours, right? So it's going to be crazy. All I ask you to do is destroy that thumbs up. We're almost at 500 likes. Absolutely amazing. Right? So how the hell do we get from this to this? Well, firstly, just take it in steps, right? So take it in nice little chunks, okay? Now, what we're going to do is we're going to essentially have things like the sidebar and this and this bit, basically. We're going to have that in the layout file because that's going to be a part of every page, right? But this right here, the chat GPT part, this is going to be the page that gets rendered out. So this is going to be where I'll basically have in page.tsx, I'll have the code for this. And then here, I'll have a sidebar component inside of my layout.tsx, okay? So let's do that right now. So heading over to layout. In this case, and you're going to see why it's really nice once we understand the new way of doing things, why it's so cool to be doing it like this, right? So in this case, I'm going to pop open this right here, and I'm going to put in a div. I'm going to say the children go inside the div. Simple as, right? Then we're going to have a comment for the sidebar. So this means that I need to build a sidebar now, right? And I recommend you do this. Honestly, it's going to help you out a lot, right? And then we have the content down here, right? And I'm going to wrap the content in a div. Okay, so we're going to have the sidebar here. We're going to have something called a client provider here, and what this will do is this is going to be for the notification. So those nice little ChatGPT is thinking notifications that you saw earlier, that is all going to be inside the client provider. So we are using something called React Hot Toast notifications, and that gives us this nice dynamic sort of ChatGPT is thinking, and then that way the user isn't sitting there thinking, what the hell's going on, this thing's crap, right? So it works, but it's a nice way of kind of, giving it a little bit of feedback. Somebody says, are you live? Yes, I am live, my friend, right? So in this point, we've got the sidebar, the client provider, and yeah, we're good. Okay, so I think we should firstly do this part, because this gives us the most kind of like, I can see something back from it, right? So I can see the response, right? So I can see like something being built. So in this case, I'm just going to start styling things out. Now you're probably going to wonder, how has he got all of these autocompletes? Well, if you go over to Tailwind extensions, and then you type in Tailwind CSS, I have tons, as you can see, right? You can go Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, install it, thank me later, right? I promise you it's going to be a game changer, right? So install that. That's how you get all these nice little fancy extensions. Now, once we're here, we're going to go ahead and type in BG. BG stands for background color. At this point, we're going to go ahead and say a custom color. Now, this custom color we are going to use a bit, throughout the build, but this is going to be somewhat of the background that we're going to be considering ourselves with. So in this case, I can add that in, and then you can see I've changed the background color there, right? Then I'm going to type in flex 1. Okay, now the reason why I'm going to do flex 1 is because the div in which surrounds everything is going to be a flex box. Okay, it's going to be a flex box, and eventually the sidebar is going to be kind of working against this flex box as well, and all this cool stuff's going to happen. Okay, but this is where we move over to the actual chart. Now this is the layout, and then we go to the page. Right, so inside the page, and remember, we actually go over this all so in depth inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. So if you really want to just become a pro at this stuff, and you want to skip all the, I want to watch all the tutorials and kind of figure it out, then you can go ahead and join Zero to Full Stack Hero. Right, we have 2 memberships, Platinum, Diamond, and our members are absolutely loving it, and they are so sick as React developers. It's incredible. All right, so let's do this. You should use the stream true in the OpenAI. Oh, wow. Dude, Fazad, that is sick. He goes, Sonny, you should use the stream true in the OpenAI API call so you get the typewriter effect. I was wondering that, dude. Okay, maybe I'll do that. I might try that as somebody remind me at the end, and I'll try and add that in, right? But that's so cool. I was wondering how that, thank you. See, clutch. Members in the community are absolutely awesome. All right, so at this point, we're going to build the page that you see here, this part here. Okay, so we've got a bunch of icons, a bunch of different styling, that kind of stuff. A bit of a warm-up exercise to get us ready for the main event, all right? So in this case, we're going to have a H1, and in this H1, I'm going to change this to just say Chat GPT. Hit save, and let's start styling it out. So this is going to be a text 5XL, it's going to be font bold, and it's going to have a margin bottom of 20, okay? Hit save, and you can see that's already a lot bigger. Right, a lot nicer. Now, for the class name, I'm going to go ahead and say that this should have text white. So everything inside, I want it to be of white text. So eventually, we're going to get to this. Right, so this is how we start getting to that process. Now, in terms of the actual layout, this is going to be a Flexbox. And again, if you want to know more about Flexbox, definitely check out my Flexbox Froggy video if you're watching the replay somewhere around here right now. Otherwise, Jay's going to come in clutch and pop it in the chat right now. Okay, so in this case, flex column, and then we're going to say items should be aligned in the center, right? And that gives it a nice little central axis. Now, if we do justify center, what you'll find here is that this will go ahead and center it on the y-axis as well. But you can see it did nothing. That's because we have to set the height to be of the screen. That means it will use up the full amount of the screen, and it's just nicer to do that, right? Then we want padding on the x-axis of 2, so that way once the screen gets small enough, it's not going to touch the sides, right? We want to have a little bit of breathing room, so hence I've added a little bit of padding, okay? Good stuff. Now we're going to open up a div, and this is where we have the interesting portion. So now we've got this, which basically what we're going to do is we're going to have a container around these, and then inside we're going to have a container will basically encapsulate this and this. Same for this, and then we're going to go ahead and pop these in, right? So you've got the explain something to me and all these kind of things, right? So I'll go ahead and make it easy for you, don't worry. Okay, so first things first, we're going to go ahead and pop in a P tag which says explain something to me, what is the difference between a dog and a cat, and then, oh actually before we do any of that, I need to actually go ahead and pop in the icon itself. So we're going to do it in sort of like lines. We'll do this line first, then this line, then this line, okay? So the first line is going to be a, inside of here we're going to have another div, and then this one's going to have another div because it's going to resemble the icon. So we need the sun icon, and then we need the H2 which says examples, okay? And then the sun icon, how do we get that, right? Well, we'll touch on that in just a second. But after that, we're gonna go outside of here and we're gonna have a div, and then here we're gonna have 3 P tags, and I'm using Emmet to make our life a little bit easier. Now I'm gonna save us a bit of time and just copy in the following. So I'm gonna put some text in here and add a class name, bam. Right, so all I've done is added the info text class name, and I'll show you that info text does nothing at the moment. That info text does nothing at the moment. That's a custom utility class name which we have yet to create. Okay, now these are 2 closely bundled up, so I'm going to go ahead and space them out. So space Y of 2, bam, hit save, and we're almost at 500 likes, guys. Absolutely mind-blowing considering the video is only half an hour in. I honestly believe this video is going to be my next million view video, so smash that like and let's get there, right? Hunter EM says, hey dude, what's up? Developer Paul, what's up, good? What's up, dude? All right, my brain is mush sometimes, right? So in this case, we've got the examples, and then we're going to go ahead and style that out. I actually don't have a style, so it's pretty simple. And then for this one, we're going to go ahead and give it a flex box, flex column. So this is the one with the icon in. Items are going to be aligned in the center axis, justifying the center as well with a margin bottom of 5. Bam. Right? So that's how we're kind of getting along the lines of this now. So you can see it's going to be basically very close to this very shortly, okay? So the next natural thing that we need to do is go ahead and get access to icons. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now, and I stupidly just minimize my code. There we go. So how do we do that? We use something called hero icons. Now,
Questa è una pallina e questa è una rete. Ma questa non è solo una borraccia. È una borraccia Irap che aggiunge gusto all'acqua grazie all'olfatto retronasale e nient'altro. Lui invece è Pierluigi, parecchio disidratato. Non sai cosa ti perdi, Pierluigi. Irap, molto più di una borraccia.
Hero icons is super cool. It's built by the guys over at Tailwind, and it's so easy to use. So what I like to do is keep this open to go ahead and search for different icons, and then I click through the documentation and I simply install. Now here you can see npm install. I'm going to do yarn add, right? So in this case, let's go back to our code. We can actually close that right now to make life a bit easier. Command J. I'm going to open up a new terminal while my old one is running, and I'm going to say yarn add hero icons react, because I'm using yarn. Okay. Killer Tool says, hello from Greece. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Ami Mook says, hey, Saint, love this build. I love the pop fan. That's pop fan energy, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, so we've installed it. That's amazing. And now I need to use it. So in this case, let's just start with an example. Copy the first example. And I like to show you this because it makes your life a little bit easier when you're watching it back. Right, so if you're doing this on your own, this is the way I'd recommend it. Copy the example, copy the use case example, and then pop it in and just see how it behaves, see how it acts, right? So that gave us a blue beaker icon. Now in this case, I don't want a beaker icon, I want a sun icon, right? So we have 2 options. We have solid variants and we have outline variants, okay? So in this case, if I go ahead and you can see we've got solid and outline. I'm going to use outline, and what I need is something called the sun icon, okay? Now I found that by going into the search directory here, I just typed in sun in here, and then you can see it starts auto kind of filling things out, right? So sun icon is the name for it. I'm going to replace this over here like so. True Love Kenya says, wow, thanks so much. Defender says, so much learning happening. Love from Zimbabwe. What's up, dude? Right, so go ahead and save. Now you can see we've got a nice little sunshine example. Nice. Right, and I'm going to do 8 and 8. So cover that, 8 and 8. And then text blue 500, just get rid of it. Because what it does is it sees icons as text, which means that I made the parent text white, which means all my icons are going to be naturally white. Okay, so you can see we're kind of getting there, right? We're slowly getting there. Now, we've given this like info text here to a few different areas, right? Now, what I'm going to do is create a custom utility class. So I'm going to go into styles, globals.css, and in here I can create my own custom CSS utility classes for Tailwind, right? And basically this allows me to prevent me writing out the same lines of utility classes again and again and again, right? It makes it a lot easier to go ahead and repeat and reuse what I want to do. Faisal says, dropping to say, hi, what's up, dude? Salma says, hi, love every build, very interesting. And so close to 500. 5 likes away from 500. Let's go. I'm hyped. Guys, we're almost we've got over 300 people watching on different platforms right now. So how do we create a custom utility class? So firstly, we go ahead and we say at layer components, right? And then here, what we do is we basically inject our own custom classes. So here I say info text, and then I say at apply. That's the keyword. That's like the way that we basically, we have to write this for Tailwind to basically accept it, right? So in this case, that's how we do it, okay? Now, basically what I'm gonna do is, as I start applying these, what you'll see is like padding of 4. You see how all of them got padding of 4? Nice, right? And bam, just like that, 511 likes. Guys, 1,000. Let's get to 1,000. Come on, the energy is so sick. Wow. This is so crazy. Top G says, hey, Sam, you're helping a lot of people understand, and you are the real top. Just keep going. Thanks a lot. Dude, thank you for watching. I appreciate it, man. Right? So padding of 4. Now what we're going to do is go ahead and say background gray 700, and then we're going to give it a 50% opacity. Right? I'm going to round the corners by saying rounded LG. I'm going to give each one a max width of a set of custom value of 300 pixels. Right now, as you can see, boom, look at that. Like, look how it just snapped together. Right? Look at that, boom. And because we're using Flexbox, it's all styled out, it's all working the way it should. Bam, that's really nice. Okay? So, at this point, what we can do is we can now copy what we have here, right? So what I'm now going to do is basically take the div at this point, right? So I'm going to take this div, I'm going to copy it, right? And as you can see, what I'm going to do is paste it again. So now I have 3 of these things, right? And then I'm going to change each one to how I need it. So the next one is going to be a boat icon, right? And then I'm going to do control spacebar, and you can see it automatically imports boat icon for me. And then I'm going to go down to the exclamation triangle icon. Okay, again, import it at the top. Iris has been watching your videos for the past year. You have taught me so many tricks. Thanks for the teaching. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you. Papa fam, that's what we're talking about, guys. The energy is killing it today. And as you can see, look, we've got the new examples. And then I'm going to change the boat example to capabilities. And then the exclamation triangle to limitations. Okay, so there you go. We've got limitations, capabilities. And then I'm just going to simply change the text of each of those ones, right? So all I'm doing here is basically replacing these p tags. So I'm getting rid of them, and I'm popping in p tags with different bits of text in. Okay, so you can feel free at this point to really add whatever text you want. Again, I'm just doing this more for the UI, right? So I'm going to remove these 3 p tags, and I'm popping in my own 3 p tags, and that's it. Okay, now you can see this is not being laid out correctly, right? It's not nice. It doesn't look good. Don't try and convince me. It doesn't. I'm not accepting this, right? This looks horrible. So at this point, we now need to make the surrounding div. So the surrounding div encapsulating all of those 3 that we just copied. We're going to go ahead and say class name, make it a flexbox. By default, when I hit save, they go into a row. Okay. Then we say space them out with a value of 2 between the x-axes. Now you can see we've got a bit of breathing room between them. And then as a parent component, I'm going to say all the children within should have text centrally aligned. And just like that, pow. Now Serhat says using grid instead of flex isn't it better for this? You can definitely do it. I'm just showing you flexbox here, but feel free, change it up however you want, right? You can actually use like a column grid of 3. As you get into a mobile view, change to a grid of 1. Feel free. Remember, there's 100 different ways to do the same thing when you're doing this kind of stuff, right? So that's looking damn good. Okay. Now I think we should build a sidebar. Right, so the sidebar is the next element that we're going to tackle. So in this case, this is our final build. I need to have that cool looking sidebar over there, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Right, so in this case, I'm going to go ahead and pop open the layout like so. And then inside of here, I'm going to create a sidebar. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a new component folder. So in this case, we've got the app, and then I'm going to go into package JSON at that level. And I'm going to create a folder called components. Okay. And now inside of the components folder, I'm going to go ahead and create a new file, and I'm going to create a sidebar.tsx. Now inside of here, I'm going to do RFCE. I now get my nice little snippet. I'm going to cut that out. We don't need that anymore in the latest versions of React or Next.js. Guys, we're so close to 600 likes. Wow, this is insane. Sidebar goes here. That's what I'm going to write for now. Okay. Now, at this point, we've got. We go to the layout. I'm not going to repeat what someone just said, but it's not. I'm not doing that, right? At this point, we're going to say sidebar, and then I'm going to close it, right? And now what you're going to see is, look, the sidebar goes here, right? So you should be able to get that at this point. Remember, at the top level, they're just flex. So they're basically sitting next to each other. Right, so at this point, you've basically just got two children. So if I was even to get rid of this, look, two children, this div and this sidebar. And then they're flexed next to each other, which is why you're seeing it like this. Okay, so now let's add some jazz to that sidebar so it starts looking good. And this sidebar is going to play a very important aspect to this entire build, right? So it's going to have a lot of functionality inside of this sidebar. So first things first, let's go ahead and start this out. Let's go ahead and say it's a padding of 2. It's a flex box. It's going to be a column direction flex box, and it needs to be the height of the screen. Okay, that's a little bit of breathing room there. Is better. Okay, somewhat better. And then we're going to go ahead and get rid of this, like so. Okay, and oh wow, the likes are absolutely crazy. We've got India in the house. What's up, guys? All right, so at this point, now we're going to have another div. Boom. Right, and in the final build, you can see here we have a new chat button. Right, so we're actually going to create a new chat button, and then we're going to have, these different chats and all that kind of stuff. So there's lots of different components here, lots of different ways to kind of get this right. But the first thing I'm going to do is create a class name, and I'm going to say flex1. Sorry, flex1. And then in here, we're going to start doing a comment magic. So new chat needs to go here. Right, so new chat. And firstly, inside of this flex1 div, I'm going to have another div with the new chat inside of it. Okay. So we've got the new chat. That's going to be a component. And then we're going to have a div with a model selection inside. So inside of here, we're going to have model selection. So this is going to be like for selecting the different models. That's going to be a component of its own. And then we've got this one for new chat or some stuff. And then we've got these individual chats, right? So then we're going to go ahead and have the chat rows, right? So then here we're going to map through the chat rows. Whoa, Mr. Frank is in the house. Member, yo, Papa Fam tier member for 5 months, dude. Yo, OG. You got Sunny GPT, AI-based Sunny Next.js builds. Let's go. Frank's an OG. He's been here for a long time. If anyone wants that little green badge of honor like Frank has, all you have to do is click the little join button. But Frank, OG, man, I love seeing you, man. All right, so in this case, chat rows. I completely fudged that one up. Chat rows. Okay, whoa, map through the. What am I doing with my? I need ChatGPT to help me out spelling. All right, so at this point, that's pretty good. And then we're gonna have, the picture down here. So that kind of stuff we're gonna pause on because we need to kind of have things like Firebase set up in order to go ahead and continue those, right? But before we kind of, call it on that one, I'm actually gonna firstly have a new chat button, which I think we can go ahead and actually implement right now. So let's go ahead and say new chat. Right, we're just gonna make it a bit of a dummy button. And then we're going to go ahead and create this component. So inside of my components, I'm going to say new chat.tsx. New chat.tsx. There we go. Bam. RFCE. Like so. Oh my god. Okay. RFCE. So sometimes that happens, right? It gets very annoying. So RFCE. My snippets don't work. So what I do is I just copy this, paste it, get rid of that, and then I have a new component. I just rename this to new chat. Pow. Right? And now we have the new chat. Inside of my new chat, I'm going to go ahead and simply have a plus icon and a new chat parent p tag. So in this case, I'm going to have a div with a p tag inside, and I'm going to have a plus icon with a outline. Oh, actually, no, we're going to have the solid variant here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to import that. I'm going to change this to a solid variant because I want the solid one. Right? And then we're going to say class name, and it's going to be a height and width of 4. So height and width of 4. Boom. And inside the p tag, I'm going to say new chat. Simple as, right? So new chat. Now, let's go back over here, import it so we can see our new chat component. Right? So there you go, new chat. Cool. Is everyone with me? So in this case, we're going to say div, And now I'm going to go ahead and just style this up. And I'm going to make this look a lot more like the ChatGPT new chat button, right? So it's going to look a lot nicer in that sense. So first things first, I'm going to say border should be gray, 700, right? Then I'm going to say that there should be a border in the first place. The items should be centrally aligned, and it should be justify center. Okay? Boom. And in fact, that's not going to work because I don't think it's flex. Oh yeah, I got an idea. So in this case, sorry, we don't do that. I'm going to add in something called a chat row, and I'm going to create a custom style for this, right? So chat row. So now Command P allows us to go ahead and quickly search for a file. I'm going to type in styles globals.css. You can see over here. But that's Command P is a very nice trick, yeah? You should make sure you definitely benefit from it in terms of speed. Now here, we're going to go ahead and say chat row. So we're creating a new custom Tailwind utility class. Now here I'm going to say, we're going to round the corners, rounded LG. I'm going to say padding X of 5, and I'm going to keep hitting save so you can see the difference, right? Padding Y of 3, so it gives you a little breathing room. Text should be small, right? I like that. Flex, items, center, justify center as well. That looks a bit better. Caden says, what's up, man? And then we're going to say space X of 2. So space X of 2. And then we're going to say, when we hover over it, on the hover state, change the background to a nice gray of 700 with a slightly darker opacity, right? So a little bit more opaque. I'm going to say cursor should be a pointer. So that means when I hover over it, it's like that. Then I'm going to say the text should be gray with a value of 300. Transitions, right? So I'm going to add a transition here. Now I'll show you actually what we're going to do here. So firstly, if you see this, so that's kind of what we're going for right now. I need the overall background to be the right color, so I'll change that in just a second. But you can see that that's got the same kind of nice effect that I want, right? Then I'm going to say transition, and you can choose different ones here, right? Like opacity and all that kind of. I'm just going to, just for the laziness, I'm going to go ahead and say transition all. Duration 2, and I'm going to do ease out. Okay, now you can see that I get a nice little animation. Like, ooh, smooth, right? 200 milliseconds, right? And also applies to the other stuff on that bit, right? So it's fine. Now we've got that in. I'm going to go to my sidebar, and I want to have the sidebar actually colored. So what I'm going to do is go over to my app layout, right? And where I've got my sidebar, I'm going to wrap it in a div. Okay, I'm going to wrap it in a div, and here I'm going to go ahead and say I want a specific background color, and they don't have it in the Tailwind default style, so I found a nice color to match. I think it's the exact one from ChatGPT themselves, so we're going to go ahead and pop that in, and then we're going to type in on the, so basically I'm going to make it a responsive style, right? So firstly, the max width, I want it to be extra small, right? So I only want to ever have that maximum width. So firstly, the colors in, looks much nicer. I want to have it, if it ever goes past the point that you can see, I want to say that the height should be maximum the screen. Okay, so I'm just going to say the height is set to a value of the screen, and if it ever overflows, then I'm going to say Y should be a overflow Y scroll. Okay, and then what we're going to do is, on a mobile view, I want to basically go ahead, so you can see right here. Now on a overflow Y auto, sorry. Auto, there you go. So only if it needs it. Okay. And then I'm going to say on a, also these are all applied on mobile view because Tailwind is mobile first, right? So what I can do is I can say when we hit a medium screen or above, I want to change the minimum width to be a little bit bigger at 20 rem, right? If you want to hover over it, you can see the values that it will equate to. Now you can see what will happen is when it hits a medium screen, I get a little bit more of a bigger minimum width. And that's because I just want it to breathe a bit more, right? I don't want it to be so cramped up after it hits a certain point. So that's pretty good so far. I like that, right? So that's looking pretty nice. And that's exactly where I want it. Okay, so with this bit said, we're going to have a quick water break. Absolutely destroying it, guys. Nearly at 600 likes and not even 48 minutes into the stream. I'll be amazed if we don't hit 1,000 likes today, right? So let's just destroy that like button if you're watching. I appreciate every single one of you, and make sure you keep having your water breaks as well. It's a little like Papa Fam signature, that is, right? So we've got the sidebar, we've got the children, we've got that. So next thing I'm going to do is I actually want to go ahead and start implementing the, let's go ahead and put a new chart, which is great, right? I actually want to do the authentication. Now you're probably wondering, why do you want to handle authentication right now? Well, firstly, I need the session for a few areas, right? So I need the session in a bunch of different areas in this project. And secondly, I actually need the session to create the correct structure in the database, so in Firestore database. So I'm going to need to have the login flow down, right? And then we can actually build out the rest fairly straightforward, right? Or it's going to be a lot easier than you think, okay? And by the way, I forgot to mention, we are creating your own custom API endpoints in today's build. We're going to create two, one for getting the models and one for asking ChatGPT your question and getting the appropriate response back. So loads of content coming, right? In one video. Crazy, I know. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and install next auth. So rather than do this every time, what I'm going to do is move this over here like so. That's my new friend. And we're going to type in next auth. Now, next auth is the authentication provider we're going to use to go ahead and get started. Now, you can see there's a bunch of documentation here, but I'm just going to explain, and you can go ahead and copy if you want to go ahead and do this, right? So yarn add next auth. Let's go ahead and add that to our project. Right, Command J, boom, add that in. Now, while that's going ahead and installing, head over to Firebase, head over to our project, and I want you to go into build. And at this point, I want you to go into authentication. Okay. And then with what Kika says, I love your work, amazing stuff. Coding streams are much better than those gaming ones. It honestly is. It's you're learning so much as well, right? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and do authentication, get started. And we're going to start in test mode, but I do highly recommend that you go ahead and implement, sorry, I'm talking about the Firestore. Right, we're going to click on Google, authentication provider, we're going to enable it, and then you need to go ahead and give an email, so we're going to do that, click on save. So this enables Google as a provider for our authentication, okay? So there's a few steps we're going to have to do, this is one of them. Cool. Next step, we're going to go ahead and click on edit configuration. We're going to go down to web SDK configuration. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hide this for a second, because what you're going to see on the screen is going to be the following. Now what I'm going to do just quickly is actually cut something out, right? So here there'll be a secret key, right? So I've just removed it. There'll be a secret key where I'm putting my cursor, right? You need to copy the secret key and you need to copy the client ID. Okay, so I've removed it so everyone can't just go crazy on my machine, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy my key right now. So I'm just popping this in, right? So I've got those values, and then I'm going to go ahead and click on save. Mr. Frank says, this is an awesome build, $10 donation. Thank you so much, man. He goes, made a little demo using OpenAI text DaVinci chat, but wanted to save the prompts and replies to Firebase. Got stuck because OpenAI streams token via a JSON object. Well, this Frank will answer your questions. And I'm not using the stream functionality, I'm doing a straight, so it just pops in. But yeah, you can do it a few different ways, but I will actually get to that, right? So, let's go ahead and do, I love Peach's comments, goes, my reading document skills have improved a lot thanks to Sunny for walking through. I appreciate that comment, thank you. All right, so we've got those two variables. Now what I'm gonna do is go over to my code, and I'm gonna create something called an environment file. So at the package JSON level, I'm gonna create a file. I'm going to call this .env.local, and this is where we store our environment variables, okay? Now, inside of the GitHub repo, I have got an example file here, so you will find that as well. But in this case, I'm going to do the following. I'm going to say the first one should be the Google ID, okay? So I'm going to get that in a second. The second one is called the Google secret, right? Now, these two values are the ones that I had on the screen previously, okay? So in this case, I'm going to go back to my provider, click on edit configuration, click on web SDK, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy those two values into my code, and then I'm going to close this file. Okay, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to open this web SDK configuration, copy the two values, the ID and the other one, and copy it here, and then I'm going to save the file and close it, okay? So someone goes, I hear my PC talking. I was like, what the hell? You started early. That's awesome. I didn't start early, it was on time. So I'm going to hide my screen for a sec while I do this. So I'm copying the client ID right now. I am pasting the client ID into Google ID. I am copying the client secret. I am going to Google secret and I'm pasting it in there. Right now I'm closing my environment file. Right, so hopefully that made sense. So now inside my environment local file, I have those two values. So I'm just going to go back to my authentication so you can't see it. There we go. Okay, we're golden. Now at this point, we have to set up our API for our authentication, okay? So let's go ahead and do this. So, and also one thing I do want to mention is what's really nice is you notice that I didn't write next public Google ID, next public Google secret, because they don't need to be public. This is one benefit of using the new app directory, is that we have server components, so we can actually protect our variables in an easier way now in most use cases, right? So in a lot of cases, you don't need to be writing next public, because then you're exposing your keys. Especially don't be doing that with your secret keys, okay? So at this point now, I'm going to go ahead and add in two more things. One is going to be something called the next auth URL. So just bear with me 1 second. I'm just going to hide something on the screen right now, so that way it goes ahead and makes life a little bit easier. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm just going to go ahead and save this. This is secret key, so that way no one can do it. Okay, that will do the trick. Okay, so check this out. So I'm going to go ahead and do next auth. Oops. Okay, what was that? No, I'm going to go ahead and do a next auth URL. So at this point, next auth URL. And then I'm going to say next auth secret. Okay, so now the next auth secret really don't matter, right? You can change this up. I'm just going to say this is a super secret authentication auth, right? So this one is basically our keyword for our own next auth, right? So you can make this unique to whatever you want. They give you a nice little terminal command that you can actually run in your terminal to generate a nice little key from it, right? That's the one that you saw pop up on the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and save, and I'm going to close this right now. So I'm going to go ahead and put my Google secret back and then close this right now, okay? So my Google secret was, I believe that. So I'm going to pop it in and I'm going to close. There we go. Okay, so we're good on the environment variable front. Now, if we go over to our terminal running things, you'll see that it reloads the environment file when I hit save. Okay, so this is built in now, so we don't have to shut the server down, but you just want to make sure that it actually did that, right? So that's Gucci, we're good. Now we're going to move over to the setting up the backend authentication, right? So in this case, let's go over to next auth and hit. This is how we basically do it. So yes, we're using the new app directory in Next.js 13, but oh, and guys, bam, we just beat over 600 likes. That's what I'm talking about. That's so cool, man. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and put on one of the new jams on my playlist, which is absolutely banger, so vibey, right? So we're gonna go ahead and implement the API authentication backend portion, okay? Now this still uses the pages directory. So for now, we are gonna go ahead and implement the page. So for now, any API's backend endpoints are in the pages folder still until they change it, okay? So just know that. So heading into pages folder, we're gonna go ahead into the API folder, and you can see we've got a dummy endpoint here called hello, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a new folder inside of it called auth, right? Now inside of here, I'm gonna create a new file called, with square brackets, ... next auth, just like that. It has to be, sorry, with lowercase a, right? .ts, okay? And then you can find this over here, next auth, right? So this is the one that I'm doing right now, okay? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically take this, right? So in this case, what I've done is I've taken this and I'll show you how to rename it into what we need, okay? So I've gone ahead and I've popped this in. Now we're not using GitHub, so we're going to be changing this to like a Google provider, okay? And this is going to be from providers to Google. We're going to change it, okay? And then here you can see we've got client ID, client secret, which needs to change, right? So in this case, process.id.github is not the one that we want. We're going to change it to go ahead and get our Google ID from our environment variables. And notice how I do exclamation mark, because I'm saying it's going to be there, right? I'm making sure that it's going to be there. You can have a safety check before which says, you know, oops, you need to go ahead and have your authentication, but I'm just going to assume that you did this part, right? So Google secret, I'm going to change here as well. We're going to promise that it's there, okay? Deepak, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate you, dude. Right? So now we've got our Google authentication set up, right? So we've got our auth options, which we're going to need later on, and then we've got the next auth itself. So let's go ahead and hit save. Right, so now we've got our authentication portion down, pretty nice. So what we can now do is head over to our layout. Okay, so opening up the app folder into layout. And at this point, guys, well, oh my God, the likes are flying. Let's get to 1,000 likes, come on. All right, so at this point, now what I need to do is get this session provider. So a session provider essentially wraps our app. So if you go down here, what you'll find is they actually have a session provider But the only problem is that how do we get the session to pass into the provider that they give us, because we're using Next.js 13. So I'll show you how we can do this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is import session provider from I will need to create a session provider. That's right. Right, so inside of the body, okay, inside of the body, I'm going to go ahead and type in session provider, provider, okay. And then notice how it's complaining because we don't have something called session provider, which is fine, right? It's fine. I'm going to create it. So I'm going to go into my components. I'm going to create a session provider.tsx, okay. And the session provider will look something like this. Well, firstly, it's going to be something called a client-side component, which is why we need to say use client, okay? Now, in the app directory or in the new Next.js 13 way, components are also server components by default. This means things like action handlers. This means things like use effects, use state, anything that requires a window or some local state needs to be a client object, right? So in this case, we're going to say that the session provider is a client-side component. Then what I'm going to do is import the following. I'm going to import the session, and I'm going to import session provider and I'm going to rename it as provider here. Okay, so we're importing a few things that we need, and then I'm going to go ahead and say export function session provider. And basically, this is nothing different to a regular old functional component. Okay, and what it's going to do is it's going to go ahead and actually have this syntax. So we're going to get rid of this for now, just to make it very simple. And you can see it's a provider. We're passing in the provider from Next.auth React, and we're wrapping our children. Okay, very simple. All the children means is that basically this right here would be considered the children of this. Now that means that we have to pass it as a prop. So children comes in as a prop, and then we also have the session come in as a prop. And we're going to create these type definitions now. Okay, so in TypeScript, the way we do this is we say type of props is that we get the children, which is a React node, and then we have session, which is of type session or no. Now this session right here is from Next.auth. Okay, so we're saying we're expecting a session from Next.auth, and we're expecting some children, which is just going to be child React nodes, right? So in this case, and then all we're doing is we're basically just injecting our children. We're basically powering them up. We're wrapping them with the extra functionality of the session stuff, right? So in this case, I can close that, and I can import my session provider from our components object. And as you can see, it's freaking out because we are missing the session. The children's not freaking out because the children is coming into it. Okay. Joey says, Sunny, thank you so much for these builds. I'm a better developer because of you. Thank you so much, dude. All I ask is that if anyone's watching this right now and they're not subscribed, just hit the subscribe button and hit the like button. It helps send this video to as many people as possible. And I want this video to hit 1 million developers, right? Mark my words, it will. It will. It will. I don't give up, right? So in this case, we've got session right here. Now, how do I get the session? Okay, how do I know, how do I actually get the session that I'm trying to go ahead and inject into my session provider? Well, the way we do it is we simply go into, we import get server session from Next.auth. Now, in my old video, you might have seen that this was actually unstable. Now it's no longer unstable, right? Don't get me wrong, it still has like a bit of jankiness to it, but it's pretty good, right? Deepak says, I got better on my job because of Sunny. Thanks, bro. You appreciate it, man. So here we're going to say const session equals await get server session. You're probably wondering, did he just use an await in a functional component? What? Because we can do that in server components, right? But I'll explain that in a second. So we also need to pull in the auth options from our API. So in this case, auth options was the stuff that we basically said where the providers were and all that kind of stuff. Okay, and then the await. So in this case, because it's a by default, remember, by default they're server components. Server components can definitely be asynchronous functions. But if you have a client component, that cannot be an asynchronous function. Okay, so now what we're doing is we're injecting the session. Now what we've essentially done is we've powered up our app. So everything inside of our app, so all the children have the ability to share the session state. The session essentially just means once I'm logged in, there will be a session present. Once I log out, there will be no session. Okay, so that's how we're basically doing things. All right. Mohammed says, hello, Sunny. I hope you read this. Because of you, I got a Next.js internship. All because of you. Thank you, man. Your builds are amazing. I learned a lot from them. Thanks, man, once again. I appreciate you, Faizan. That's awesome, man. That's sick. Right. Wow. The positivity is mind-blowing. right? So at this point, we've got the session in. So we can now implement something like a login, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a little bit of a ternary operator. And what this means is I'm going to render out the following based on if a condition is true. And we have the session right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, if there is no session, then what I want to do is render out something else. I want to render out this. Okay, so I'm going to say if there is a session, then this should happen. Otherwise, I want to render out something called the login component. Okay.
Nuova linea di rasoi Gillette, con le nostre migliori lame che durano 2 volte di più.
Shave like a bomber.
And we don't have a login component, so let's go ahead and create this right now. Login.tsx, RFCE, yes, it worked. And then go ahead and pop this in, like so. And if I show this on the screen, when I hit save, what we should see, once I go back to my layout and hit import, save, what we should see is I get a login, okay? Now if I refresh, you'll see I'm getting a login screen now. Boom, this is good because we don't have a session, right? So if we don't have a session, you should be seeing the login component. Otherwise, you should be seeing this. And yes, there are so many ways you can write this. You can have a return statement up here. You can have loads of different things going on, right? Egypt in the house. What's up, guys? Oh, this music is so sick. I actually love my own playlist. I swear, I add to this thing so much. It's so good. All right. So at this point, this is actually what I code to, by the way, right? So we're going to create a login component. So heading over to login.tsx. Now that we've done all the prep work, it's actually a lot easier than you might think. Okay, so this is going to be a client component. Now the rule of thumb is you want to try and basically keep your components to be server components and only clientize, so only make the components that you want client side to be smaller components, right? That way you kind of keep the server component benefits, right, without kind of losing everything, right? Can we get the playlist, please? Yes, it's in the description. Just simply sign up to a newsletter, it gets sent out to you, right? So at this point, we're going to go ahead and import the following. So I need to import the sign-in function and the image component from next image, and then we're going to go ahead and have the following. Now, bear in mind, in the layout, right, what we were having previously was the head, body. Okay, it's cool. That's fine. Right? I just realized something, that I made a mistake on my old one. I'm actually going to change that now so I don't mess this up. 1 second, guys. Bear with me. Okay, that's better. Oh, pet peeve. Don't worry. You never knew anything just happened. Right? So at this point, I've got an image component. And this image is going to be for the ChatGPT logo. So I've actually saved you a bunch of time. I've made my own little link to a neat little logo. So before I hit save, I'm going to add a button. And that button will say sign in to use ChatGPT and hit save. Now what we're going to see is we're going to get an error, and this is because whenever we use the image component, what we're essentially doing is we need to go ahead, and image component handles a lot of optimizations. It basically condenses the image, it delivers it in a certain way, it makes it more efficient. A lot of this kind of stuff happens, right? And what we may need to make sure we do is whitelist only the domains that we trust. So if we go into our next config, so next config, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in images, domains, and we pass in an array of characters here, and you see the host name is the one that we need to go ahead and copy. So I'm going to copy that into it right now, hit save, and then do a comma, and then we're going to close it. And because I had done a big change in my Next.js config, you have to restart your server. Okay, so let's go ahead and Control C to cut this out, yarn run dev, boom. And if you're enjoying this, honestly, just see what it's like inside Zero to Full Stack Hero. So this is the vibe we have all the time in the coaching calls, weekly coaching calls. Links in the description if you want to check it out. So let's hit refresh, and just like this, wait for it. There we go. Sign in to use ChatGPT, and boom, we have a logo. All right, so that's good. Now I want to basically style this out. So I'm going to say the background color, and I've already got the nice little color of ChatGPT to save us a little bit of time. So let's go ahead and pop this in right now. So popping that in like so. So I'm going to get rid of our little bracket situation, put that in. Say it should be the height of the screen. I want it to be a flex box, right? I want it to be flexed in the column direction. I want it to be, the items should be centrally aligned. So it should be centrally aligned, and I'm going to justify in the center. So I'm centering on the X and the Y axes, okay? And I want the text to be center as well. Hit save, and boom, we get a nice central axis, right? So this is looking good. Oh, this song's sick, right? So at this point, this is looking pretty good. And now for this button, I'm going to go ahead and style it out. So this is going to be a text white, font should be bold, text should be 3XL, and I'm going to make it animate posts. So this will give a nice little animation to it. So boom, sign in to use ChatGPT. It's clickable as well, right? But we just don't do anything on the click. Now you see we pull in this sign in method from Nextauth. Now the good thing about Nextauth is once you get over all of that headache of the setting things up and the messy stuff that we just dealt with, the actual implementation of signing in is actually fairly straightforward. So all we need to do now is call this function. So on click, we do an arrow function and we just say sign in, right? And then here, what I can do is, if I do this, this will take me to a provider screen where you'll have all the different options of providers, but I only have one provider here. So I'm going to pass in a string, and this, you see, we get autocomplete for all the different ones. I want to pass in Google. So it's going to try and straight away log me into Google. Okay. So let's go ahead and give this a try. So I'm going to go ahead and click on sign in to use ChatGPT, and we get redirected to Google. Now, this is what we want to see. It says this account is blocked, the app's request is invalid, and we get redirect URI mismatch. Now, this is because over on Google's side, Google's like, whoa, who the hell are you? We don't trust you. You ain't logging into this app. So we have to go into the Google Cloud platform and basically say, this is safe to go ahead and do it. And we also have to repeat this step when we deploy and make sure that that domain that we end up buying from Hostinger or the one that we get from Vercel is also whitelisted in the process, right? So what we need to do is go over to console. We need to go to Google Cloud, right? And I'm going to go into, so all you want to do is type in Google Cloud. And what I'm going to do is just hide the screen for a second because I have a few things that are going to pop up. So go to console.cloud.google.com. And then what you should see is the following on the screen. Okay, you should see this console.cloud.google.com, right? And then I'm going to change my account to Papa React. So give me 1 second. I'm just going to wait until that loads. Cool. And now what I'm going to do is I have a few different projects here. So I'm going to go into ChatGPT clone and I'm going to go to the most recent one. So ChatGPT, and this is the most recent one. So it's ChatGPT Messenger YouTube. So I'm going to click on that. And now you can see it goes and takes me to that. Now all I need to do is go into navigation menu, go into APIs and services, and go into credentials. Okay. And then we need to basically go ahead and configure our OAuth 2 endpoint. So OAuth 2 client IDs. Click on this. And once you're at this point, we now need to go ahead and whitelist. So essentially we have the localhost 5000 here. We need to whitelist localhost 3000. That's the first thing. The second thing is this URL right here, right? So in this case, we need a special callback URL. And then the one thing I didn't see there was basically usually it gives us our nice callback URL. In this case, I can get rid of that. 1 second. Where is my nice little demo gone? Is it here? Where's my code? So firstly, I'm in 3000 here. So 3000. Well, I'm in 3001. So if I try and log in. So View developer see error details. Here we are. Right. So you need to click on error details and you see request details redirect URI. So you want to copy this redirect URI because this is the one that is trying to use. And we have to essentially go to add URI and we're saying this is okay. We trust it. Okay. And hit save. Now what we've done is we've told Google it's safe. Right. We've said it's safe to go ahead and do this. Okay. So at this point, now what we do is we go back to our app, we simply head over to localhost 3000 and we try again. So English Music 2022 says, Sunny, what's up, dude? Okay, so now I'm going to click on sign in to use ChatGPT and boom, we have a permission to use it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hit my name right here. So I'm logging in and then this is perfect. This is what we want to see. So now we have Google authentication and now I have a session, which means I get through the layout screen, right? So at this point, heading over to layout.tsx, you can now see I have a session. So it bypassed login and now we get this. And if I refresh, you can see we don't get a little stutter. It straight away goes to this screen, which is banging perfect because it's doing it on the server. It knows on the server side if this person from their request was authenticated or not. Okay. Amazing stuff. So now that we have the session, we can actually go ahead and log this out and I'll show you what we actually get. So if we console.log the session here, you can now see that we get the user's information here, right? So I get the user's details, their name, their email, and their profile picture. So we can go ahead and use that information throughout our build, and that's provided by the session provider throughout the children components, right? So amazing stuff. John Fitness says Sunny is the best. Thank you so much. Says Rwanda, let's go. What's up, dude? Good to see you here. Okay. So
Lo senti questo suono? Le spinacine. Le originali Aya. Le spinacine.
Se senti cantare gli spinaci, allora sono le spinacine Aya, croccanti e irresistibili.
next up, we have the sidebar. So sidebar. What I want to do is, firstly, I'm going to have a nice little picture of me at the bottom. Let's just start simple, right? So what I can do is I can get the session object. We don't have to prop drill. We don't have to pass things through. We can instead use the use session variable. So at this point, I can go ahead and say const, and then I can say equals use session. Now, what I do is I import the use session hook, and we need to make our sidebar client side because I'm using hooks now, okay? So use client. So this means that we've now converted our sidebar to be a client side component. And you can go ahead and refactor it as much as you want, but yeah. And at this point, I'm going to destructure here. Control spacebar tells me that there's data and status here. But we're going to rename the data to be the session variable, okay? So that has the same information that I showed you previously. And now what we can do is at the bottom of the screen, so at the bottom of underneath this div, I can now say, okay, if you have a session, then I'm going to go ahead and I'm just putting safe measures in here, like if there is a session, because it can be corner cases where, you know, it might not be logged in or you might catch it and you don't need to bug out. So I'm just putting a little bit of a precaution there saying if there's a session, we're going to say, show me the user's image, right? And we're going to force that the image is there. Otherwise, you could go ahead and have a fallback image there, right, if you wanted to, but I'm just going to force that the image is there. Taco says, will this build be uploaded after live? Yes, all my builds are always uploaded after live. And also, we are so close to 700 likes, so destroy that like button, right? So hit save. And now you can see we get a nice image. Now you're probably wondering, Sunny, why is that not an image component that you're using? Because sometimes the image that we get back from the URL might not be in the format might not be from a trusted URL, right? It might be from a different Google URL, in which case Next.js is going to freak out and be like, no, you haven't whitelisted that. So in this case, I'm just using this for now, okay? But here you can give it a profile picture and so forth, okay? So then we're going to style this out. So here, I'm going to say that it has a class name, and then we're going to say height and width of 12. I'm going to say, oops, height and width of 12. Rounded 4. Cursor should be a pointer, and then we're going to say margin X auto to center it, margin bottom of 2, and when I hover over it, I want the opacity to go to a nice little 50% gap, right? So 50% gives a nice little effect, right? So now you see when I hover over it, look at that, ooh, nice. And we're going to use that as a logout button, okay? So making that a logout button is so easy. All we have to do is simply go ahead, import the sign out function from Next.auth React, go into our image component, say on click of this button, we're just going to implement the sign out, and then we need to do a little arrow here to get around TypeScript, sign out. And just like this, guys, let's go ahead and try out our authentication. So I'm going to sign out, and just like that I am signed out, I go ahead and sign in. I now am initializing a session object through Google Authentication, and bam, we just get the nice forward screen, right? So this is exactly what we wanted. Amazing stuff. We have our authentication. Now we can proceed to Firebase, because now we have all the items that we need to go ahead and actually populate the database. We have the user, we have the input field we'll set up in a sec, but we're going to go ahead and do all of this right now. But the first thing I want to do is have the ability so that way when I click a new chat, it creates a new chat row for me, and then it will take me to that chat. So /chat/ you know, the chat ID. Okay, so oh my god, so close to 700 likes. Wow, let's go, guys. All right, so at this point we're moving at an amazing pace as well. So we're going to go over to the sidebar. So let's go over to my sidebar. Let's just make this a little bit more neater. Let's head over to the sidebar right now, and then what we're going to do is we are going to set up the collection. So okay, so now we need to make a connection to Firebase. So we need to go to our Firebase. So we're going to close this. We're going to go to Firebase. Where am I? Firebase? Oh, here we are, Firebase, yeah. And then we're going to go to build, and now we're going to prepare our Firestore database. And this is going to be our real-time database, which is going to store all of our chats. And this is not just a normal UI for ChatGPT. It's actually going to store chats. And when you switch users, it literally shows you the chats that user has. So it's literally like the actual ChatGPT platform. So we're going to click on Create Database. We are going to start in test mode. However, I highly recommend afterwards you change to production mode and add in security rules. So click in Start, and we're going to click on Enable. We don't care about location for now. Set it to wherever you are near you. It might help you out. Cool. And now we are going to we're going to enable. Cool. Now this is our collection. So this is a NoSQL style database, right? So previously we had, I don't know if it's there. Okay, so that's fine. I'll show you anyway. So we're going to have a users collection, the user's email address, which is unique. Then we're going to have the messages collection. Then we're going to have the chat, collection. And then we're going to have the messages inside of it. Okay, so it's going to be that kind of structure, and that's going to allow us to go ahead and have the outcome that we need. Okay, so let's go ahead and firstly, I don't need this taking up room, so we can get rid of that right now. Cool. Okay, so I need to create a connection from my app to my Firebase. How the hell do we do that? Well, first things first is we're going to create something called a firebase.ts file. So we're going to go to my package.json, create a firebase.ts file. There we go. 687 likes. Oh, it's crazy. 692 likes. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. Right. Firebase. And now what I need to do is I need to install Firebase, right? So you can do this in a bunch of easy ways, but the quickest way I want to show you is Firebase. Firebase. I just want to show you the actual documentation. So V9. You just type in yarn add Firebase, but I want to show you the actual documentation itself, because you should see that, right? So in this case, upgrade guide, you can do it here, npm install. Okay, it's fine. I'm just going to show you that my way. But yeah, you can go to the home page and then get started and basically read through the docs. But here is a very good place to get started, right? So you should check that out. But I'm going to just show you how to do it anyway. So here we go into our console, yarn add Firebase, like so. That's going to install Firebase version 9. 700 plus likes. Let's go. Quick water break is deserved after that. Oh my days, this is crazy. This video is gonna bang. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a big one. It's getting the momentum on YouTube back, guys. This is so sick. Okay, let's go. So Firebase has been installed, and now what I need to do is basically import the dependencies that I need. Okay, so I'm gonna import the things that I need. So in this case, boom, we're gonna pop this in. And then you can see here we've got get app, get apps, initialize app, and get Firestore. Okay, so I'm going to have the Firebase config set up. So the way we get this is we go to our cog, project settings, we go down here to this, right? And then we type in chat GPT, messenger, YouTube. Don't matter too much. We don't need Firebase hosting because we're deploying on Vercel. And then we can go ahead and we've already done our install tag, and this is what we need next, right? So this is public information, it's fine, right? So in this case, I can pop this in. We've got our initialize app call. We can get rid of those. I've already done it for us. Okay, so that's our configuration object. Now, this is fine in a React app, okay? Because you're not going to have several instances that it could be occurring. But what we need to do is do it in a Next.js approach, because there could be the possibility that we already have an app, the initialized, right? So in this case, we say const app equals get apps, and this will tell us all the initialized apps, right? So an read-only array of all initialized apps. And all we're gonna say if the length is present, right? So this basically says if it's truthy, so oops, okay. Dot length, okay. Then we're gonna say if it has a, if it's already initialized, then we're gonna get the current app that's initialized, okay. Else, I'm gonna initialize a new app. Right, so I was to initialize a new app, and this is going to be passing in the Firebase config, and this is called a singleton pattern encoding. Okay, so this is known as a singleton pattern encoding. Okay, so it means that we only want a single instance. Now from that, we're going to go ahead and get our database object. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and use the get Firestore. This is a modular version 9 approach. And then we're going to export the database object, because we don't care about the actual app right now. We don't really worry about that. It's just going to be DB, right? So in this case, that stands for our database. Hit save. And now we're going to go ahead and close that. So our Firebase config is now done. Okay, so now what I want to do is in the sidebar where we have new chat, right? So remember in sidebar we had the new chat button. So what I'm going to show you is the really nice part about this. It's very like kind of decoupled, right? Which is what our good program practices should be like. It's decoupled. It's a lot cleaner in working that way. Okay, so what we're now going to do is we're going to have this new chat should have the functionality to go ahead and add a document, right? So it needs to add a chat, create a chat, if anything. Okay, so at this point we're going to go ahead and create a function called create new chat. So const create new chat, and this is going to be an asynchronous function. So it's going to be an asynchronous function. It's going to be an arrow function, and then what we're going to do is if you click on this div, so on click of the div, we're going to go ahead and say it should create a new chat. Okay, so passing the signature in. Wallison says, let's go, guys. Next.js 13 and Firebase version 9, right? So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create I'm going to go ahead and create a new chat, right? So the way I do this is I simply go ahead and I firstly need the user's information before we can do that. So I'm going to pull the user's information from the session. So previously we described this over here. We import it. We rename the data variable with the colon syntax to session. Right, so that's what that does, if you're wondering. Okay, and then we also need the router because we're going to need to direct them to a new screen afterwards. Now, when you're using Next.js 12, please be careful that when you go ahead and use like router and all that kind of stuff, you don't make this mistake. You see how it imported from Next router? No. You want to import from Next navigation. Okay, and this is also going to be a client component. Okay, so when we're using the Next.js 13 like sort of stuff, we don't want to do next router, we use next navigation. So it's a very easy mistake you can make, but it will screw you up and you'll be there for ages trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, so at this point we're going to say const, and basically what I'm going to do here is I'm going to push something into the Firestore database. Right, so I'm going to push something into our Firestore database. So click on continue to console, Firestore database. I'm literally going to, from our application, when I click it, I am pushing a value here, right? And I'll show you what value we're doing. So, and then the response will be the document that I've actually pushed in. So we're going to say equals await, right? Now, the way that you do this is this modular approach. So it's going to be add doc, and notice how I'm going to be importing things, okay? And then what I do is I basically have to specify the collection. So the way you do this is I say it's a collection, and then what that does is it takes in firstly the database. So see how it takes in Firestore as a first argument. So that's going to be the database, and I'm going to import that from our Firebase locally, right? So that's my config. Then we pass in the path. So this is going to take the approach of, it's going to be essentially the path document. So it's going to be collection document, which is a NoSQL style structure. Okay, so here we're going to say users, then we're going to say session dot user dot email, right? And I'm going to basically say that it's always there, which is hence the exclamation mark. And then I'm going to basically pop in a new chat. Okay, and then I'm going to close it off. Now we've made a mistake somewhere. Where have I made a mistake? It's argument for data was not provided. Collection add doc. Yes, and then we need to go ahead and and then we need to pass in the data object itself. So the first argument is basically the path, right? And then the second argument after all of that is going to be the data itself. Okay, so that's going to be outside of this right here. So the data itself, right? So notice how it's after. So there's two arguments, right? The first argument, and then the second argument is the data. So the first argument is that collection route, and the second is going to be this, basically what I want to push into that document. So in this case, I'm going to say it's going to have a messages array, which is going to be basically like an array of messages. Right, so there's going to be a collection in there. We're going to say the user ID will be stored, and this user ID will be the session user email. Okay, and then we're also going to pop in a created app, so a timestamp, because you should be passing in timestamps when you're doing this. Now, you don't want to use your local timestamp. Now, the reason why you don't want to use your local timestamp is that I'm in Dubai right now, and you could be anywhere in the world. We have worldwide viewers here. Now, if you use your timestamp, your message will technically be ahead of me or before me, which It's going to mess everything up, right? So how do they figure this out? So all you need to do is use the server's timestamp. That way, no matter who is doing it, we all get the same timestamp. Okay, we get the server's timestamp. So in this point, what we do is we go ahead and we import our server timestamp function, we pop it in and we invoke it. And this will give us a server timestamp, simple as. Okay, so then what we want to do is redirect the user to the chat screen. So what I want to do is, this will give me back the document ID. I'm going to do some string interpolation. So sorry, router.push. I'm going to do some string interpolation here to say /chat/doc ID. Okay, so in this case, /chat/doc ID. We don't have that page yet, but that's what I want to do. So when I click on new chat, it should create a new chat and then take me to that new chat. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit save. And what I want to do here is I'm going to set this up in a demo way. Okay, so what we should see now is I've got my database on the left, and on my right hand side I've got the new chat. So I'm going to click on new chat, and I've clicked it. Now, because we haven't got anything here, it's not going to show just yet, right? So you can see it actually took me to the new chat screen with a valid document ID. So you can see it actually took me to /chat/a document ID. So in this case, if I go ahead and refresh, okay, so please guys, don't spam the chat. Don't spam it. Okay, so at this point now, we are going to go ahead and you can see here we've got users, we've got my email, and then we've got chat, right? So chats, and inside of there we've got the messages itself, right? So this is going to be the actual. So what I wanted to show you here is this is the layout, right? So we've got users, my name, and then we've got the list of chats. So these are going to be all the different chats that I will be having with ChatGPT, and they'll be listed out here. That's the document ID that we got directed to. And then you can see inside of here we've got created at, messages, and user ID. Okay, in fact, we don't actually end up using messages, so we can actually get rid of that. All we care about is the user ID and created at. Okay, so yeah, so I don't think we actually care about this one. We actually use a collection instead for that one. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. Cool. So at this point, that's looking pretty clean. So we don't actually need that, so we won't have that in the outcome. So you can get rid of that. Okay, so now what we need to do is create this page. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just test it out one more time. And go back to here, and then what you should see is if I click on create new chat, we should see another one in a second pop up. Oh, there we go. Right, so it created the chat, it redirected me to the chat. Awesome. Right, so now we need to go ahead and actually build out this dynamic page. So the root for that page is /chat/a random ID. So that is known as dynamic roots, right? So I need to go ahead and create a dynamic root. So I'm going to go into my app folder, and using the new Next.js 13 folder structure, the way we do it is we essentially draft out the root in the folders. So here I say the next root will be /chat, and then inside of there it's going to be a random ID, right? So in this case we're going to have a wildcard, and I'm just going to give it the chat ID. So in this case it's going to be ID, and inside of the ID folder we're going to have page.tsx, because remember, page, head, layout, they're all reserved keywords. Okay, so here now what I do is I say RFCE, and this is going to be for the chat page. Okay, so in this case I'm just going to rename this to chat page, get rid of this, and then now we have our chat page. So if I was to click on new chat now, what you should see is we should get redirected to the chat page, which is awesome. It worked. And if you're wondering, whoa, how did we keep the layout, right? That's pretty cool. How did that stay around? Well, that's because, remember, we have the new layout component, which is actually responsible for staying in the overall structure or layout of your website. Okay, and I actually show you loads of little tricks in this in the Next.js tutorial on the channel. If you're watching the replay, it'll be on the screen right now somewhere. Okay, so at this point now, that's going to be pretty cool to do. So in this case, we've got our layout already there, and you can see now we've got this nice kind of, you know, all we care about is the view of this chat page, right? So it keeps everything very relatively clean. Right, now before we do this, I'm going to address two things. The first one is we need to show the chats here. The second one, we need to build out the chat page. And then eventually what we're going to do is have the OpenAPI AI integration part so that we can talk with ChatGPT. Right, so it's going to be a lot of fun. And then that's going to interact with Firebase Admin SDK. We got so much good stuff coming, guys. Smash that like button. We're almost at 1,000 likes. So let's cross over 800, guys. We're going strong. So at this point, we've got that looking pretty good. So I'm just going to put that text back so we know it's in the chat page. Okay. And what I'm going to now do is head over to my sidebar. So components, sidebar. Okay, and then I'm going to expand this out. So first things first is in the sidebar, we are going to go ahead and actually connect to the Firebase database. So I need a real-time connection to my Firebase database. So I'm going to go ahead and make a real-time connection to this database that you see right here. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just rearranging my screens. I've got everything everywhere right now. There we go. Cool. So I need a real-time connection here. Okay, so how do we do this in a nice fashion? Well, easy way of doing this is we can go ahead and use something called React Firebase hooks. Okay, lovely little library, and it is actually a really kind of clean way of actually connecting to our Firebase database, and they've already done the hard work of creating all these reusable hooks for us. Okay, and it works with Firebase version 9. So we're going to install it, React yarn add React Firebase hooks. So go into your terminal, yarn add React Firebase hooks. That will install it into our project. And now we can go down and you can see Cloud Firestore hooks. So inside of here, they teach you how to go ahead and connect to the backend, and you can get a real-time listener by using syntax like this, right? So I'm going to now show you. So firstly, I showed you that because I want to show you where it comes from. Now I'll show you how to implement it, right? So firstly, you get these 3 array destructured values: value, loading, and error. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say const. I'm going to call it chats instead of value, loading, and error. I don't actually use the error here, but you can actually use it if you want to use it. I'm going to say use collection, okay? And then what I'm going to do is import this from React Firebase hooks, right? So in this case, it's not auto-completing, so I'm going to show you it off the top of my head. There we go, boom. And then inside of here, we have to pass in the actual directory that we're going for. Now, it's dependent on the session because I am going to be using the email to find that collection. So I need to go ahead and say, firstly, the session has to exist. That's the main thing. Then secondly, we're going to connect to a Firebase collection. We're going to go ahead and import our database from our local Firebase file. And then we basically spell out the root, okay? So now I'm trying to get the chats. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to users. I'm going to go to the session.user.email with exclamation mark to go ahead and say that the email will be there. Then I'm going to grab the chats. Okay. So now what I'm doing is I'm essentially pointing towards this right here. So I'm pointing right towards. So you see we've gone through the users, gone through the email. I'm pointing now at the chats. Okay. So this is what I'm getting back now. So I want to get this list right here, and I want a real-time listener to that. Okay, so this right here gives us that. Okay, so now we have this amazingly powerful chats right here. Okay, so if I was to log out chats, you'll now see, and this is a client-side component, so I can actually check the client logs, and I should see 3 items in my log. Right? So in this case, you can see right here, if I was to go ahead and log this out, we get undefined, and then we get the actual example or the data back. Right, so this is exactly what we wanted. In this case, you can't see it, but you see in docs, we've got 3 docs. Right, so in this case, we see doc changes. It's actually got 3 docs in there. Okay, so I'll show you how we can access this properly. Okay, so now we need to map through. So where I've got mapped through the chat rows, we're going to say chats, and it could be undefined, which is why I'm going to protect it. I'm going to say docs, map through every single chat, and return the following. Right. Return the following, and then this is where I need to make something called a chat row. And whenever you map through, you should always pass a key, which is in like a unique key. So we're going to give the chat ID that value, and then I'm going to pass in the ID of the chat here as well. So chat.id. Okay, so this is going to be the information that I pass through. So we need to create a chat row, and this chat row will symbolize this right here. So I'm going to log into my old example right now. So I'm just logging into my old testing example so I can show you. The reason why it's not working is because I haven't got it whitelisted on localhost 3001, I believe. That's why it might not work. Okay, no, it is working, that's fine. So in this case, you see when I have a new chat, right, so in this case, oh, I've gone back to 3000. Oh, okay, I see what's happening there. That's fine. So in this case, if I do, I don't know, am I going to be logged into? Okay, so it's not going to show me. That's fine, I'll show you how we do it. So I'm going to have the new chats here, right? So the chat row is going to be these little chats boxes that are going to pop up here. So we're going to implement that right now. So chat row.tsx. The retention is absolutely nuts. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you guys. Smash that like button. Let's get to 800 likes. And let me know, is everyone focused right now? Because there's over 300 people watching, and the chat is like super intense. Jay's back. That's it. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so let's go ahead, and we've got the chat row here. So I've got the, I'm going to go ahead and pop in. So right now you can see if I pop open the sidebar, you can see the key is basically to make sure that React efficiently optimizes the list. The next prop that I care about is the ID. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to go ahead and pop in the ID over here. So in this case, I've got the new chat and the props come through here. So I'm going to say ID, and this takes in props like so. Okay, and then I'm going to define what my props will be. In this case, it's very simple. Okay, so in this point, we've got the ID, and the ID I expect to get through is a string. Now, TypeScript is really important because it allows us to prevent the number of bugs and problems that are causing our app. So I recommend it's worth learning it. It's going to allow you to become more valuable as a developer, and then that's what we're going to do, okay? So ID, there we go, boom. And now, once we've got this in, we're now going to go ahead and get the chats rendered on the screen. So actually, 1 minute guys, I've completely screwed up. It's not this one. It's not this one. My brain was everywhere. It's going to be inside of the chat row. So did I create the chat row? Chat row. Yeah, there we are. Chat row. This one. My bad. So ID, and then this is going to be props. Okay. So type props ID string. Okay. Cool. And then in this case, we're now going to go ahead and create the chat row. So I need a bunch of different things here, to be honest with you. I actually need sort of, I need to determine if the chat is active. I need to determine the actual layout, the design of it, and all that kind of stuff. But we're going to do it right now. So firstly, these are going to be next link components, which are going to allow us to iterate through the different URLs easier. So it's going to be a href. And this will take us to / chat ID. Okay. Inside of here, we're going to have a chat bubble. So chat bubble left icon, so left icon, and this one is going to be for it's going to be outline. Okay, so left icon outline. Cool. And in this case, I'm going to go ahead and do class name height and width of 5. Height and width of 5. So hit save. So we've got that. I don't know if you're going to see it yet, because in the sidebar, if I import it like so, we might be able to start seeing it being popped out now. So in the sidebar, let's log in now. As I logged in, I messed it up a little bit. Okay, so we got the chat bubble left, and then we should see some. Oh yeah, there we go. Look, chats. Hey, there we go. Nice. And then I've got a p tag, and then the p tag. Okay, so I'm going to do something pretty cool here. We're going to have a trash icon afterwards, which is going to be for if you want to basically delete it. Right, so that's going to be the outline variant, and I want to have the class name of this to be. This is going to be a height and width of 5. Text should be gray. Text should be gray of 700. And the hover state, when you hover over it, I want it to become a red bin because it's going to be the delete button. Oh, that's what I needed to kind of get the energy up. All right, so now if I hover over this, there's the button. You see that? Nice, right? Cool. Now, for the p tag here, I'm going to go ahead and say the following. So we need to firstly get that that message right. So I'm not gonna include this right here, because what we need to do is we're gonna pull information from the chat afterwards, right? So in this case, this right now we'll just say new chat. Okay, so we've got new chat for now, and eventually it will say the text in which your last text that you had with ChatGPT, the last message, it will say that eventually. Okay, go ahead and drop a little fire emoji if you're still watching right now, right, in the comments or in the live chat. Okay, so in this case, chat ID. So now what we're going to do is style out the outline, so this overall link. Okay, so class name, I'm going to go ahead and say it should be, firstly we're going to do string interpolation, because I'm going to use the active state, which we haven't defined yet, but I'll show you afterwards. So firstly, this is going to be of type chat row. So notice how chat row automatically kicked in really nicely. Then we're going to say justify center. Okay, so now you can see, look, chat row looking pretty good. Okay, and then for the p tag, this one is going to take in flex 1. So flex 1, it's going to be hidden on the mobile view. On the medium screens and above, it's going to show. And then I'm going to truncate if, oops, I'm going to truncate if not, okay? Oh, I see, that's why. Okay, so my stream, oh, that's it. So the messages are over there. I was wondering, I was like, where the heck are the messages? Where's everyone so quiet? It wasn't that, it was just because my, my chat was a bit weird, right? That's why. We're good. Oh, there we are, nice. I don't know what happened there. I don't know why it didn't show. What's up? Mr. Frank's in the house. Everyone's here. Okay, I was wondering, I was like, is everyone just super intensely focused? My bad. That's it, yeah. All right. So now you can see on the medium screens, it'll show new chat. Truncate. Oh, nice. There we go. Bastian, I appreciate you, dude. There we go. So new chat. And the truncate will basically mean it'll do ... if it gets too big. Togara says, we out here. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so this is sick. So now we've got the chats over here. Cool. And then we've got a new chat. So see if I add a new chat, it pops in. This is looking good. Okay. So I'm now going to go ahead and set up everything that I need. So we're going to need a few different things inside of here. Firstly, right, we're going to need a path name because I want to basically have it. So if I'm in this chat, I want this to be highlighted. If I'm in this chat, I want this to be highlighted and so forth, right? So in this case, I'm going to say const path name equals use path name from next navigation, right? Not next router, next path. There we go. And then I'm going to say const router. We're closing in on 800 likes, guys. So equals use router. And we're going to pull this. And you see this? Do not make this mistake, right? Next navigation is the one you want for next 13. We need the session. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this in. So session equals data session. Use session. Boom, like so. And then we need an active state. Okay, so this one I'm going to end up making a use effect. If you don't know what a use effect is, please check out my use effect tutorial. It's got over 100,000 views now because people are finding it so useful. So check that out. Come back if you're confused and then carry on. Okay, so this is going to be a piece of state. And again, state as well. I've done a tutorial on that as well. Okay, so first things first, if the chat that I'm in is active, so I also need the messages. So we need, well, let's just do it now, right? So I need the messages, which is going to be a call to use collection. So I'm going to say const messages. And remember, you get the loading and error and so forth. But in this case, I don't care about the loading and error. I just care about that. We're going to have the use collection from here. And then I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to be a query now, because basically I want to do what I did before. So I have a collection, but I need to order it by the created at date. So that way it's always in the sequential time and date order, right? So in this case, what I do is I pull in the query from Firestore, and then we basically make a combined query, right? So in this case, the first one is going to be the collection itself. So this is going to be the collection from Firestore. It's going to include the database. There we go. And then it's going to be the paths. So in this case, users. It's going to be session. Session dot user dot email, and then it's going to be making sure that it says that it's always there. So then that's why we got the exclamation mark. Then it's going to be chats / the chat ID, which we have inside of here because of the wallaby not. Because of the ID, we get it passed through here. Romania in the house, what's up? Yeah, and then we're going to go into the messages themselves. Okay, so that's a messages collection within. Okay, so that's that bit. Then what I want to do is comma over here. So if you see here, this is a comma. So this is like the second argument of the query, right? We're going to say order by from Firestore. And this one is going to be the created at field, which is the one, basically the timestamp. And we're going to do ascending, okay? So what this will do now is it makes like an aggregate query. So basically it queries the collection for here, gives me a real-time list now, but it orders it before it returns it. So this way the messages are always going to be in time order ascending. Okay, so now if I hit save, what we can nicely see now is those messages will be, and the reason why I need that message, by the way, we don't actually need to order it here, to be fair. I don't think, yeah, we don't actually need it here. I need the exclamation mark because otherwise it will say, you know, that the session user email might not be there, right? But in this case, we logged in with a Gmail account, which means we always have an email. So I'm going to say that it's always there, right? Vetri, thank you so much for a donation. He goes, hey, Sonny, big fan of your builds. Can you do more builds on blockchain using Solidity and Web3 stuff? I sure can, right? I have an amazing partnership that we're working with, so I sure can do that. I hear you, dude. All right, so at this point now, what we're going to do is, 1 second. All right, so, so in this case, what we're now going to do is, sorry, I've gone a bit blank. So we've got the messages. So the reason why I did that right there was because I actually, so in this case, I didn't actually need to order it, I don't think. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Okay, it's okay. Cool. So in this case, we can go to the actual message. So I want to basically get the, so this is deleting, no, sorry, I need the text. So I need the actual text of the thing I'm calling. So in this case, messages, docs, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the length. So messages dot docs, and this is could be undefined. Dot length -1, and then I will say data text. All right, and I'll explain this, or it'll say new chat. So basically, what this is doing is I want it to basically pull the last bit of text from that chat. Okay, so pull the last bit of text from that chat itself, or just say new chat. Okay, so in this case it hasn't got any messages there, so it has nothing to say, but that's essentially what we just did. Okay, so now also notice how if I click into these, it changes the URL to that link. So every time I click on it, it changes the URL, right? So the next step is to have a use effect which determines if we are active or not. So in this case, I'm going to say use effect, and then we've got our syntax for a use effect with our dependency array. And then I'm going to say if there is no path name, I'm going to return from this function because we're going to protect it. We're defensively programming. Otherwise, I'm going to set active, and I'm going to basically say if the path name includes the ID. It's a very simple check, okay? And then basically, as we have a variable inside of here, we have to include it in the dependency array. Okay, so path name here. Now, what we can see is that the active will now get set based on this matter. So what we can do here is I can actually go ahead and apply a conditional styling by saying the following. I can go ahead and say active, and that means only if it's active should you change the background to a slightly different shade of gray, so that way I know that that's the one. Okay, there we go, guys. Look at that, active. So if I click this one now, bam, that's active. If I click this one now, bam, that's active. If I click this one now, bam. And then what if I click a new chat? Notice how it creates a new chat, and then it makes that the active one. So good, right? So good. In fact, what I didn't do correctly, which I made the mistake on, is I should maybe order these in the other one. So in this case, the query call that I've got here, maybe we should be applying it over here, which I think would be a nicer version to do. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop this open on the side, and I'll show you. What I'm doing is I'm simply just moving this, right? So I don't need the query here, I need the query over here. So I'm going to say query, I'm going to wrap my collection like so, and then I'm also going to pass in the order by created, there we go, created at ascending. And now I'm going to pass in the query. I'm going to pass in order by, hit save. Oops, my prettier is dying here. There we go. And now this one will basically query it. And this one I actually didn't need to query it. I just realized I didn't actually need to do that. So that's better. Okay. So now what I just did, guys, was I basically said that on the sidebar, the most recent one should come at the top or bottom, I can't remember, but basically if I click new chat, there we go. So the new chat now will come to the bottom. So you see that if I click new chat, boom, there we go, and it automatically selects it because that is now being highlighted based on if the root matches. So you might actually find that massively useful, because a lot of you always ask me, how do I now go ahead and do that? So somebody says, why not use path name instead of use effect? I think you can actually use path name. I did use path name over here, guys. So if you look inside of chat row, I use path name to get the path name, and then we have a use effect to determine if the path name that I got from use path name was the one that I wanted or not, or is it the active one currently in state, right? So the next thing I want to do is the ability to delete a chat. Okay, so I'm going to create a function called const remove chat. Ahmed, whoa, $10 donation as the song's about to drop. Holy crap, dude, thank you so much. He just wrote thank you on it. Massive appreciation. That's huge. This stream is popping off today. Like, this is actually mad. I'm gonna remove chat. This is gonna be an asynchronous function. So sick. Thank you so much, guys. All right, and then here we're gonna say await, and this is gonna be a delete doc call. right? Now think about what's happening, right? Because I'm gonna call this method, and we have a real-time listener rendering out things in the sidebar, sorry. A real-time listener rendering this out. So as I delete documents, they're gonna get real-time affected in the backend, and it's gonna go and show this, right? So it's gonna have a lot of stuff going on. 800 likes as well. Bang in, let's get to 1,000 guys. Come on, I know we can do this. So I'm gonna open up the doc right now, and I'm gonna pull in the database, which I believe I've already, yep, I've done it. And then I'm gonna say, we're gonna go into the users, we're gonna go into the session.user.email with it, make sure it's there. Then we're gonna go into the chats, then we're gonna go into the ID, and then we're gonna go ahead and basically, yeah, so we're just deleting that document. So basically deleting that chat right there, because look, it's a chat with the ID of something, right? So that's essentially what we've done. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna push the user from that screen. Well, we can actually replace the user URL because they shouldn't be able to technically go back to a screen that's deleted, right? So in this case now, remove chat is assigned here. And then what I want to do is hook up the trash icon to this button. So now when you click that, it'll remove that chat. And because we have a real-time listener connected in, well, this should work flawlessly. So if I go ahead and do this, boom, pow, boom, boom, boom. We can add new chats, delete them, add new chats. And if I wait a second, it will redirect me to that chat. Oh, it's just so beautiful. Look at that. If I delete that one, it will change to the home screen. Oh, just amazing. If I delete that one, it will change to the home screen. Look at that, guys. I can add like 5 chats at a time, delete as many as I want, and it just does it. And in Firebase in the back end, this is all happening. So if I go into over here now, you'll see that there's madness over here, right? Look. So look at this chats right here. Pow, pow, pow. Delete, 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 delete. Oh, it's just beautiful. Look, 3 chats, bam, bam, bam. Oh, it's just so nice. Right, so really nice, really, really nice. Okay, now we have the chat functionality. So we have the ability to create and delete chats. So now we're going to go ahead, and no flashing UI while deleting. I know, it's beautiful. It's just a masterpiece, right? So at this point, we're going to go over here. Hallie says, how cool is that? I know, right? It's so sick. Right, so now inside the chat. So over here, now this is where it gets really interesting, right? So this is where we're going to essentially go into chat GPT stuff. Okay, so get ready for this. So at this point, we have, firstly, we need to go to the page itself. And inside of here, we're going to have 2 main elements, okay? So the first one is going to be the chat window, right? So the actual chat. The second one is going to be the chat input. And these are going to be decoupled elements, right? This is why I'm creating 2 separate elements. Adi says vibe song. It is, honestly, it is really cool, right? So here we're going to say that this one's going to be a flex box, flex column, height of screen, and then we're going to say overflow hidden. Right, so because the reason why I want to have overflow hidden is because I want to have it scrollable, right? So once I'm in this chat screen, I actually want to have it like a scrollable. I don't want it to ever the whole page scroll down. I want it to be a set height, and then I want to have the inside chat, only that to be scrollable. Okay, so now what we need to do is create a chat component. So chat.tsx, do RFCE, get rid of this. This is going to be my chat screen. So now if I go to my ID screen, so my ID screen right here, and I go ahead and I get rid of this, so I can say chat. Now I popped in my chat component, and then here you can see over here I can go ahead and say look, chat, boom. So that's the chat component. Awesome stuff, right? And then right alongside that, if I go back into the chat, I can go ahead and create the chat input as well while we're here, right? So let's go ahead and just do 2 birds, 1 stone. Let's go ahead and create a chat input inside my components folder. So chat input.tsx, RFCE, boom, go up here, delete. And now over inside the page.tsx, so over here, I'm going to go ahead and import this like so. Okay, now we've got the chat and the chat input. So we're going to change this into what we want. Newt Buxton, whoa, what's up, dude? He was Sweden in the house. So Sweden says, sick, man. Okay, so at this point now we've got the chat page. Okay, now the chat page itself, I do need something from this. I'm just determining what I need. So at this point, from this page, okay, so I can get this ID because this is a page route. Okay, so this right here is a page route. Okay, which means that page routes automatically, so anything at the top level, not a component, a page route. Anything at the top level gets some props. And when you have a dynamic value like this, rather than doing use path name and cutting it up and shit like that, you don't have to do that, right? Instead, you just go ahead and do, if you got props like so, you can console log your props and look what we get inside. And notice how this is a server component, hence why it's going to be listed out in my server logs. So in this case, you can see params. So you see how the ID is in there? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to extract this, but I'm going to do it in a safe way with TypeScript. So I'm going to say, I'm going to enforce the props, right? And then I'm going to say params are inside. I didn't care about the other ones. All I care about is a string. There we go. And then I'm going to enforce it. So I'm going to say that this is params, and I'm doing some inner destructuring work here. So destructure it and props. There we go, right? And Sonny, what have you done? Oops, my bad. Props. There we go. Cool. Now inside of here, I'm going to pass these in. So I'm going to pass the ID down here, and I'm going to pass the ID down here. So only one layer of drilling in there, right? Props. Someone inside is like, why are you doing this? Why are you passing ID in? It's okay, right? It's fine. And here I'm going to rename this as well to chat ID. So let's rename this to chat ID. Boom. And then in my chat input, I'm going to update these accordingly. So let's go ahead and import this right now. So firstly, I'm going to have a types, my prop type definitions like so. Then I've got my chat ID with the props. Okay, so we've got this updated, and then we've got my my chat. See how it stopped complaining? I'm gonna do the same thing for this. So we've got the same props being passed in here. So chat ID props, and then we're gonna say type props chat ID string. Okay, so now we've got this looking pretty nice. So now we've got our props being entered in. So the first thing is, let's do either the chat or the chat input. It really don't make a difference. Chat, let's do first. Okay. So actually, let's do the chat input first, because then I can actually enter messages in, and then we can display the messages, right? So let's do that. It makes more logical sense. So the chat input is actually the bottom one. So I'm clicking into that, command click, and then we've got the chat input. So let's get the magic done here, guys, right? So first things first, let's get the UI in. So we've got a form, right? The reason I've got a form is because I want to have this like type in, hit enter functionality, right? So here I'm going to, the input is going to be type text, and then I'm going to have mapping it to the state. Now there's many ways you can map your text and get it out of an input field. Okay, I know this. You can do it with the ref, you can do it with state. I'm going to do it with state today, but you can do it whatever way you want, ref, state, whatever. I'm doing state because I want to disable it if there's no session, but yeah, you can do it whatever way you want. It really don't, there's just several ways. You can use React Hooks form. Yeah, there's so many ways you can do this, right? So here I'm going to say type your message here. This is when I got my Tesla in my vlog. This is that soundtrack, right? Last name P5 space X5 flex 1. Nice. And now you can see we've got a little input form forming up at the top. We're gonna have a submit button, and this one is gonna have a paper airplane icon. Okay, so inside of this button, it's just gonna be a paper airplane icon, and that's gonna be a solid, I believe. Yep, solid. So in this case, we've got a paper airplane icon. There we go, somewhere there. So we're gonna make that look really nice. Don't worry. And then after that, we're gonna have a outside of my form. We're gonna have, oh god, that's horrible. Outside the form, we're gonna have a div, and then here eventually we'll have modal selection as well. Modal selection, right? So basically, eventually, I'm gonna have a drop down here which allows me to select the model, or I'm gonna have a drop down at the bottom which selects me. If I'm in mobile view, it's gonna show up, right? So I'll show you how that works afterwards. But I'm just writing a little reference here so that way we don't forget to do it. Okay. So the button here should be type submit, because that's what we're gonna automatically submit the form when we do that. Okay, and then. Now what we need to do is basically have a piece of state hooked up to our form. So quickest way to do this is you have a value, you hook this up to a piece of state. So in this case, I'm going to call our piece of state prompt. Okay, I'm going to create my piece of state now. So we say prompt, set prompt, and it's going to be a string value. So in this case, we don't need to cast it. I'm going to give it a blank string to begin with. That's fine. And then on change. So this means as I type in, an event is going to get fired off. All I'm simply doing is updating the text here to be set prompt. Oops, what is that? Set prompt to be e.target.value. So as the user types in, it will update the state, right? So that's fine. And at this point, you can see we're using state inside of a component, which is a server component. Big no-no. So at this point, you have to tell it and say you are a client-side component. Daniel Akrasi says, thank you very much, Sonny. You've been a blessing to my web development career. Hashtag Papa React. Thank you, dude. I love messages like that, and I appreciate you. So thank you so much for tuning in time and time again to support the channel. And I'm glad I had a good effect on you, dude. That's why we're here, right? And if you, all I ask is that you guys smash that thumbs up, man. We're at nearly at 900. We're so close to 1,000. We're so close to 1,000. All right, it's made my day if we get 1,000 likes today. All right, so we're looking good so far, right? So on the outer div, I'm gonna start styling this up. And by the way, to test this, all you gotta do is type in. If you see yourself typing in and it works, you've mapped it correctly. If you don't type in, your mapping is off. You need to check these 2 lines of code with this, okay? So that's good. So now, for the class name, I'm gonna say the background should be gray, 700. So background should be gray of 700 with a 50% opacity. Text should be gray of 400. I'm gonna round the corners, so rounded LG. The text should be small. Focus should be outline, so focus should be outline none. So basically, I don't want to have this nasty outline none. So when I'm focused, to be fair, I don't even need focus. You just do outline none. There you go. Is it outline none? Is it outline? Yeah, ring none. No, ring 0. No, ring none. Active. Okay. I'm sure it's focus. Yeah, focus. Outline none. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, okay. So now what I want to do is for the input. Oh, sorry, the input. That's one. Listen to me. All right, this does nothing. All right, it's the input. All right, so over here, we have a class name, and this is where we style it. So we say background should be transparent. Let's skip the song. Background should be transparent. Focus here is where it's outline none. I was wondering why wasn't it doing anything, because there's no bloody thing there. Like, silly me. So we say flex 1. I want that to use up the majority of the space. Look how it. Firstly, that looks beautiful, right? And then secondly, this shouldn't be flex. This should be flex. That's my bad. Yeah. So now you can see that will take up the majority of the space over there. Right. So that's much better. Okay. And guys, you've been incredible in this stream. Honestly, the energy, everything, staying with me this long, it's incredible. I'm gonna say if it's disabled, this can say cursor not allowed, and then it's also gonna have grayed out text if it's disabled. Okay. Text gray of 300. Okay. And when is it disabled, right? I'm going to say it's disabled if there is no session. And I'm going to get the session by doing what we typically did previously by basically going ahead and doing this, right? So we pop in our session like so. So if there's no session, I want to deactivate that. But to be honest, you won't even be on the screen, right? So I'm just going ahead and doing a protective block there, but you shouldn't even be on that screen. Yeah. So it was more so when I was doing it before. But for the button, I don't want to submit anything if there is no prompt or if there is no session, right? So this is an or statement. So if you haven't typed anything in, it should be kind of grayed out, right? So in this case, good, that looks all right. But I do want to style the button class, right? So in this case, the class name, and I'm going to do string interpolation here, so backticks, because I'm going to be using, actually I'm not going to be using it, so I don't need string. There we go. So I'm going to say background should be, someone says, I literally can't leave the stream, Pally. That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's the energy I want. That's what I'm talking about. I hope it ingrains every last minute of you, dude. That's what I'm talking about, man. Hover opacity. We'll make it 50% opacity. And now you can see, look, that looks good, man. So look, when I hover over it, look, oh, nice. Okay. So we want it to be a background color like that, but we're going to say text should be white. And then the font should be bold. Okay. I want it to do padding on the y-axis. Firstly, why is it so small? No, that's right. Yeah. Okay, so padding on the x-axis of 4, padding on the y-axis of 2, rounded around the corners up. So look at that. Oh, nice. Looks good. Right? And then the prompt right here, we have no prompt. So why is it not disabling? So that's, oh yeah, my bad. God, I'm making silly mistakes there. Disabled. If it's disabled, we have to style it. So I'm going to say background should be gray, 300 to resemble that it's disabled. And I'm also going to say the cursor should not be allowed. So now if you see here, it's going to be grayed out with a cursor not allowed symbol. So if I go ahead and type in, boom, look at that. Oof, so nice. Right. Let's support the Papa Fam. Like and subscribe. Patty, that is what I'm talking about. Yes. If you want to support the channel, like, subscribe. That's what I'm talking about. And most of you are watching right now, you're not actually subscribed. Right? So just subscribe. It helps this channel grow massively. You have no idea. Right? So that's awesome. I think we've done the chat correctly. This is exactly what I wanted. The actual chat window itself will push this to the bottom, okay? So that's what's going to give it that nice finishing effect. And I can prove to you that it will do that by going over to chat right now. And I'm just going to add in the flex one over here, right? So this is basically going to say, use up the majority of the space that you have. So the chat will use up this space, in which case you can see it pushes it down. The reason why this works, guys, is because remember, both sibling components, so these two, are in a flex box, flex column. So this one's saying flex one, so use up all the space. The chat input is then forced to be at the bottom of the screen. Nice. That's what we want, right? Naturally, that is exactly the UI we want. Okay, so heading over to chat input now, let's have the functionality so that way when I type in, hit enter, it's going to go ahead and push this into the database. And then we're going to start doing some chat GPT stuff, right? So we got some cool stuff happening there. Someone says, where's the GitHub repo link of this project? It's in the description down below, so you can feel free to get the code over on that side, okay? So what we're going to do now is we've got the data, we've got the session. I'm going to go ahead and get a reference to the we don't have the messages, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and have the generate a response. So basically I need to have a sort of add, so this is I'm going to call it generate response, right? But really it's kind of like send message. So let's just make send message. I think send message makes it a lot easier to understand what's going on. So asynchronous. And now what you'll find is a form has a specific event that it fires off when it submits, right? So what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you a nice little trick. So you say on submit, and then we need to send the message on submit, right? Now what you're going to find is here you're going to have an event that gets fired off, but you're never going to know what type it is, and then you're going to be like, how the hell do I know what type it is? Oh my god. So here's a little hack, okay? So you just need to go ahead and do /, so to your arrow function, and then you get the form event here, copy that, punch that in, do a little import from React, get rid of that, and just like that, TypeScript hacks, right? That helps you out a lot, right? Exiles, I subscribe just by your videos, titles, and projects. It's my first time on stream. Much love. Thank you for giving us free content courses. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right. So in this case, we've got the send message. So this now, we can go e.prevent default. You see how it automatically fills in because it's exactly the form element that we need. So that's how you get the type definition correct every time. All right. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to get the input from the prompt. Firstly, what I want to do is I want to trim it. Right? I want to say input. Firstly, we'll do some defensive programming. We'll say if there is no input, no prompt, return. Right. So firstly, defensiveness, and then we say if there is an input, we simply want to do prompt.trim. So I'm going to get rid of any white space at the end because that can mess up your prompts. Then what I'm going to do is set the prompt to blank. Right. So what I'm doing is I'm storing it in a local variable, and then I'm doing a set prompt trim. Okay. So in this case, that returns a string as well. Cool. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create a message that is going to be stored in the back, right? I think it's not showing the project source code. It is in the it's in the GitHub repo. Jay hasn't updated the text yet, but it's in the GitHub repo. Yes. Jay, just write on Slack if you confirm that. Yeah. So we're going to say we're going to create a message. All right. So we're going to create a custom type, which is a message. Okay. Now message, we'll go ahead and I'll show you what it is. But in this case, we're going to say text input. We're going to have a created app, and this is going to be the server timestamp. So it's not this, whatever that is. This server timestamp from Firebase Firestore, and then we're going to go ahead and do the following. Yeah, okay, cool. I see you, Jay. And then we're going to go ahead and say user, and then the user is going to have the underscore. Oops, I'm just going to say underscore ID, and the underscore ID is going to be the user's email. We're going to have the name of the user, and we're going to have the avatar of the user. Okay. Now what we're going to do is if they don't have a URL, I'm just simply going to give them access to a picture, which is basically just this cool little API service, which you basically pass in their name and then it creates like a little UI avatar. All it does is basically say SS, right? It's kind of cool. If you ever want like a need for that, there you go, right? So in this case, message. Now this message, we're going to create a custom type definition. So I'm going to show you where we're going to do it. So at package.json, I'm going to say typings.d.ts. Okay. And now inside of here, I'm going to create an interface message, and you can use this in an approach whereby we're basically creating any sort of types that we want to use throughout our project. We can go ahead and pop it in here, right? So in that case, bam, hit save, and now you'll notice it automatically pulls that in, right? So it's kind of a nice little cool hack as well, right? If you didn't know. So now we've got a message that we're going to go ahead and eventually push to the database. But how the hell do we do this, right? Like, what's the next step? So what we do now is we basically go ahead and we add the document to the database, right? So I can go ahead and do this. So I can go ahead and say await add doc collection, and then what I do is I basically need to specify the collection. So firstly, import all of the required dependencies that we need. So in this case, I need the add doc, I need the collection, I need my database object. So you see I've imported all above, and then I'm going to go ahead and say that we have the users, the session.user.email with making sure it's there. Then we have the chat ID messages, and then and then the second argument is the, so I'm going to make this very simple for you lot, sorry. I'm going to do, so basically think of it like that. So first argument is the collection, second argument is the message, right? So typically you pass the message in like an object. In this case, I built the object above and we're simply passing in. So this, what this will now do is it will go ahead and actually add it into the database. So when I type in and enter a message, it adds it into Firebase. Okay. Prasad says, hello Sunny, what's up, dude? Right. So that will add it in. Then next thing we're going to do is a toaster notification, right? So we'll add that in afterwards. Right. So toaster notification. And then what we're going to do is create a fetch method to the backend, which will then go ahead and start basically communicating with our own API. So I'm going to say await fetch. Okay, and then here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say /API, which is our API, and then we're going to say ask question. Okay, so we're going to create an API endpoint, and then this is going to be a post method. I'm going to pass headers of content JSON for the application, because what we're doing is we're passing in JSON data. So this is all going to be in the form of JSON. And then we're going to pass in the body. And what I'm doing here is I'm stringifying a bunch of information. Now I need to send a few things to the back where basically I need that information. The first one is going to be the prompt, right? And that is going to be the input that we specified earlier and we trimmed. The second one is going to be the chat ID. The third one is going to be the model that we're going to use. And I'll show you why we haven't got a model right now. I'll show you how we get that model. And the final one is going to be the session itself. Okay. So these are all going to be things that we're going to need. Now, for the model, the reason why we don't have a model yet is because we need to go ahead and eventually implement use SWR to go ahead and efficiently get the model. So I'm going to show you how we do that afterwards. But I'm going to say use SWR to get the model. I swear it's listening to me sometimes. Use SWR to get model. And then here I'm going to say const. Just for now, it's just going to be the text DaVinci model. So these are a bunch of different models, but for now, I'm just going to have this. But I'm going to replace this with that. So to do use SWR, that's an extension, by the way, right? So in this case, and you can watch my top 10 extensions video to go ahead and find out which one that is. So in this case, we've got the following going to the back end, okay? So now what we should find is that this will go ahead and do what we need it to do. We need to obviously create this, but after that's done, we're going to go to the then block, right? And if it's successful, what we're going to do, so the then is always on the successful execution of it. We're now going to go ahead and say the toast notification to say successful. Okay, toast notification to say loading. Right, so we've got a few things that we need to do. Right, so that's to-dos that we need to go ahead and implement. Right, so first up, let's go ahead and do the toast notification, so that way we can get that in ASAP, and then we'll test it to see if it pushes the message into Firebase, and then we will create our API endpoint. So 3 game plan, right, and then we'll do use SWR afterwards. So React Hot Toast. So React Hot Toast. Let's go ahead and do it right now. We're moving at a good speed, guys. Smash that thumbs up button. Almost at 900 likes. Documentation. We're going to do yarn add React Hot Toast. And this is amazing for this, what you see right here. Okay. So going into my second terminal, bam, yarn add React Hot Toast. And now what we need to do is we need to import it into our app at the top level. But we're using Next.js 13. That's not simple to do in this situation. So we have the layout. Okay. But in this case, the layout is a server component. What we're trying to do here is definitely a client-side component functionality, right? So the way you do this is you can create something called a client provider. Okay, so client provider. And what we can do here is we can use this pattern to basically push anything that needs the client at the top level. We can inject it at this level, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and create a client provider component .tsx, so RFCE. Oops. RFCE. So sometimes I get this and it's super annoying. It doesn't allow me to do it. That's fine. What I'll do is I'll show you guys what I need instead. So I'm going to have a client provider. That's fine. And this will return the following, right? So this will return basically a React fragment, and it's just going to have a toaster inside of it, right? So a toaster, and the position of all of my toasts is going to be the top right. So you can go ahead and specify a bunch of different ones, like all of these directions, and you can customize it even further. I'm just going to keep it very simple for now. This is going to be a use client. So this is going to be a client component, right? Now think about the magic that I just did here. So imagine if I had loads of different client libraries. So client library number 1, client library number 2, client number 3. So they're all going to get injected, and all of them are going to use by default they're going to get rendered in a client, basically a wrapper, right? So that's going to basically tell Next.js that these things are client components, right? Then what we do is we simply inject it over here. And now, just like that, we have it at the top level. So that's how you do a replacement for that in Next.js 13. If you're wondering, smash that thumbs up button, because that was very useful information if you're coding in Next.js 13. Okay, so now we can go ahead and actually make calls to the Toast API. Okay, because inside of our app we have access to it. So let's go down to, we're so close to 900 likes. We're like 2 likes away. Wow. All right. That's absolutely nuts. I'm going to change the song. So let's do now inside of chat input, right? So chat input. There we go. Boom. Okay, so Toast notification to say loading. So I'm going to show you how we do this now. 900 likes. Let's go, guys. That's crazy. Oh my God. 900 likes already. 1,000 likes. Come on, we can do this. This video is going to hit 1 million views. I'm telling you. When you watch this back, it's going to hit 1 million views. At some point, I'm telling you, it's going to blow up this video. This is going to be my next Uber, which is a 1 million view video. So at this point, let's go ahead and say const notification. I just know it, right? So this one, we basically say toast dot, and basically we import this from React.toast at the top. Okay, toast dot loading. And then what I say is I say chat GPT is thinking. Okay, it's thinking. Ooh, okay. And then basically it gets assigned an ID of load notification, right? So in this case, we trigger it off. So it's going to basically pop up saying it's thinking, it's doing something. And then once it posts to our API, right? When it comes back with a success response, then I want to say that the toast was successful, right? So the way you do this is you basically go ahead and say chat GPT has responded. And then your second argument is basically going to be attached to the ID of the notification of the first one. So this one will basically be there. And then this one will replace it. So that's why we passed in the ID. Fazad says 1 million views by March the 1st. I'm calling it. Hey, dude, if you get it, I'm going to give you something. I'll tell you. Like, I'll give you some present. This is amazing. Omar said, I'm definitely going to watch it when I get home. That's what I'm talking about, Omar. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss any of these videos, right? Guys, 1,000 likes. Let's just do it. Let's destroy it. Right. So in this case, ChatGPT has responded. So let's give it a try, right? Let's see if this actually does anything. Well, actually, it'll get stuck. I'm telling you. It'll say, if I type in test, boom. So see how it says ChatGPT has responded, because it just basically it hit this endpoint and it didn't do anything, right? So it believe it or not, it didn't work the way we wanted, right? So I know it might seem like it, but it didn't do what we wanted, because right now we don't have this endpoint. Okay, so what we need to do now is basically go over to, and you do get the response here if you ever do want to do anything with it, by the way, right? So now what we need to do is create an API endpoint for asking the question. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my pages, API, hello. Right, so at this point where you've got hello, what I would do is I'll just copy this, right? The reason why this is good is because this, you can actually use this as like a template for your statement portion, right? So if we were to go ahead and even copy that, and then I was to go ahead and type in our endpoint. So now I want to do a ask question. Remember, this is actually going to be the API endpoint root. So do not mess it up. It should be .ts, yeah? And we paste it in. So this is going to be our root. So let's go ahead and get this set up the way we wanted. Firstly, the response type of data, right? So in this case, we can define the response type here. So we're going to send back an answer. And this is where we basically start doing the magic to go ahead and communicate with ChatGPT. So if you're excited for that, this is what you've been waiting for. Right? So in this case, we got the answer right here. So I'm going to make this an asynchronous function, because this is going to be, yeah, this will be an asynchronous call. And then we're going to basically strip out all of the things that we sent over. So think of it this way, right? When I have my chat input, so let's go over to my chat input. Where is it gone? Chat input. And you can see what happened is I sent over the 4 things in the body, right? So what I'm doing is I'm essentially reversing it now, and I'm getting them out, right? So what I do is I say const, and I start getting out the things that I sent along. So prompt, chat ID, model, session, all these things, I'm going to go ahead and get out of the request body. So I'm destructuring them, right? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a few fail safes. So I basically want to return a 400 status if you don't pass in a prompt and if you don't pass in a chat ID. So this is basically like an API we're building right now. So if we don't have a prompt, I'm going to say please provide a prompt and return a status of 400, like an error. And then the same with 400. That's basically saying like you're missing some data, you know, you need to return something, okay? Then what I'm going to do, if not, I'm going to do a chat GPT query. So this is where the magic happens, guys. This is the moment of truth. This is where I'm going to do it. I'm going to say const response equals await query, and we're going to create this query function, and I'm going to pass in the prompt, the chat ID, and the model. Okay, so we need to create this query function. So what I'm going to do is in the top level of my code, I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder called a lib. Right, so you can call it lib or util or whatever you want to do. I like to call it sort of like all my utility stuff lib. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and type in query API.ts. It's like a helper file, right? And inside of here is where I'm going to have the magic that goes ahead and connects to ChatGPT. So I need to create a new file as well called ChatGPT. In fact, we'll just do it lowercase, ChatGPT. And then I need to then install the OpenAI library, okay? So in this case, I need to go ahead and type in yarn add OpenAI. So now we are installing the OpenAI modules and libraries, that kind of stuff, right? Guys, we're so close to 1,000 likes. It's absolutely nuts. All right, so we've got the ChatGPT library installed, and this is where I need you to go ahead and get your API key. So we need to install the following, install the following configuration and OpenAI modules from OpenAI. OpenAI, wow, I keep messing it up. Right, and thank you so much, Akash, for the donation. I appreciate you. And now what we need to do is basically get into it, right? So remember in the beginning, when I went to here, my platform OpenAPI, and then we had the API key section. So I've already got an API key, right? So you need to create a new key. So you just simply go to OpenAPI or openai.com, personal, and then you should see view API keys. Click on create a new secret key and your key will pop up, right? So I've already got a key. So I'm going to show you how to import your key, or how to add your key. So next thing you want to do is environment local. So I'm going to hide my screen for a second. You guys thought I was going to slip, right? You guys thought I was going to slip. All right, so now, what's my hide command? I always forget it. Oh, screw it. All right, so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and just do... Okay, so there we go. Okay, so in this case, we're in my environment file. And then for you guys, what I need you to do is you need to have your OpenAPI key here. So basically, that value that you just saw on the screen, paste it here. So paste it here, right? Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste my value, and I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to save the file, and I'm going to close this, okay? So I'm about to paste my value, put in my Google secret, obviously, and then close this file. So we're going to do that right now. So I'm pasting my OpenAPI key. I am pasting in my Google secret once again. I'm closing my environment file. Cool. There we go. Tina, yes, you can do that. I teach it in Full Stack Hero, but I can't teach it on the call right now. Wow, our viewers just spiked. Oh my God, this is nuts. What is up, guys? Welcome to the stream. Okay, this is so sick. All right. So in this case, we've got, now I've got what I need. So ChatGPT, I need to basically create a configuration to it. So we are back in ChatGPT land, so the file. And now we're going to say const configuration. Configuration equals new configuration. And we pass in an object, right? And in here, I pass in the API key. So API key. And I say process.env.openAI API key, right? Nice. Pedro Costa, hi from Brazil. What is up, dude? And this will basically connect to my API. So now I need to connect to OpenAPI, right? OpenAI. Okay, forgive me. OpenAI. Wow. OpenAI equals new OpenAI It's a proper tongue twister, right? And I pass in the configuration. And this basically is like a key to access my OpenAI API, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to export a default OpenAI. Nice. So now what I can do is I can essentially use this singleton object, not singleton, we use this config object which has a connection to the OpenAI API and basically make my ChatGPT calls, right? So we're going really strong, trust me. Like we're actually going very, very strong right now. Now, going over to the query API, we can actually use that stuff, right? So I'm going to import my OpenAI from my OpenAI file, okay? Oh, sorry, from ChatGPT. What am I doing? Okay, then I'm going to create a query. So const query equals, this is a helper function, async, there we go. And it's going to take in a prompt, chat, and model. And the prompt is going to have a string value. So this is our TypeScript values. Prompt is going to async. Yeah, the chat ID is going to be a string, and the model is going to be a string as well. Okay. Come on, Jay. Someone said that for. I literally said Jay. So then now what I'm going to do, right, is I'm going to make a call to OpenAI now. So this is basically where I pass in what the user types in. I'm going to make a request to ChatGPT right now, okay? So basically, and what we call this is a completion. So I'm passing in the information at this point, and then it's going to go ahead and do that. Yeah? So Frank says, is there a way to make the chats public instead of having them tied to only your account? Yes, you can. You just change the structure of your database. So initially I had that, and then I made it more interesting by having like a signed in sort of thing. But yes, you could. You just get rid of the user's email collection root, and you just have it on a flat chats collection, if that makes sense, right? So you don't really need authentication then, right? You can, but yeah, that's how you do it. All right, so at this point now, we go ahead and say const res, so the response equals await OpenAI dot, and then you can see here, we've got OpenAI dot create completion. So you see we've got loads: create image, create completion. OpenAI is incredible, and if you want me to do more videos on all of these things, just destroy the like button and I'll literally work out how to do this stuff and I'll teach you. All right, so now we've got the create completion, and now what we do is we have to pass in a few things. Okay, so the first thing is the model. Now the model, remember I had the text Da Vinci, you know, that thing put me in passed in. So model I'm passing in through our value here, that's going to be the text Da Vinci. Okay, and then what we do is just automate the okay, it could get expensive. Yeah, you're right, exactly. Yeah, and then we've got the prompt, right? So this is what the user has typed in, so the prompt. And then, and bear in mind, this is actually a value that they expect. So you see if I do control spacebar, you can see all these different values. And then you've got a few different, okay, so this is quite important here, right? So in the docs, I'm not gonna go too far into it, but you have something called the temperature and the top P. And what you do is by manipulating these values, you are basically telling your ChatGPT or OpenAI bot that you want it to be more creative or more logical, right? So by having a 0.9, I believe, on the temperature, it's more of a creative answer. So it can come out with different angles. Sometimes if you say, write me an essay, and you had that value super low, it would be very like direct, whereas creative, if you want to inspire the creativity of the model, or 0.9 is a good value, right? So you can go ahead and mess around with that yourself, but in this case I'm going to give it a temperature value of 0.9. Max tokens is essentially what we're limiting the number of tokens that this one call can do. I'm going to pass 1,000 in at once, right? And then we're going to say the top P is 1. So these two values are the ones, right? So you can manipulate these and it'll give you different responses from your model. And then you have something called a frequency penalty, and you have a presence penalty. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what they fully do, these two, so feel free to research them. I just left them on 0 for now. I'm just being totally honest with you. I would have to look up at this, right? But RDN says, can you do a live like this but DALI? Yes, I can. Who wants to do a DALI build? Let me know in the comments right now and smash the like button. I'll do a DALI build. Yeah, Kira says, holy cow, you're awesome, keep it up. Thank you, dear, I appreciate it, man. So at this point, once it's done, what we do is we say then, we get the response back, and I'll show you what happens, right? So inside of response, you see we get all of this back, right? So we get the data back, and then you can see we actually get the type definitions because we've used the OpenAI library. So in this case, we get the choices, and then we're just gonna pick the first text from the first choice that comes back, that text, because what can happen is it can return like maybe 3 choices, right? But we're just going to get the first one. We're going to pass text. And if there is an error, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the error, and instead of just console logging it, I'm going to do an implicit return, right? I'm going to implicitly return, and I'm going to say ChatGPT was unable to find an answer for that with the error message, right? Now, the reason why I find that this is particularly handy, guys, is because what I found was sometimes it would actually error out because you would be rate limited, right? So you'd get a 429 error code, which means that there's too many requests. And that can happen quite frequently, especially if you're spamming the hell out of it like I was, right? So you want to make sure you catch that, and then that way you can go ahead and forward it through and do the same thing, okay? Dipanshu says, love your video, Sonny. For months now, my first time watching you live. Oh, awesome. What's up, man? Yeah. So, there we go. So, Fazan says, Sonny's sharing his API key. I didn't share my API key. If I slipped, I'm changing that key, right? Return res. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to export default query. So now we've got our helper function to essentially carry out the prompt to ChatGPT. And what's really cool about this, guys, is that firstly, we didn't use the chat ID, so that can actually get rid of this, right? So we actually don't need this. The reason why I included that is because what you could do is make a call at this point to get all the previous messages of your chat and build your prompt up on that. So that way you have contextual chat. So that's if you're wondering how to do that, that's how you would do it. But yeah, so that's actually how you would do it, right? You could do it that way. But I don't want to go too crazy on it. But yeah, okay. So at this point now, what's really cool is that if I change the model of the input here, it will go ahead and use different models. So once we get that bit set up, it will just literally click and play into this, right? So now we've got a query done. So we can go back to our ask, and we can go ahead and import our query helper from our library. Right, so now we've imported it from our library. Now we can go ahead and build out the rest of our thing. So if I catch you spamming with 422, it's definitely Jay. Yeah, you can blame Jay. It ain't me. So this one we got asked question. So Akash, thank you so much. He goes, build like, can you do a live stream with Uber Eats with AWS Amplify? I'll consider it. I'm not big on AWS Amplify, but I'll consider it. Thank you. Yeah. So at this point we've got I'm going to create a message now. So message, and the reason why I'm doing this is that way I keep it consistent with the previous message that I made. All right. So at this point we're going to go ahead and say that the text is going to be the response, or it's going to say ChatGPT could not find an answer for that. Right. So text or ChatGPT cannot find an answer for that. If there was no available thing that come back. And now this is the important part, okay? So I need to get the admin, right? So I need the admin's Firestore details, because what I'm gonna need to do now is from the back end, I need to basically create a document, right? So I need to go ahead and add in a document into the messages collection, but from the server end, which means that I need a special admin privilege, right? So in order to do this, I'm going to show you exactly how. And this is very powerful, right? So listen very carefully. So at this point, I am going to pause at this, and I need to set up Firebase admin because we need the timestamp and a bunch of other things. So I'm going to go into where Firebase is. I'm going to create another one called Firebase admin. And this is a different library, huh? So it's the Firebase admin API. Right, so in this case now, what we're going to do is we're going to install Firebase admin into our project. So Command J, yarn add command Firebase admin. There we go. And then once this is up and looking good, guys, the return. Oh my God, you lot are incredible! Like literally 1,000 likes is so close, and the retention is so nuts today. Over 300 people across platforms. I really appreciate you guys. I just want to say it. Yeah, thank you so much for tuning in again. All right, so I'm going to do my import. So very similar approach where we have the get apps and we import it. So similar thing, except now we need something called a service account key, right? So let's head over to our Firebase. So over here, and then I want to go into our Firebase build. It was authentication. Yeah, authentication. And now settings. Okay, so I've completely gone blank here, but let's find it. Don't worry about it. Let's find it together. So it's got Firestore database, usage, Firestore rules. Where is my admin stuff? I forgot. I've completely gone blank. I think it is in authentication, right? Oh no, sorry. It's in here. Project settings. There we go. So project settings. Then you want to go to service accounts. Yeah. So at this point, you can go ahead and click in create service account. So here we've created a service account, and then I want to go ahead and do node, right? And we need to generate a new private key. So this is the code that they give you. I'm going to show you a better way to do this, but we're going to generate a new private key right now. I'm going to click on generate, and what's going to happen is I'm going to download a file. So I just clicked it. It's just downloaded a file for me. So I'm going to show you the different approaches that we can take to getting this the way we want it, right? So I've just moved that off the screen because I had something in there. So it's downloaded the file that we want. And then what I recommend you do is you take the file that it went ahead and gave you. So I'm going to go back to my screen right now. You take that file and you just drag it over here, right? So right now I've got this. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this to simply my service account key, right? But you see right now, so this is good in my local dev environment, but how do I do this when I go ahead and get it, right? So it's a nasty trick, I had to hide the screen. You never know, right? You never know. I could have something there, I don't know, right? I don't even know myself. So at this point, if I was to go ahead and I don't have anything, right? If I was to go ahead and like deploy this, I can't just give this to an environment variable, right? So there is a way of doing that though. So what I want you to do is I'll Control A, copy this, right? Copy this. I'm going to show you a trick now, right? So locally this will work with a React app, but when you want to deploy it, it's a little bit different, right? So I'm going to show you how you can actually include this in a environment variable, right? So yes, you can do that, right? So what I want you to do is head over to, I've got it here just to help out actually. So you want to head over to this website right now. So textfixer.com/tools/remove line breaks, right? Then you want to go down and paste in your block, right? So Mr. Frank Go, what's up, man? He goes, can you refund a cache? We've done AWS amplifier. It's bad. We can build something better. I love that. That's so jokes. Thank you, Frank. Wow, we got shots being fired between everyone. It's so funny, right? So at this point, we're gonna do go back to my service account key, copy this, go back over to my this one and paste it. And you see what all I need to do now is remove the line breaks. So remove line breaks, and you'll get this. Okay, so you want to copy this, and again, this is actually all in the Papa GitHub repo in the example environment file. Okay, so basically you want to grab this, copy this, and now I'm going to show you something else. Right? It just blow your mind. I was like, whoa, that actually worked. Like, holy crap. And I found this one out. Yeah. So now, rather than using this service account key, because again, you don't want to commit, you don't want to push this file, right? You absolutely don't want to push that file public, right? That's a private file, which means that I should ignore that, which I will in a second, right? Somebody remind me. So at this point now, in my environment file, I'm going to hide for a second. I'm going to hide my keys for a second as well. So I'm going to take this key away. I'm going to take this key away. Okay. And then what I want to do is come back to my screen. And then now I want to type in Firebase service account key equals, right? And what I'll do is if I was you, I'll just pop it down there. Okay. And then I'll show you how we do this. So that value that we copied earlier, I copied it in my clipboard. I'm just going to grab it now. So you copy the value that I talked about, the massive one, and you just paste it in, guys. Like, that's literally it. You just paste it in. Right? I kid you not, you paste it in, right? And we can do this when we deploy as well, right? So you have to do that line break cleanup, otherwise it won't work as an environment variable, but that's how you do it. So I'm going to go ahead and put back with these environment variables, save the file, and then close it. Okay, so I'm doing this now. So I'm going to go ahead and just pop these values back in. I'm going to go ahead and pop in this value right now as well. Boom. And now we have our value. Okay, so this is good. So going back to Firebase. So at this point, what we could have done before is if you want to keep your JSON account in your directory, you can do it, right? You can do it with this call. But again, as I mentioned, you don't want to commit that, right? You really don't want to commit that to your code. Otherwise, somebody can see your service account key. So I wouldn't do that, right? So firstly, what you should be doing is, if you are going to go that route, is ignore it. So service account key should be then grayed out. So that's good. So you want to add it to your git ignore file. But we want to do it from our environment file. So that way we can do some cooler stuff with it, right? So now what I want to do is you basically rebuild it from your JSON. So you say service account equals JSON.parse, and then you get your account key from your environment file, and then you do as string, right? Fazad says presence penalty is the number between -2 and 2. Positive values penalize new tokens based on whether they appear in the text so far, increasing the model's likelihood to talk about new tokens. Oh wow, that's cool. And frequency penalty as well. Oh, thank you, dude. Okay, that's awesome. Fazad, I would love if you can actually talk about this more in Zero to Full Stack Hero, and we can do like a talk in it inside the course. That would be awesome, right? Let me know if you're interested. So at this point, Firebase admin, yeah, there we have it. So we got the service account rebuilt out, basically. And now what I do is I say, if there is no get apps dot length, right? So no get apps dot length, right? Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say admin dot initialize app, okay? And this is a singleton pattern, and we say credential admin certificate service account. So basically we rebuilt it back from this environment variable, and then we initialize the app with it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say admin db equals admin dot firestore. And then what I do is I export my admin database. And now what I can do is I can make admin calls from my backend to manipulate the database with 0 permission. So remember, admins, this is why you have to hide that key. Admins do not need permission level requirements. They can just go in and just delete everything, right? So you have to be careful with this, okay? Liz Myers, I can't answer that on the stream. I don't know from your example right now. You'd have to join our community or something like that, because I can't debug your issue right now on the stream, right? So in this case, we've got this here. So now I'm going to go into ask question, and we're going to go into our code and start doing the finish off our API query. Okay. So now where I need to get the timestamp from the admin database, right? From the database, basically. But this is on the Node.js. This is a backend. This is a server level, right? So I say create app, and then I go ahead and say admin dot firestore dot timestamp dot now. Okay, so dot now, like that, right? And then I basically have this. Oops, no. And then I say user. I'm going to pass in a user object. My user object is going to have an ID of ChatGPT. So it's going to be ChatGPT. The name is going to be ChatGPT, and the avatar, in this case, I've actually got an avatar of ChatGPT that I've saved. Feel free to use it. There you go. And then we have it. Okay, cool. Use it at your own risk, basically. I don't own that, all right? It's just a logo. I'm not assuming ownership or whatever. ChatGPT, I'm just trying to spread love. Something you have to say these things now. Guys, we're also 13 likes away from 1,000, which is nuts. All right, crazy. So now we've got the message ready. I'm going to go ahead and do the install. So I say await, add to the database. I'm going to say await admin db dot collection. Right, so I need the admin DB firstly, so I'm going to import it, admin.collection. And now this follows the old approach, right? So I don't know if you've done this before, but this will follow the old V8 approach that we were used to back in the day. So it'll be session dot, so okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to write this one out for you, so it's a bit easier for you to just understand. Otherwise, I'm just going to faff it a bit when I explain it. So await, so collection users, doc session, collection chats, doc chat ID, collection messages, add message, right? Add message into this collection. That's what we're doing. Now you can go ahead and specify this in a single doc string, but I want to just do it like this, right? So that's pretty cool. Okay, so Tina, I'm looking into doing new builds, yes. So collection, I'm going to add it there, right? So at this point now, that will actually do what we want. So res.statusJSON, I'm going to send back the answer, and the answer will be the message.text, because we already have it, right? So if all of this goes to plan, what we are doing here is we are, from our chat input, there's loads of stuff happening, right? From our chat input, we are making a API call. So basically we are adding to Firebase firstly from the client. The client then queries our own API, right? So you can even shift this if you want to the backend, but it's fine, right? So then what we do is we make a request to our API. Our API will then go ahead and hit our own ask questions endpoint. Then we hit this point. We strip out all the values that we pass through. We then go ahead and say we check them, make sure we got all the details we need. We then query ChatGPT. ChatGPT will then give us back a message, right? So the response, we package this up into a message. We then add this from the admin, so the backend, into the Firestore database, right? And then what we do is we return the answer as a bit of text. Okay, and then because it's all connected in a real-time fashion on the front end already, we should see that being updated. Okay, so let's go ahead and refresh and see what the hell's going on. So firstly, I've got an issue going on here. What is happening? ChatGPT, so server error. At this point, what I would do is just we've installed a bunch of stuff, close the server, run it again, and let's just see what's happening. Okay, so oh no, please, I should have spotted that one. I've seen it. Maybe it would have been. Oh, there we go. Thank God. I was thinking, damn. I was like, yeah, sorry. So at this point now, if I was to go ahead and click into these, cool. And then what I want to do is I want to bring out my Firebase database. Where is it gone? Yeah, let's just pull it out here. So I'm going to pull this over here so we can see it. So I'm going to go to my Firestore database and let's go ahead and type in a message into one of these. So you can see here that these have the IDs at the top, right? So we've got WO, this one is DZT, right? So DZT in chats, let's go to DZT, this one. And then you can see we have no messages right now. So if I type in hello world, enter, right? It will say ChatGPT is thinking. So remember our loading has punched off messages. It went ahead and added in our message of hello world. Now it's asked, oh, sick. Now it added in ChatGPT, and then from the admin, it added in the response, which was some Chinese text, I guess, or I'm not sure what that is, but yeah. So at this point, let's go ahead and say, what is the color of the sky? And let's see what happens, right? So look, client side added it. We then make a request to our backend, and then the backend says the color of the sky can vary depending on the time of day and the weather, but it's usually a light blue. Boom! Let's freaking go, guys. That's crazy. Patty says it's Japanese. My bad. I had no idea. I was guessing. Right? That is so amazingly powerful. Right? This is so cool. Right? This is so cool. Yeah, so you guys can see that is literally pulling it in, and you see the way it's doing it is nuts, right? It's doing it from our back end. It's just so good. Right, now we've got the messages, we can go ahead and do the front end. So let's go ahead and keep the momentum up because we still got quite a bit to build, right? But it's all going to plug and play now, I promise you. And we've got use SWR for the model selection as well. So now we've got the chat. So we've done, if we go to our chat page.tsx, over here we've got the chat input, which is pretty much done, and then we've got the chat. Now what I love about this build is that we aren't connected to anything. So chat input is completely independent of chat, which is so nice, right? Guys, we're also 3 likes away from 1,000 likes. I'm about to lose my mind if we hit that. Let me go ahead and find the song, because I need to do this the way that we have to, and then we will finish this strong, guys. 2 likes away. Come on, who's gonna do it on the drop? Oh no, someone's playing games. Someone's unliking. Right, just smash that thumbs up button, and we're gonna hit 1,000 likes, and that is what I'm talking about. And we're gonna carry on building out the chat screen right now. That's it, making my day, man. Mr. Franco, Sunny GPT, let's go, man. So 1,000 likes, let's go, Jay. 1,000 likes on this build. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Let's share this video as much as you can. Yeah, get this video out to as many people as you want. It's such a powerful build. It's so good. So fun. Thank you so much, Papa Fam. We are not finished yet, but we're going strong, right? We're not finished yet, but absolutely banger of a topic right now. Let's get the chat done in. Wow, that's so cool, man. Mana says, show the nasty directory. That's so funny. Right, let's go ahead and do the chat directory now. All right, so firstly, we need the session. So we need the data. This bit's a breeze now because we've done this before, right? So we need the use session. Amazing stuff, guys. This is what the Papa Farm is about. It's a family of developers absolutely crushing it, right? That's what I'm talking about. React Context is unavailable in server components. Yes, because chat needs to be a client component. There we go. Amazing stuff. Let's get back into the focus mode, but absolutely love and appreciate every single one of you watching right now. If you like this energy, just imagine Zero to Full Stack Hero is this all the time, every week in coaching calls. This is what we do. Right? And whoever's in Zero to Full Stack Hero right now, Papicha, any of you guys in there, just go ahead and you can tell it for yourself. But absolutely, I built a community that's all fun that we learn together. All right, so we've got the chat. There we go, bam. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and map the items from the collection, right? So in this case, we're going to get the messages. Remember, you get the loading and the error state as well. We don't care about the error and the loading for now. We're just going to use collection. Use collection. Yeah, use collection. There we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, if the session exists and query, so now we're going to have a like an aggregate query. Remember how we do this? We say firstly, we say the collection. That's actually spot on with what I wanted. Yes, that is correct. And then messages, yes. And then the second argument would be order by created at. So I need to firstly pop in order by collection. So this is very similar to what we did before, guys. I import all of the things I need: users, session, email, chat ID, messages, and so forth, right? But in this case, we're just double checking the session exists before we go ahead and do that, right? Hashtag Papa Fam is strong. That's what I'm talking about. Literally, Frank's been here from day one. That's amazing, right? Crazy. It's stronger than ever, dude. That's literally it. Right, now we're going to go ahead and map out the messages here. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and say messages.docs.map out. For every single message, I want to map out a message item, so message, and we're going to pass through the key. Firstly, the key is going to be the message.id. Remember, you should always use a key when you're mapping through, right? And then we're also going to pass through the message, and this is going to be the message.data from Firebase, which is going to be the contents of that message. Now what I'm going to do is go ahead and create a message component. So here I'm going to say message.tsx, and then here RFCE message, like so. And inside of here we get the actual message itself, so the message contents, and we actually get the type definition from this from Firebase, which is documents. So in this case I can say type props equals message equals document data, and then here I can say we get the message come back through like so, and I can map it to the props, right? And just like that, we now have the perfect type definitions mapped in. This one's freaking out because message only refers to a type, but it's not being used to a type. Oh, I see. So that's a problem because we don't want to have oh yeah, so I'm not actually, that's my bad, I haven't imported it. What am I doing? There you go. Yeah, need to import it. And now what we should see on our message, hey, look at that, messages are coming through. Yeah, so if I type in like hello world, you'll see that now you just see like another hello world, and then while it's thinking, it will basically wait for it and pop in the next one. Yeah, so Lost in You says, I want to thank you for your great content. I started starting webinar 5 months ago, and your videos have helped me a lot. Thanks to you, I found a job. Please never ever stop. Jay, screenshot that. That is amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that, man. Mr. Frank says, before day one, fam. Yeah, man. Frank, I take it back. You've been before day one, dude. You've been an OG from day, like literally day minus 50,000, dude. You've been there forever. It's sick, man. So at this point, we've got the div. Now I'm going to have a div, and inside of it, I'm going to have a p tag. And here, we're going to have the message text. So the message.text, and wait for it. I'm not going to hit save yet. I'm not going to hit save. I'm going to wait for it, right? So the source here, I'm going to say message.user.avatar. Yeah, and then we're gonna style this up a little bit. So I'm not hitting save. I'm going to show you how it pops in, and it's gonna be that whoa moment, right? So the class name, pt1, text should be small, and then the div on the outside should be a flex container space along the x-axis of 5, padding on the x-axis of 10, max width of 2 XL, and margin X of auto, and then obviously we have the outer one. But before I do that, I'm gonna hit save now. 3, 2, 1, boom. Oh, look at that. Look at that, guys. Look at that. It's so cool. It's coming in. So let's go ahead and do the finishing touch on this. We're gonna say we're gonna do a string interpolation because we're gonna use a bit of a we're going to check a variable here. So I'm going to say padding Y of 5. There we go. A bit of breathing room. Text should be white. And you can obviously add in dark mode, do all that good stuff, right? I say is ChatGPT. So firstly, I need to determine if I'm ChatGPT. And the way I do that is very simple, right? The only way you're going to be like you're going to know if it's the robot is because if the admin added it, their message name will always be ChatGPT. Otherwise, it will be your email address. So we can safely confirm by using this variable here by saying is ChatGPT and then we say BG, and then we basically pass in the color of the one that I want. So I'm going to actually have like the striped approach that they have, and then wait for it. 3, 2, 1, pow! Oh my goodness, look at that! Like, oh my days, that is so clean. All right, and now if I type in what is a YouTuber? And wait for it. ChatGPT is thinking. Wait for it. 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 Come on. Come on. Sometimes it will bug out and it'll say 49. YouTuber is an individual who creates and uploads video content and is sharing on YouTube. Oh, this is so cool. If I go into another one here, new chat, you will see, and also look at the last little words are coming in, right? And here, if I say, explain what coding is, right? And wait for this. Check this out. Kung Kot asked a question. We answer that kind of stuff in Zero to Full Stack Hero. Look at that. Fazad says, if these messages are popping, I'm about to lose my mind. Yeah, dude, it's so sick, right? Look at that. Look. Are you a human? And look at this. Look, ChatGPT is thinking. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. No, I'm not human. Oh, it's so cool, man. So cool. And look, you can go ahead and go through the different, things and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, this is absolutely amazing. And you can go ahead and delete old stuff, and you can go ahead and click through. And look, it takes us back to the home screen if you delete. Amazing, amazing stuff, right? So this is so clean right now. Obviously, we still got some UI stuff. We still got the model selection to do. We still have a few areas that we need to fix, right? So let's go ahead and go into, let's carry on while we're going strong, right? So firstly, absolutely amazing progress so far. What we now need to do is go into, where my code up? Let's see. So we'll go into page.tsx, and we had overflow hidden here, but in here, I believe we wanted overflow scroll. Yeah, so here is what I wanted to do. So flex one, but I wanted to say overflow y of scroll. That way, if it ever got too big, it would be a scroll, right? You can do auto as well, right? So only if it goes past that point, it will go ahead and pop in. And you can say overflow x is hidden. Yeah, because we're actually wrapping around anyway, so this works really nicely. Who is Papa React? Ask ChatGPT. I don't even know if it'll ask this, right? Who is Papa React? Who knows, right? If it does that, I'm gonna lose my mind, right? So if someone says, who is Papa React? Let's see. I'm nervous. I don't know what it's gonna say. Papa is an educational organization that helps provide resources. Oh wow! Papa React offers a variety of services and provides such an online course to focus on fundamentals. Yo, that's really that's pretty crazy. I think that's spot on. I think it is, right? We are an educational organization, right? I guess I'm an educational organization. They forgetting about Jay, hating on it, but that's amazing. That's so cool. Wow. So at this point, this is a really cool build. You see what I mean, right? So we've got this down. And now what I do want to do is I want to say if there is no messages, I actually want to have a little sort of like a nice little prompt, right? So I'm going to say messages dot empty. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to save us a bit of time here by just popping in what I need. So I'm going to go pop that in. And I'm just going to pop in a fragment with an arrow down circle icon, right? And what this will do is I'm actually going to have an outline. So now what we'll do is basically, if there is no message, watch what happens now. So new chat, takes me to a new chat, wait for it. Type in a prompt below to get started. Hey, look at that. That's so sick, right? You're so famous that even OpenAI heard about you. I see, it's pretty cool, right? It found me. So at this point, even if we delete it, you see how it will take me back to the home screen. But this is what I'm saying, like you're actually getting different messages, right? Which is absolutely incredible. Like, you're literally getting the different messages, you're getting new messages. It's really quite powerful, right? Like what's happening here. And you see like the last thing, so the last message here, hello world, Papa React is an educational organization. This is amazing, right? So just want to type in test one. I just want to see something. This one for some reason it's only showing the top one, which is strange. But yeah, it should show the last message on here. Wait for it. Okay, but let's move on because I don't want to get stuck here, mess around with this. But you see how even the overflow comes in when it's needed, yeah. So sometimes if we can't figure it out, it'll say ChatGPT has no answer for that, or how we did it. Okay. So at this point now, let's do the model selection. While we're going hot, let's do model selection. So now what we're going to do is React select. So React select. Okay, so React select, let's keep going strong. We're going to use this to create a select, right? So first things first, I need to make an API call, which will allow us to get all of the engines. So I'm actually going to save us time now and do that right now. So inside of our API, we're going to go ahead and create a API call called get engines. getengines.ts, right? And what this API is going to do is essentially we're going to go ahead and pull in a bunch of stuff from, so in this case, I'm popping this in and I'll explain everything. So this is no different to our previous API call layout, right? So the same layout is what we're dealing with, except we have, firstly, on a type of options, which is going to be what we end up returning in the select field. So that's why I've created the type options. Here is the return type. And what we're doing is we're simply returning a type of model options, which is option array, right? So this is the reason why it's because you know those little select drop-down fields? The way they expect data is in value label pairs. So what I've done is I made a type definition for that value, which is called option, value label pairs, and it's an array. So model options is basically going to be the drop-down options. Then what we're doing is we're basically making a call to OpenAI. We're saying list all the models, and we're simply passing the data from it, right? And it's data.data because inside the data block is inside of data is literally what we wanted, right? Fazza said, ask who is Sunny Sanga Papuri at YouTuber. Let me actually do that. I'm actually going to try it in the background. I know I'm getting distracted. I'm only going to do this one thing. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. That gave a big prompt. I actually want to do this. I want to see what it's like. Who is Papuri at YouTuber? While it does that, let's go ahead and do this. So then carrying things on, we're then mapping things out. So that way we're basically extracting the data that gets returned, and we're just we're mapping it into what the thing that we need. So all we cared about was the ID that came back. So the IDs, and each one was like text DaVinci had the other ADA models and those kind of ones, loads of models. And then we're simply returning it in a statement, right? As in we're returning it in the response. Okay. Sunny Sanga Papa is a popular British YouTuber and reaction videos. Okay. He has over 845,000. Okay. So we've traveled forward in time. Over 120 million views since he began uploading in 2014. I mean, it's somewhat there. We'll get there. We'll get there. And reaction videos, maybe, who knows? All right, let's so jokes. Okay, let's stay focused now. So we've got this get engines available. And now what I want to do is I'm going to make a call to my get engine. So what I need to do now is I'm going to go to my my sidebar, and where we had modal selection, right? So here. So what we're going to do inside the sidebar, guys, is we're actually going to go ahead and say, this sidebar, by the way, is going to be, so I want to hide it here. I want to have the modal selection at the bottom on mobile screen, and I want to show it there on big screen. So what I say is I say hidden for mobile and show on small screens and above, right? So small screens and above, inline it. And then what I'm going to do here is create a new component called modal selection, right? And this modal selection is going to be our special thing that we have access to. So it's basically going to be the one that and this is going to be really powerful, and it uses use SWR. So stay tuned, right? So we're going to create a new component called modal selection.tsx, RFC either, and then we're going to do import it like so, okay? And now what we should see is, you see we've got the modal selection on a big screen, but it hides on that screen. That's perfect, right? And I'll show you why we did it that way, because I want this to be pretty flexible in how we use it right now, okay? So next thing I need is use SWR. Now if you have no idea what use SWR is, it's basically, I'll handle React Select afterwards. It's React hooks for data fetching by the guys over at Vercel. Now the reason why we want to do this is because it allows us to fetch data in a really efficient way, because now we're fetching it based on cached key value pairs, which means that it doesn't matter which component we're in. We don't even need a global data layer like Redux or Recall. We can just do it with something like use SWR, right? And it handles it really well when we're doing things like data fetching, okay? That's so sick. Frank goes, everyone subscribes so ChatGPT comes true. Let's go. That's it, guys. Let's go. Let's keep going strong. So we're going to go ahead and install this. So SWR. So if you click on get started, you can see yarn as to SWR. And then they've got their sort of explanation. And I'll explain it briefly as to how it works, but it's actually really, really powerful in that what it can do. We do go over it in 0 to full stack Cura. So I'm going to do yarn add SWR, hide this, and then what I'm going to do is go into there we are. And here you can see, so basically what we do is we basically say that we provide a key. So this doesn't actually have to be the endpoint, it's just any key, it can be anything. And then we have a fetcher. The fetcher is basically what we do to get the information. And then we have all the three states. We have error, is loading, and data state. And then you can do like refetching, refetch on click, loads of stuff like that. So what we will do is we will go ahead and make it a client side component. So this will be a use client, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and pop in the following. We'll say import use SWR from SWR. And now what I'm going to do is, rather than make a simple fetcher function like this, I'm going to have something called fetch modals, right? So I'm going to create a helper function here called fetch modals. Fetch modals. Models, what am I doing modals? I get so caught up, right? And this will be a function which goes ahead and just returns simply, it's an implicit return, so we don't actually need this. We can just go ahead and say fetch, and we're going to make a call to our own API. And this one is, remember, we made an API endpoint called get engines, right? So I'm calling it engines, but really it's, I guess it's models, right? Get models, get engines, you can rename it. And then we're going to pass the JSON response, right? So get engines. Get engines. What did I call it? Get engineers. Did I call it engineers? Get engines. Yeah, get engines. Right. And now what we can do is we can say const data. We're going to rename the data to models, and then we're going to say is loading. I don't care about the error state. That's fine. And then we say use SWR. Oh, Marius is in the house. What's up, dude? I remember the key. So this key doesn't have to. So a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll make the key like the route you actually ended up calling, right? But you can actually make this key anything. That's the really cool thing about this, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to call this key models, right? And that's a lot of the time when I teach this, they actually get pretty confused. But you put the function for fetching the information as a second argument. So this is the fetcher, and then we have the fetching like so, right? So now what we can do is this will fetch the information for us. And then what I'm going to do is actually have, rather than a piece of state to keep track of what the user selects in the drop-down list, we're going to have another cached value in using use SWR, and then we're going to share that between different components. Really powerful, I promise you. I'll show you how we do this. So next things up, we're going to import this React Select. We're going to install. It's a really good library for handling drop downs, that kind of thing. I'll make a little Instagram reel on it or YouTube short on it. It's actually pretty cool. It's very nice, and it's searchable as well. So you can say like, let's just type in like red, for example. You see how it's searchable? It's very nice. They show you like, that's the, when I was talking about the type definition, making sure it was in this format and we mapped through it. That's what we did on the back end, right? So we made sure it was in this format. So now I'm going to go ahead and pop this into our code like so. So I'm going to put this over there. And now I'm going to use it. So over in my div, I'm going to say select like so. And it's a self-closing component. So something like this. And then we're going to go ahead and do the following. So class name here, margin top of 2, very simple. The default value is going to be the modals. Right, the model. We don't have a model yet, right? So we don't have a default value yet. So I'm going to do it afterwards. We're going to say is searchable is true. Okay, is loading is going to be attached to the loading, and what this does is it gives a really nice UI. It shows actually how things work. For Zelda, I've never used SWR. This is interesting. SWR is so powerful. I have so many coaching calls inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero on it. I highly recommend you check those out because it is really good. Right, it's really good, and I will make videos on YouTube about this as well because it just kind of came to my mind now. I should do that. Menu position is going to be fixed. Okay, and then we have class names, and this one is going to be basically the way you do this, right? Is you have in here you have something called control, and the control allows us to basically have the state. So is it being hovered right now? What is it doing? So in this case, if I type in state dot, you see we can say like, is it disabled? Is it focused? Is it kind of whatever? In this case, we don't really care about any of that. We just want to go ahead and say that I want the inner styling to be a color that I want rather than your color. So I'm going to customize it to have our own colors, right? But that means that doesn't play an effect. And then we go ahead and actually, and then we have the placeholder, which is going to be the modal as well. Which we don't have yet, so I'm going to go ahead and just comment that out as well. And then we have on change, which is for the modal, and then we have options, which is the actual options for selecting. So first thing we have is the models, And then remember, inside of the response, it was called model options, right? So model options. And then we are going to prepare another piece of state, but in this time we're not going to have a fetch, right? So you don't have to use SWR when you're data fetching externally. You can actually use it as many people don't know this, but you can use it as a local way to transfer, like rather than having a global store, you can just use it as a way to kind of use it between your components, right? So it's pretty cool. You can have a mutate function, and this we're going to rename to set modal, and then I'm going to say use SWR. And in this case, I'm just going to say modal. Or model. Why do I keep saying my God, sorry guys. Model. That's it, yeah? And then here what we do is we say fallback data. And this is basically the way you say it. So fallback, one second, why is that being weird? Fallback data equals text DaVinci 003, okay? And now what I'm doing is I'm basically setting, this is like very similar to a, like a use state, right? Cool. So now what we can do is we can go ahead and give these default values and default placeholders, and then the set modal we can go ahead and use on the on change, right? So here we can say on change, an event gets fired off, and we just use the e.value to set the modal. And we're doing the exact same thing, and it's super cool. Tina says, suddenly I'm using SWR with React Native, and it's making it blazingly fast with caching. Exactly, because it caches the value. So if it makes this call here, and we request it in another component, it doesn't need to make the same fetcher request again, unless you can set obviously refresh intervals and that kind of stuff. But it's so good in that sense. So imagine you have loads of different requests being made. It just reduces the number of requests in your app, right? So absolutely incredible. So now let's go ahead and have a look what's happening. So let's look inside of our sidebar, and we have our modal. So let me go ahead. Oh, look at that. Oh, nice. And oh, look at that, guys. It got it. Our API is working. Text DaVinci, Ada, Babbage. These are all coming from the back end. That is amazing, right? Text DaVinci. Cool. The only thing I see here not being cool and not working the way I want it is class names. So this is not looking the way I like it. So that's it. That's why. I don't know why that wasn't doing what I wanted. But in this case, if we did like Ada DaVinci, I think this because I did text white, maybe? Is it? No? Okay, no, I'm not sure, to be honest. There you go, that's better. Text white didn't really do anything. There we go. Yeah, okay, so that's it. It just took a little bit of refreshing, right? So save and refresh, and then you're good. Right, so I think my tailwind is being a bit buggy. There you go. Cool. So text DaVinci 003, and then you can see we pop it out. Nice, right? And then on the small screen, it's hidden, right? That's cool. And obviously, there's a bit of a spacing issue here that I'm not liking. So firstly, let's make this a margin top 2. That's nice. And then secondly, let's go out of here and do it in our sidebar. I believe it's here that is what I'm having a problem with. So in the loading, so where we have our chats being looped through, it was actually here. So it was div. This will go inside of here. And then we have a class name, I would say flex column, space y of 2 and a margin y of 2, right? So that's going to give us a bit more breathing. That's better. There you go, nicer. Yeah. And then if it's loading the chats, I'm going to say it's loading the chats. So here on this one, just while we're coming back here, I can get rid of the console log. We don't want console logs in production. I can go ahead and say loading and then I've got a nice little bit of text that will pop out here to say if it's loading. Cool. Okay, now what we've got here is you'll see it's gonna load on here as well as here, the loading chats, and then here you get the nice little, what I love about this is we passed in loading. So you see it's loading and then bam. Oh, so clean, guys. Right, Gabriel says, it looks like I'm late. Don't worry, dude, it's gonna be up afterwards. Just smash that like button if you're coming in late to enjoy the video. Right, so now what I want us to do is we've got this down, which is looking awesome. I now need to feed this through, right? So obviously I'm not sure what the color is glitching out there, but it's fine. But I need to feed this through, and firstly I need to make it pop under here as well. So chat input, let's also do that one. So chat input, I will show you where we're going to put it inside the chat input. So remember I had a modal selection down here. The reason why this is genius, right, is because now what I can do is I can make the chat input appear over here if it's on a certain screen and appear here if it's on the other screen. So now all you do is you wrap your component in a div. So for example, in this case, a modal selection will go here, and we just do the opposite. In Tailwind, we just say on the medium screens, it's hidden. And now, look at that, guys. Look at that. So on this screen, it's there. And on the smaller screens, it's there. Lovely. Right, look at that. So on a mobile view, you can actually select your model underneath, and it works. Now, how do we feed it into the Housefly says it live? Yes. How do we feed this into the actual prompt, right? So where we actually did the chat input now, model was being used up here, right? So remember the to-do, we left it saying use SWR to get the model. So this is fairly straightforward now. All we have to do is we match up the use SWR with the previous use SWR that we had. So in this case, where we had the component for modal selection, look at this, right? So I'm going to pop this over to one side, and I'm going to explain a little concept here. So rather than doing this, right, which is rubbish, we're going to basically do this. So I'm going to go ahead and get the same line of code here. So the use SWR modal. So in this case, I can go ahead and get the access to it here. So we're going to say data modal use SWR, and the only thing you need to make sure that you do right here is actually go ahead, firstly import that, is actually go ahead and use the same key. So the same key is being used here. Notice how the same key. The fallback data remains the same, that's fine. The text is fine. We can go ahead and get rid of this, and we're not actually using the set model or the mutation, so we can actually get rid of that as well, just to be a bit safer. And now what you can see is and I'm going to prove this, a point to you, right? So here, if I change this to DaVinci, if I go over here now, notice how it's DaVinci. If I change this to Babbage similarity, and I go over here now, notice how it's Babbage. Oh, sorry, I've actually messed that one up. Sorry. Text DaVinci, Babbage similarity. So I messed this one up a little bit. I think I haven't saved it or something. But yeah, that does work, right? Just trust me, it does work. Okay. So at this point now, we've got text DaVinci. My React select box is bugging out as well. I don't know what's going on, but anyway, yeah. So the point is that this box now, I can actually get access to it. Okay, so that's the main thing I'm trying to prove or point to. And the way that I can show you this is basically if I was to go ahead, we're building ChatGPT in this, all right? Chase, behave. So at this point now, we're gonna go ahead and show you something. So text DaVinci is quite smart. It's the smartest ChatGPT model. It's the one that you're using on the playground is probably that one. So if I go ahead now and type in explain what programming is, right? Now you can see ChatGPT will think and it will give me a pretty good answer, right? Unless it errors out for whatever reason. It can happen. Don't worry about it, right? So Clayton says, amazing problem. Look at that. Programming is a process of creating instructions for computer, blah, blah, blah. Now if I change the model to something like adder and ask the same question, right? Now, because remember, all I'm doing with the chat input is feeding in the modal into the prompt, right? So remember the initial prompt, that's the one that's going in. So now, all I'm doing is I'm using the same thing, explain what programming is, but I'm doing it with adder now, okay? To me and everyone else about the author Sleepy Bear, it doesn't make sense, right? So adder's not as good as understanding, right? And then also, you've got certain ones for coding. So there was like another one, Code DaVinci. I think there's another better one, Code DaVinci. So if I type in Code DaVinci 002, I said write a while loop, right? So in Code DaVinci 002, let's see this. Wait for it. Write a while loop. And now you will see it will give me some kind of while loop that will come back, I guess. Wait for it. ChatGPT is responding. Okay, so to go through 5 questions, code, number of questions. Oh, it gave me like tons, right? But if I was to go to like text DaVinci, write a while loop. Obviously, my prompt could also be better. I could say write a while loop in JavaScript, right? In this case, it hasn't. That starts with 0 and ends when it reaches. So yeah, you can see text DaVinci is by far much more of a better model, right? So it's the best trained model at the moment. But the point is it works. It actually works. Right, and you can prove it by logging it out on the server and see what for yourself what it's calling. But this actually works. You can change model and it works. Okay, so that's beautiful. Everything was great. For some reason the color, I'm not sure why that keeps happening. Yeah, I guess it's just whenever I save it, it's hot reloading it in. But that will be in the final build in that color, right? So that's really beautiful, guys. Who's enjoying this so far, right? So I think at that point we've actually completed everything that we needed. So we have the ability to create a new chat. We have the ability to go back to the main screen. We have the ability to go ahead and put these in. SWR, someone asking, is a way of fetching It's data fetching, React hooks for data fetching, but by the guys over at Versal. So I recommend you read this and have a look for yourself, right? So in this case, that's great, right? So somebody says, don't understand why there's a round avatar. That's my log out button. Liz is asking. So I was lazy. All right, that's the truth. That's just a log out button. If I click it, you'll see I log out. Yeah, that was me being lazy. Now we've got the deployment, right? Deployment to Vercel, and then we're going to go ahead and map it to our own custom domain name. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? So now I'm going to go ahead and do Sunny Sanger. So I'm going to log into my account, and we should see all of the chats that I previously had. So look, loading chats, bam, just like that, we have it. And if I was in my other account, the other one, you'll see that there won't be any chats, right? So if we go ahead and log into that one, so let's log into Papa React. And then we're going to deploy it. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. We're going to deploy it to Vercel. All right, so operator.team. Look at that, loading chats. Oh, there's no chat, right? So we've got a new chat. Let's go ahead and click new chat. Now we're in our chat. And let's go ahead and type in hello world. And then let's see if it comes back with something. And notice how we're completely different. So these chats are the ones that are inside of Papa React with his image and all that kind of stuff. And then in the other account, we've got the messages from the other one. So you can see it actually works, right? So I'm going to show you how to deploy. Let's go, guys. Right, so now what I want to do is I'm going to make this super easy for you, right? So firstly, click into your environment local file. I'm going to hide it for a second, okay? So I want you to click into it, and I'm going to do the following. So I'm going to just hide a key here and hide a key here, just for a second, right? So once you're in here, what I want you to do is Control and Command C, right? So I want you to grab this and Command C, right? Now you don't actually need the next URL, right? So this one you can actually probably leave. It uses when you deploy to Vercel, so you can basically copy everything else, right? Copy it all. And obviously you have your keys in here, right? So I'm going to go ahead and put the keys back, and I'm going to copy it. Okay, so copy everything. And yep, so we're going to copy it all. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to close it. Okay, so I'm going to copy everything. And then I'm going to close it. Okay, so copy everything, close it. And now what we're going to do is Command J, and you're going to type in, you need to make sure you've installed the Vercel CLI. So I'm going to do it through the CLI, and I have a whole video explaining how to deploy from the CLI. Right, so in this case, all you need to do is install it. So you can do it with any of these. I've already done this command, so I don't need to do it. And then you can type in Vercel. And if you aren't logged in, it will go ahead and log you in, right? Thank you so much, Liz Myers, for tuning in. I see you. Planning to purchase access to repo. Go for it. Honestly, we have so much code in there, right? Go ahead and type in Vercel. If you're not logged in at this point, it'll prompt you to log in. Otherwise, it will say set up and deploy. So we're going to click on yes. And then we're going to say which scope. And in this case, I'm logged into Sunny Sanger. I'm going to hit enter. Link to an existing project. Enter for no. What's your project name? I'm going to hit enter for the default. In which directory is your code located? This one. Okay. And then it's going to upload the code. Now what you'll find is this will actually want to modify the settings. So we say no. Deploy, right? So this will obviously break. The reason why this will break is because we don't actually have environment variables set up here. So I'm going to click into inspect on the link it gives me, and then it will take me, I need to log in, and it will take me here. At this point, I go to ChatGPT Messenger YouTube, I go to settings, and I go to my environment variables, okay? And what's so amazing, right, about this is that you probably didn't know this, right? I saw it from Lee Robbins, one of his Twitter feeds. If you ever watched this, well done, dude. That's an awesome feature, and thank you for sharing it. You just go ahead and Control V, you paste. So if I go ahead and paste right now, boom, look at that. That's so sick. So I go ahead and I do it. No environment variables were created. Okay, so I made a mistake here. Oops. Environment rails. Okay, let's do it again. Oh yeah, here. So production, preview, development, save. There we go. And now I've gone ahead and created it. I know I just exploded it. It's fine. It's the end of the video. Right. So in this case, boom, you do that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I need to invalidate my key afterwards, Jay. So remind me. So now we've gone ahead and deployed these. And so now we've got the correct keys. So I go into my code and I simply go ahead and do Vercel --prod. So I'm going to do another deployment, but to production, right? So now we're almost there, guys, almost there, right? We're going to have another issue that's going to pop up, and we're going to fix that. And this is going to be related to more so the Google authentication being allowed to, we need to whitelist it. But after that's done, that's pretty much it, guys. So I need to go ahead and just double check this. So let's go ahead and do this. So, and then we're going to map it to our domain name with Hostinger. All right, so I'm going to explain why you need to do that and why it's an amazing time actually to do that, right? So it's probably the cheapest offer you're actually going to get in order to go ahead and do that. So at this point, it's gone ahead and deployed. So you can see I've got a domain name here, so I'm going to copy that just for now. Visit, right? And now you can see if I go to this URL, sign in to use ChatGPT. If I click it, we should get I probably get an error now. Yeah, there you are. So see error details. We have the redirect URI. So you want to copy this URI. And remember, once you buy your domain name, you're also going to need to repeat this step. But you're going to copy that. Now you're going to go over to your Google Cloud. So Google Cloud Console. Okay, so I'm going to go over to my Google Cloud credentials. So I'm going to go over to my Google Cloud. I'm going to log into my correct account and I'm going to go into my API credentials. Okay, so here. So now I'm going to go into my ChatGPT Messenger, go into my OAuth 2 client credentials, and then I'm going to go ahead and firstly pop in the redirect URI, and secondly, I'm going to add in this. So the first part of the URL. So you need to repeat this if you deploy and change your domain name, right? Then we go ahead and click on save. So this one, get rid of that, sorry, and then save. And now let's go to our deployed URL. So let's go to our Vercel app, sign in to use ChatGPT. Boom! Look at that! Oh my days! Then we go to Sunny Sanga. And then hopefully it works on the back end. Let's see. So I see all my chats. And let's go ahead and say, hello, explain the meaning of life. Enter, right? And then we see ChatGPT is thinking. Firstly, it posted it, which is good. Let's see if the Firebase admin key actually, it worked. It worked. Amazing. Amazing. And I actually didn't even test that before I went live, right? So that was actually, I didn't know if it was going to work live in stream right now. I'm not going to lie. I thought I might run into an issue, but that is so cool. Deployed and live, right? That is live right now, right? So you can actually feel free to try it out. I'm going to invalidate the key afterwards because it's going to go nuts. All right, so I'll show you how to do that as well because I'm going to do it right now. So to basically invalidate it, all you have to do is generate a new key. And then you basically, okay, so that's a bit exposed, but that's fine. And then I just go ahead and revoke the old key. And just like that now, you'll see the old one will stop working. So if I want to go ahead and type in hello world, now that API key, this one will post, but it will say ChatGPT is thinking. And then it will basically, yeah, so console log. Oh, I mean, maybe it takes some time, I guess, to carry on. Okay, I mean, anyway, but that's how you do it, right? So, let me quickly, my iPad's about to die. No, it can't end like this. So I'm going to quickly, 1 minute. There we go. All right, I'm charging. We're good. Okay, so with that said, we're now done. Now, how do you map this to your custom domain name, right? So let's go over to our deployment. So at this point, if you want to map it to your custom domain name, all you have to do is, this is where you've got to definitely check out the offer that we have going on right now with our sponsorship over at Hostinger, right? So Hostinger is an amazing platform, guys. I highly recommend it if you are looking to get your own domain name. So obviously you make these cool apps, you make all this cool stuff like this ChatGPT clone. You really want to go ahead and put it up on your own portfolio, in which case you want to go ahead and have a nice custom professional domain name like sunnysanga.com, or like, you know, it could be mrfrank.com, or however you want to do it, right? So in this case, what I definitely recommend is check out Hostinger. Their unique selling point is their price ratio is so good value for money, right? And I really do recommend you get your SSL certificate, you get 24/7 chat support. I've used them personally, and they have something called the H panel, which I'm going to show you in just a second. It's really, really good, and they have extremely fast service. So I've never had an issue with them. I highly recommend it. So you check out your package, simply click add to cart. In this case, and I'm not joking, you're saving so much money. It's crazy when you do this, right? So go to cart.hostinger, go down to obviously select your plan. This is probably the best value right here. And then you want to go ahead and type in have a coupon code, and your boys hooked you up with a coupon code. Bam, hit save, and you're going to get even more off of your final price. Now again, this is a limited time deal they have going on right now, but it's really handy to have your own custom domain name. I promise you, it's probably, if you don't have one, I highly recommend you at least get one for your portfolio, so that way, you know, on your CV it's not some janky Vercel URL, it's an actual URL. And then off of that, you can have all of your portfolio builds. It looks really professional, and I highly do recommend it. So all you need to do is apply the coupon code Sunny. It also supports the Papa Fam, so thank you. And yeah, this is highly what I'd recommend. You're going to save 10% off your annual plans. So check it out, because this is something you do not want to miss out on. And even Fazad says Hostinger is probably the best web hosting company I've ever worked with. So yeah, I honestly agree. Even since I've been working with them, they're really awesome, right? And every time I got stuck, they've helped me out. So once you've done that, all you need to do is click on the login button. So I've actually got my account. So I'm going to go ahead and log in right now. And I'm going to show you myself as to the H panel. Now the H panel is where you go ahead and actually get everything set up. So your CNAME, your CNS records, all that good stuff. So I'm just going to log into my account right now. And then I'm going to go ahead and show you how the H panel works, so you can go ahead and map it to your websites on Vercel, right? We've got Creddy says, phenomenal work, sir. Thanks for sharing. You're absolutely welcome, dude. And I'm glad I could help you out, right? So in this case, I'm just going to, I think I've got my details a bit mixed up. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just going to find my login details. I'm a little bit messed up right now. I need to quickly find my stuff. Give me 1 second. So I'm just logging into the H panel right now. And somebody says, make sure the module works. Okay, it does work. So I'm logging in to the H panel. So let me go ahead and find my, I've got so many different accounts, right? That's the problem. That's why I need to find out which one I'm actually logged into. So I went to the front page and I clicked login. And now all you have to do, it's very simple. Yep, we're here. So this is an example of the H panel, right? So all you need to do is, once you've got your domain, you simply go down to your domain. So again, this is another reason why I really like it, because it's so easy to use, right? And they even have a 30-day money-back guarantee. So my recommendation is try them out, see if you like it. And if you don't like it, you know, you can always get your money back. But I do recommend, I think you'll personally like it. Well, especially once you've got your work of art on there, like your portfolio, it's something to be proud of, right? You pay it once, you've got it for like 5 years. Right, so click on manage, and then you've got your DNS record. So this is going to be the very important part. So in this case, you want to go to your DNS name service, and here is where you can add and modify your records. Okay, so what I would recommend is you go to your let's go to, for example, our settings. Let's go to our domains, and now you can go ahead and actually add in a custom domain. So imagine if I bought a domain called sunny.com. Okay, I clicked on add. In this case, I'm going to cover www.sunny.com and sunny.com. So let's click on add. And then what it would do is it will give me some domain records to add. So all I have to do at this point is copy these domain records, go into here, you see type A, name, points to, add record. Very simple. I do the same thing for CNAME, right? So right here, I do the same thing. I change this to CNAME. Bam, I put in the name target, add record. Now that is as simple as it takes, right? I've already done this actually. So I've actually done this inside of for sunnysanga.com. So let me go ahead and get rid of this one right now. I've actually done this for my other directory. So in this case, we can get rid of this one, get rid of this one, and I can do sunnysanga.com. And I've already added in some domain records for this, so it should actually approve. You can see move domain. I already had a portfolio on there, and I can go ahead and move it here. And that will do it, right? So it's very simple. And you see, you can even move your domains around if you've got multiple deployments. And just like that, you have your custom domain name from Hostinger, and you've got your beautiful ChatGPT clone. So like I said, head over to hostinger.com and go ahead and check it out, right? So they just got a limited time offer. Do check it out, right? And use code Sunny. It's going to help us out. So let's dive through what we did today, right? Let's go through what we did today. Let's dive through the ins and outs, and we're going to wrap up in just a short second. So yeah, somebody said, how many projects can I add to Vercel free? I'm not actually sure on the Vercel limit, but you can always map them to your own custom domain, which I do recommend, yeah? So diving through today's video, right? Let me go ahead and just put a good song on when we wrap up. We've got to do this right. The energy was incredible today, right? So today we went ahead and built out a fully functional ChatGPT clone, right? So this was a fully functional ChatGPT clone. It had Google authentication. You get authenticated with NextAuth. It went ahead and loaded in your chats, and then you can go. You've got the ability to go ahead and speak with ChatGPT. It had all of the amazing things like this, right? So in this case, we've got all of these good, beautiful things going on. We've got our, our API working over here. In this case, I've got a little bug there. I'm sure we'll figure that one out. Yeah, you can go ahead and debug it, all that good stuff. You can go ahead and delete different chats. It's absolutely incredible what you can do, right? Lots of people saying more React Native tutorials. I will definitely do that, guys. Don't worry. I want to say make some module. I don't know what it's talking about. Patty says very intense build. Learned a lot of new things. Let's talk about some of the tech we learned. Right? We obviously learned more about our React.js skills. We learned about React Firebase. Firebase's Firestore. We use Firebase Admin SDK. We use the OpenAI API. Right, OpenAI API. Right, we use NextAuth with Google Authentication. We learned more about TypeScript. We use the React Select library. We used dynamic page routing, use SWR. We did Firebase, React Firebase hooks, and we did React Hot Toast notifications. I'm probably missing so much as well, right? And we also learned all about the Next.js 13 folder structure, server components, client components, how you use it all together. It was an absolutely incredible build. I hope you enjoyed it. And just alone, seeing that we hit 1.1k likes, which we're literally just like 10 away from, absolutely incredible stuff. Thank you so much for tuning in with me, guys. This has been your boy Papa React, and I'm gonna wrap out the only way I know to wrap out, which is by the Papa Fam song. Deepak says, I'm gonna read out the comments for the last few sections, right? So the last few seconds. So Deepak says, Sonny deserves the best educator award. Thank you so much, guys. Deepak says, thank you for teaching. Mr. Frank says, hosting it even accepts crypto, so you have no excuse. Exactly. Awesome stuff. Freddie says, phenomenal work, sir. Thanks for sharing. Fazad, you've been awesome as well. Thank you for tuning in. Falcon says, see you all. William says, I've learned a lot from you, Sonny. When you come to Kenya, Safari is on me. Dude, I'm calling you out on that. I'm ready for that. Thank you so much for tuning in, guys. As always, you guys have been absolutely phenomenal. We've had over 10,000 views already. It's absolutely nuts. We're just about to break 1.1k likes. I don't know, you can't make this stuff up. Absolutely nuts. Let me know by dropping a comment now into the actual video if you want me to go ahead and actually build more AI tutorials like DALI, like, you know, all of these kind of cool things. Mr. Frank coming in again with donation. Thank you so much. Our Tips says, great job, Sonny. Dipesh, weekly lives. Yes, I am trying. Juan says, I've watched 90% of your builds. Amazing stuff. Bastian says, thanks for all regards from Chile. Dipesh says, please do weekly lives. I will try my best, guys. As always, it's your boy Papa React, and I will see you in the next one. Peace. Going on, Papa Fam? Welcome back to another build. I am super excited for this one. It's our biggest ever collaboration. Your boy has managed to partner up with the one and only Microsoft. This is a Microsoft Sonny collaboration. We're excited to bring you a huge DALI 2 image generator with ChatGPT built in, all powered by Microsoft Azure, Microsoft Storage Blobs. Oh my god, it's crazy. It's crazy. Let me know what you're watching from right now. Let's jump into a demo when the beat drops. I want to see everybody get excited right now. If you're watching a replay or you're watching it live, destroy the thumbs up button because I put so much damn work into this build. So all I ask is you can have it for free. I've even given away the source code for free. Guys, get excited for the Papa Fam AI image generator. Enjoy. I love you all. Check it out. Boom. The Papa Fam AI image generator, a fully responsive, gorgeous build. Like, look at the state of this build. I absolutely love it. I'm proud of it. Look at this. This is all made with Next.js 13.2, TypeScript, Microsoft Azure. We've got two Microsoft services here. We've got Microsoft Azure and we've got Microsoft Storage Containers. We've got DALI 2 producing these beautiful images, and we even have the ability for ChatGPT to think of suggestions for us, guys. Yes, we are going to make ChatGPT think of amazing suggestions. Let's try it out right now. Let's give it a real demo right now. You can see, let's create a modern abstract 4K painting of a butterfly with a vibrant colors. I'm going to use that suggestion right now. And you can go ahead and create It's creating it for us. We've got this nice little pop-up. We've got the ability to refresh images. Watch what happens automatically. That refresh is going to trigger. The image is going to get developed. And just in a second, DALL-E 2 will produce us a unique, one-of-a-kind piece of art on the screen. It's always a nice surprise as well. Look at that. I mean, wow. That's created by AI, guys. So this is OpenAI's DALL-E 2. We're using ChatGPT to power our suggestions, and you can feel free to, of course, write whatever you want. And look at that. I've even made it pop the suggestion down here when you type in there. So it's beautiful, this application. We're using CSS Grid to power it all up. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. And the icing on the cake, for the first time on a stream, I am giving you this code for absolutely free. So you're not only going to be able to watch along for free, but I'm giving you all the source code for free. More on that in just a second. So it's going to be one hell of a build. Let's go ahead and dive in and break down the tech stack and get this absolutely going. The energy off. I can see you guys want to get into this and just start building this thing. The energy is popping off right now. I love and appreciate you all. Thank you for tuning in. Let's go ahead and take a look. We even have lazy loading, guys, so this is absolutely incredible. Now, if you want access to this code so that way you can follow along, not get stuck, you know, kind of debug alongside me, then you need to go ahead and check out the following link on the screen right now. It's also the first link in the description, and it's a Microsoft link, so you can trust it. Do not worry. It's aka.microsoft, so ms/sunny. That's going to take you to this form right here. All you need to do is go ahead and fill it in. Don't click skip, right? We need the sign-ups for you guys to get the emails that we want to send you over, and all the free code, all the free good stuff that we're going to send you over. So just fill this out. It takes literally 2 seconds to fill this out. Like 10 seconds, you're done, right? And company, if you don't have a company, just pop your name in. That's all you need to do. And then once you filled that out, you'll reach this screen. And guys, look, the Papa Fam made it on the Microsoft website. We have Zero to Full Stack Hero on the Microsoft website. That's how big this channel is getting. Thank you all. That is bloody amazing and incredible. So we are live on the Microsoft website. You guys can see here we've got the GitHub repo for this project that you can download right now. Right, so you can go ahead and check that out right now. You can also go ahead and check out the CLI extensions that we're going to be using today, which are actually very important. So we're going to go ahead and break those down. You've got some technical docs, and then you've got the Zero to Full Stack Hero course. And this is the place you want to be if you're going to go ahead and learn coding, and you want to start from beginning to landing your first job with the support of myself and the amazing Papa Fam community and success coaches and everything we have to offer inside of our community, okay? So make sure you definitely go ahead and just sign up to the following link on the screen. Let me know in the comments if you've already done it. Head over to aka.microsoft/sunny. And there you go, you'll be able to do it. You get the code, fill out the form, hit submit, and then you get the GitHub repo. And then you can just code along with me. And you can have a bit of fun, right? You don't have to kind of work everything out by yourself. It's fun. You can have fun with me, right? So let's dive back into the build, and let's break this down in regards to tech. So I see loads of you have already signed up. We've got Alexandru. We already had about 1,000 people on my side of things that just messaged back saying, I'm signing up straight away. So absolutely nuts. This is crazy. Right? And you guys can go ahead and feel free to play with this once we finish the stream. So I'll show you how to build your own, and then you can go ahead, host it on your portfolio, because I'm going to show you how to deploy this as well. So let's break down the tech stack that we have right here, okay? So this build consists of the following, guys. We've got React, right? We have TypeScript. Let me go ahead and just get rid of this screen for a second. We've got TypeScript. We've also got things like Next.js, but we're not using just normal Next.js. We're using Next.js 13.2. Yes, we're using the brand new routers inside of Next.js 13.2. We're also powering up the image functionality with DALL-E 2. Yes, guys, you heard it right, DALL-E 2. And we're using ChatGPT to go ahead and generate the suggestions. So we have loads of stuff to look forward to, right? And we also got things like Vercel. We're going to be using TypeScript to make sure our code is robust. We've got Tailwind CSS to make it completely responsive. And most importantly, none of this would be possible without Microsoft, right? So we have Microsoft Azure, and this is essentially cloud functions, right? So we've got cloud functions which are going to execute our code, and they scale extremely well, and you get free $200 worth of credit just for signing up. So it's bloody amazing, right? So you got Microsoft Azure, and we're going to use it as a storage service. So these two services are going to power up everything you see here. So it's absolutely an incredible tech stack that we're covering today, okay? Now let's dive into the backend. Let's see for ourselves what's running. We have Microsoft Azure. Don't worry if this looks scary. I'm going to make it seem so easy, and you're going to be able to follow along just right next to me, okay? We're going to be using our functions. So this will allow us to have essentially cloud functions which run in the cloud, which essentially just endpoints that we can go ahead and say, generate my image. Go ahead and give me all the images. All of that stuff happens with Microsoft Azure, and it's so easy to set up. And they've got such a nice integration with VS Code because Microsoft owns VS Code. So a lot of fun stuff happening today. And storage account is going to be used for storing all of the images that you see inside of this build. And just generally, guys, I'm so proud of this app, right? Look at this. It works perfectly on a phone. It works perfectly on a tablet. And then as you just scale up, you just get this beautiful, responsive design. And I think this is something that you should all aim towards in regards to just impressing somebody with a build. Like, it should look beautiful, okay? And I know you guys like this because I've been getting emails non-stop about the code sample that we already released earlier, and it's absolutely just, it's insane. So if you want more Microsoft videos, drop a comment down below or let me know in the comment section right now by smashing the thumbs up button and dropping your feedback, right? So we're going to do tons of work with Microsoft, and yeah, we've got loads of stuff coming. So before we get started, you can go ahead and install the Azure Functions Core Tools. So you can go ahead and head over to their website. I'll show you everything that you need to do, but we are going to use Homebrew to install it. So you can simply run this command if you've got Homebrew. If you haven't, just simply Google how to install the Azure Function Core Tools. It's very easy to do so, right? And then you can go ahead and get started with that. But it's pretty simple. I'm going to show you how we do it, okay? And as I mentioned before, if you're new to coding and you want to get a head start, or if you're an experienced developer and you just want the correct mentorship and how you can level up your developer game, then check us out over at papareact.com/course and join us at 0 to Full Stack Hero. Make sure you do. This is where we actually done all of this stuff before I even come on YouTube, and I go ahead and deep dive into this stuff. So crazy stuff happening, and we already hit 500,000 views on the ChatGPT clone. And yes, guys, I'm covering GPT-4 the minute I get access to it. So huge stuff. Thank you for tuning in, guys. I see everyone in the chat. Let's go ahead and dive into this build. So the first thing I want to do is let me go ahead and get my music dialed in. And right, again, if you want the music, remember, sign up to the newsletter. That's why we ask you, fill out all those details in the Microsoft form. Make sure you fill all of this out, right? It's going to be really important for you to get all the specific emails that we're going to send out to you in the future. Now, check this out. We're going to get started off with a template. So head over to tailwindcss.com and we're going to create our first project. And wow, we already have our first massive donation, 10 euros. Thank you so much. Wax Game. Oh, that's loud. We've got a stream about training ChatGPT with custom business data would be nice. Cool, dude. I see you. I hear you. Thank you for the 10 euro donation. I appreciate you. I've got that coming in clutch. Right? So we're going to go ahead and start things off by running this command. If your NPX does not work, all you have to do is install the node tool, right? So you just have to go and Google node and just install node, okay? Then you get NPX. So that's basically node package executor, right? So in this case, we're going to run this, and this sets up a Next.js project with Tailwind CSS, a starter kit, right? And then we're going to go ahead and sort of fast forward everything after that. So we're going to open up our terminal, right? I like to do things inside of a nice directory. You don't have to, it's completely fine. I put everything inside of documents, builds, so it's just a cleaner. And then I'm going to go ahead and paste in that command. Now, I'm not going to hit enter. I'm going to change this, and I'm going to give this a title. We're going to call it AI Image Generator. And in fact, I didn't actually give you guys a chance to do something. Why don't you give me a prompt? So I have an idea. Think of a prompt for a piece of art, and I will put it inside right now and show you that it works while we run this command, okay? So we're going to create the app AI Image Generator, and we're going to go ahead and say Microsoft Build, okay? So AI Image Generator with Microsoft, and hit enter. So this will go ahead and start our template, right? So our Next.js starter template, and it does it with Next.js 13. However, the code is originally set in Next.js 12, and I'll show you how to migrate it to 13. Now, if you do want an in-depth breakdown of how to transition over, I've done so many coaching calls in our community, 0 to Full Stack Hero, and I've also dropped a YouTube video. If you're watching the replay, Jay will be linking it right now somewhere around here. Thank you, Jay. Amazing stuff. Right, so with that said, we've now created our AI repository. So in this case, we can go into that. So we can say CD, I'm going to say AI image, and then, and then generate a Microsoft, okay? And then what I want you to do is type in code dot. And if you don't have the code dot command, once VS Code opens, I'll show you how to get that code dot command. So you want to go ahead and actually, okay, that did not do what I wanted it to do. Let's close that. Let's double check. I want to check if there's anything in there. Okay, so we don't actually, it didn't do what I wanted it to do. So I'm going to go out of that and run my command again. Let's do that one more time, guys. Let's create the app and let's call it AI image generator. Okay, and let's run this again. It did not seem to actually create my my app. Okay, but in this case, I actually might need to update my. No, we don't have to do it. Create AI image generator. Let's just. Interesting. Okay, in this case, we're gonna have to set up the location, which is fine. A little bit of a headache, but that's okay. It happens. I guess they've pushed a weird update then. So if I go into my AI image generator, already started debugging. Okay, yeah, so that's not setting up my project. So if you run into this issue, it's completely fine. Right? Now it's not working. Please start with npx print next app. Yes, I will do that right now. Okay, so I'm gonna show you the raw way of doing it. Right. So Next.js, I'm gonna show you from scratch how you can go ahead and do it. If we want to get started, we click on getting started, and then you can see it down here. Now we are gonna go ahead and set up with the latest, right? And we are gonna be using TypeScript. So we're going to go ahead and copy this command, put next app, and here we're going to do the same thing. So put next app, enter, and it's going to go ahead and say, are you okay to proceed? We're going to say, yes, we are fine to proceed. What is your project name? So now I'm going to say AI image generator YouTube, right? Build. Okay, I'm just going to name it that for now. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. Would you like to use source directory? Did I use the source directory? I believe I did not. Let me just double check. I did not use a source directory in this one, so we're going to say no. Would you like to use the experimental app directory? In this case, yes, I do want to use it. Okay, import alias would you like to configure? Let's just hit enter for now, that's fine. And then we're going to go ahead, and this actually is pretty handy. So this will install the dependencies, get everything set up, okay? So don't freak out. Sometimes things don't work. Like, look, we've just started the stream. Our template didn't work. It was working yesterday. It's fine. You just figure out the next way to do it, okay? This happens all the time when you're coding. Trust me, it happens to me a gazillion times a day. Don't freak out. You're fine. Do CD after that's done. AI image generator. So image generator dash YouTube build, whatever you've called it, you need to do that. And then if I do a less, there you go. I've got stuff inside now. So if I do code dot and I start things up, you should see it. There we go, guys. That's more like it. Now we've started in the correct way. So I'm going to update later. That's fine. Now, what you can see here is we have the new app directory with a bunch of things already inside, right? We've got some CSS modules and that kind of good stuff, but we're not going to be using that. So I'm going to show you how to add Tailwind CSS manually into your application. So now what we're going to do is go back into what I previously said, if you were to install Tailwind. Now, in this case, if you did the starter project and it worked, great, you can go ahead and carry on. If it didn't work for you, then you have to go ahead and install the following, right? So in this case, we are using yarn. Oh no, we're using npm here, so we're going to stick on the track of using npm. And if you're using Next.js 10 or newer, we need this. So in this case, I'm going to copy this command, okay? I'm simply going to go inside Command J. I'm going to make my screen a little bit bigger so you guys can see what's going on a bit easier. And I'm going to go into my terminal. So output, and you see we have the terminal on the left, right? So here, let's close these. There you go. And now what I'm going to do is npm or install -d means only a developer dependency, okay? Then we're going to go ahead and hit enter. This will install all of the Tailwind setup for us. Okay, so very simple. We're going pretty fast and straightforward with it. Now, at this point, while it's installing, after that, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do npx tailwind init-p. And this will set up tailwind config and a post-css config file for us. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Zotan says, that's why I respect Sunny, because he accepts live coding. He's not afraid when something won't go well. I honestly want to show you that. I want to show you it because often what you'll find is there's just so many things which are just perfectly recorded on YouTube, and coding is not like that. There's always things that are, there are always things that are going wrong, right? And I want to show you how I get over it on a live stream, which is stressful, but it is what it is. It's fine, okay? So in this case now, I'm going to go ahead and paste in the next command, npx tailwind init-p. And then what this will do is it will create us our new files. There you go, right? So now what I need you to do is go into your Tailwind config, okay? So once you have your Tailwind config up on the screen, which is like so, I now want you to go ahead and you have everything looking like this. So it's pretty empty at the moment, right? What I want you to do is go ahead and pop in the following, okay? So inside of the content, I need you to go ahead and add the 2 following lines. And what this will do is it will compile anything or it will search for Tailwind utility classes inside of components folder and inside of the app folder. So any file inside with the following extensions, it will go ahead and do that for us, okay? So simply hit save and then you're good to go on that front. Now the next thing I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and just double check in my post CSS config. This should be empty at the moment. We don't need anything there, okay? Now the final step that we need to go ahead and figure out is we need to have a globals CSS file. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and create a folder called styles, and inside of my styles, I'm going to say globals.css, right? Now inside of here, all you want to do, 3 simple lines to import all of the CSS base things that we're going to need. Tailwind base, Tailwind components, and Tailwind utilities. Go ahead and hit save, and then you simply close it, right? Easy as done. Head over to the app folder. This is using Next.js 13 because we see the app folder. If you see a pages folder, then you're likely using Next.js 12, or you could be using Next.js 13, except they just haven't migrated over to the app folder. You can have actually both at the same time and shift over in an iterative manner. Right, so in this case, we're going to our app folder. And firstly, before we do anything further, I need you to go ahead and firstly, let's just double check that we've got any more settings. In this case, we've already done that as much as we wanted. Yeah, you see, there's also the lines over there that will tell you, here we are. Yeah, so it says to include Tailwind, all that kind of good stuff. Now, I'll show you a nicer way of doing this because I don't like doing it that way. I like doing it this way. Yeah, so now what I need you to do is go over to your layout. Right? This is where things start off, and this is using Next.js 13.2 because we have the new SEO metadata, right? This is incredible. Thank you so much. And another donation from New Zealand, $5.50 goes, hi from New Zealand. Thank you for the amazing content, Sunny. You keep us inspired. I appreciate every single one of you. That's why I work so hard to get you things like the free source code for today's build. So make sure you check it out. Jay will drop the link in the chat right now. Okay, thank you so much. Michael says you rocked it. I appreciate you all. I see you guys. Okay? So at this point, we're going to start our application. So heading over to your terminal, I need you to go ahead and type in npm run dev. Now, I've already got an app running, so I'm going to quickly cancel my app that is running on the other screen. And in fact, what I'm going to do before that is I'm actually going to go ahead and screenshot so that way I don't lose all of my stuff that I've got going on right here. So I'm going to keep this as a reference screenshot so that way we can begin to build out the application as we need to, and I won't lose that if I need it later on. Okay, so give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to put that over to the side so that way we have something to look at afterwards. Cool. So now that that's done, what I'm going to do is head back over to my code. And what I want you to do is, if you have multiple or you have a single screen, make your workspace easier, right? Have your code in one side and just shift between the two. It's a lot more efficient to do it that way. Now, npm run dev. And what I need to do is cancel my old app. There we go, to cancel it. npm run dev. What this will do is it will start your app on server 3000. You might get this pop up, just click allow. That allows you to have TypeScript reading in your app. And then what we're going to do is head over to our code, and I'm going to refresh at 3000. What you should see now is a starter template. There you go. Next.js 13, beautiful looking starter template, right? So what I want to do is kind of get rid of this and make it a fresh start. So we're going to go ahead, and where we have our layout from our layout file, and it's importing from globals.css, first thing I'm going to do is, where is globals at the highest level? It's here. Right, I'm going to get rid of their globals. Right, so not my one's in styles. I'm going to get rid of theirs. Then I'm going to get rid of page.module.css. I don't want their styles. I just want my own, which is using Tailwind. And as you can see at the top here, I'm going to get rid of everything. I'm going to get rid of all of the stuff inside of page and inside of the main block. I'm going to go all the way down. And I'm simply going to remove it all. Right? And here I'm just going to type in something like h1 hello world. Right? And as you can see, we've got a class name here. Just get rid of it. Right, so this should be your page.tsx file. Very simple and straightforward. And what you'll see is you might get an error. Just simply hit the refresh, but the error is actually coming from layout.tsx right now, where we're importing from globals.css. Instead, we need to import from a level up. In this case, we're going to say import from a level up, and we're going to say styles /globals.css. Right? Simply hit save, and now what we can see is we have a hello world where our Tailwind CSS is working. So I've simply zoomed in to show you that. And what we can do to test it is go to page.tsx and simply type in class name and do something like a text red 500 to test if our Tailwind CSS is working or not. Okay, and if it goes red, hey, we're good, right? So this is a good starting point for us, and I can see loads of people are coming in. thank you for tuning in. Make sure you smash that thumbs up button. If you're watching this, it helps push it to more developers out there. And remember, we have given away the source code for free at this link right now. Simply fill out the form and simply go ahead and go to the GitHub repo for this project if you want to go ahead and get the source code as to code along with it, okay? Now, if you want all of these nice little kind of pop-ups or auto-completion options, all you have to do, guys, is go over to your extensions and install the following. And while we're at it, I'm going to make you install a bunch of extensions because you need them for today, right? So a few things that I want you to install. Firstly, Tailwind CSS. Simply go to Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, install this. This is going to help us out. It's got the IntelliSense autocomplete options when we're using our utility classes. Next thing I want you to do is type in Azure. Okay, this is Microsoft Azure. Now what I want you to do is install the Azure tools. I need you to then go ahead and install, I've actually installed the app service. It's up to you if you want to do that. Azure storage you're going to need, okay? And then you also need to go ahead and install the Azure functions. And you can feel free to install the extra things like the account, databases. They have honestly so many. It's really, really cool. And they even have the Azure CLI tools if you want to do everything by the CLI. But I'm going to show you how we can do it through the extensions on VS Code. It's a really nice integration, right? So after those have been installed, we are at our starting point, right? So now, using our reference, let's start building out our application. So if we look at our application, I'm going to go ahead and make this a little bit smaller. So here we can see our reference image. So as you can see from this reference image, we can go ahead and take a look at this, and we have firstly starting off with a nice sort of top section. So I'm going to go ahead and start annotating this. So we want to build out this section first, okay? So this is our header section. So let's go ahead and start off with that. So first thing I want you to do is go into your page, and in fact we're actually going to be building this using the new layout.tsx file sort of structure, okay? So the layout is where everything it can be sort of separated in terms of you can have your visual components at a higher level and then have your page contents at a lower level, right? So I'm going to show you how we can break all of this down. So at the layout level, we're inside of the body. What I want you to do is very simply go ahead and type in here we're going to type in the header. So I like to sort of comment things out as we do it, right? And then we're eventually going to have something called the prompt input, right? So this is going to be responsible eventually for this portion here. Okay, oh, this song's a banger. I'm going to keep this up, right? So we have the prompt input afterwards. So we have the header at the top, and then we have the prompt input at the bottom, okay? And then this would be the actual page content where we render out the images. So fairly straightforward. We're componentizing everything, right? Smash the thumbs up button. If you like me showing things more visually, I'll keep on doing that, right? So in this case, hit save. And now I want to go ahead and build out my header component, right? So first things first, I'm going to go into my app. And at the package JSON level, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it components. Guys, we just hit 200 likes. Let's keep on going, and we're going to go ahead and smash 1,000 likes very quickly, I promise you. Right? So components folder, and inside of the components folder, I'm going to create a header.tsx. Now with the header.tsx, I'm going to type in RFCE. I've got a nice little snippets tool. Now, if you don't have that little ability that I just did there, all you have to do is simply go here and type in ES, and you should get a nice little ES7 snippets pop up. You want to go ahead and install this. You know it's the right one because it's 7.8 million downloads, right? So in this case, really awesome tool. So make sure you go ahead and install that. It's to get those snippets that I just showed you. Okay, so go ahead and you don't need this anymore at the top, and this is going to be our header. So first things first, I want to get this shown on the screen. So we don't need that there. We can go to layout, and I'm going to go ahead and type in header. Okay, and I'm simply going to go ahead and close it off. And if you see, what we can do is we can get at components.header. Now the reason why we've got this at is because it's automatically set up aliases for us. So this automatically goes to the top level. Now how do we do that? Right, this was actually inside of, it wasn't the Next.js config, it was in, where did they do the aliases? I've completely forgotten it where we put it, but I think it was in, was it TypeScript config? Yeah, it was here. So in the TypeScript config, if you want to have a shortcut to get to your top level, you can actually do aliases. So whenever we write at / anything, right, or you can have as many different ones. You can have components at / and so forth, and then this will go ahead and direct us to this level, right? So that way you don't have all these nested things. It's really nice actually, and you can see my IntelliSense actually picked up on it. Cool. So good stuff. Let's go ahead and see if that rendered up. So on here now you can see I've got the header and hello world. And again, remember I am zoomed in, which is why it's big. But on your screen, it'll be relatively small. I'm just doing that so you can see on the screen what you're seeing. Okay, now first things first, let's go into header. And just a reminder for today, we are going to be using DALL-E 2 and the ChatGPT APIs from OpenAI. As soon as GPT-4 gives me access, I will make as many crazy builds as you want me to, as long as you smash that thumbs up button and let me know how much you want that in the comments, right? I promise you I will work overtime to get this done. Okay, so at this point I want to change this to header to get syntactically a bit more correct, and then I'm going to go ahead and begin things off. So the header, first things first, let's have a div, and we're going to have two sides of our header, right? So you can see on the header we've got the left side, so this left hand side, and then we've got the right hand side. So you can see we've got the first div on the left and the right div on and the right div. So this means we've got two divs, and then we simply use flexbox to justify the space between them. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. So inside of here we're going to have our left div, and then we're going to have our right div. Okay, very easy. Then inside of here we're going to have our first div, and this one's going to consist of an image and then some text. So the image being this image, and then we're going to have some text, right? So I'm going to firstly show you how we do this. So I'm going to import the image from Next.js image component. We're going to fill that out in just a second. Then underneath that I'm going to have another div, and inside there I'm going to have H1 and an H2. The H1 is simply going to have the PuppetFam AI image generator where I span a style in. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pop this in like so, and this is simply going to be a H1 with the following inside, and it just means that it colors only the AI because I'm spanning only the utility classes around that portion. Now for the H2, I'm going to go ahead and just simply say powered by DALL-E 2 and ChatGPT. Right, so powered by and in fact it's even got more cool tech than that, so let's go ahead and include that. And MS, so Microsoft Azure, right? So Microsoft Azure. Right, so we've even got Microsoft Azure in this, so there's a lot of power behind this. And I'm going to go ahead and style this and say that this text should be extra small and this text should be bold, right? Very straightforward. Now for this image, we're going to give it a few things. Firstly, I've made life easy for you. I've actually shortened a bunch of URLs, such as the OpenAI logo, so you can go ahead and use these for reference. And remember, if they do ever stop working, simply replace it with a URL that works. It's not very difficult, right? So in this case, we're just going to give the alt text of logo because now that's mandatory, as well as a height of 30 and a width of 30, so that Next.js can do its optimizations correctly on its side. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Laksh says, "Hey Sunny, I've been following you along on all your React builds." That is awesome, right? So that's great. Right now you can see we've got the images up, and then you can see now if we go over here we will get an error. So if I go back here and I refresh my page, we will get an error because what we now need to do is whitelist this domain. Basically, when we pass in images into the Next.js image component, what we find is that we actually need to tell it that these domains that you're pulling the images from are safe. If you do not do that, then what you're going to do is you're going to be optimizing all these images, and Next.js don't want you to do that, so they don't let you do that because somebody could easily misuse that, and then you're actually using a lot of resources because images are heavy. Okay, so in order to do this, what we do is we go to next config, and it's very simple, right? Underneath the experimental feature, all we simply do is type in images, and then we added object and we say domains, and now instead of this URL we pop in links.popreact.com or whatever domain you actually pop in yourself. They in fact give you the host name there, so you can actually save yourself a little bit of a headache. Hit save, and now what you'll find is if you open up your terminal with Command J, you change the Next.js config, so you have to restart your server. So Control C, and then we need to go ahead and run our npm run dev again. That means what we did is we changed the configuration, then we restarted our server so that way it used the new configuration. Okay, so simply put. So we got loads of people tuning in. This is sick. Love it. Keep smashing that thumbs up. Let's get to 300 likes. Let's keep on going, guys. Just destroy that like button, and I'll keep bringing this content for free, right? So let's go. I love you guys too. It's so awesome. So in this case now, we can go back to our app, hit the refresh button, and we should actually see an image. So let's go ahead and see, hey, look at that. We got the nice little image at the top. So let's go ahead and lay this out in a bit of a nicer way. So for that div, what I want to do is actually lay it out. So remember, if you give a div a flexbox rule, so flex, in this case, firstly, if you want to know what that translates to, simply hover over it. That IntelliSense from that extension that we installed earlier will give you the CSS it translates to. We're going to say space between space x of 2. If you, by the way, if you give it flex, by default, the children go into a line, so they're in a flex row, okay? And then if you want to change it, you do flex column. So in this case, I say items should be centrally aligned as well. So hit save, and as you can see, it just simply pops in. And in fact, what I'm going to do is, because I want you to see this as I actually code it, I'm going to pop this on the side like so, because I know you guys like it when I do this kind of thing, right? So let's go ahead and pop that in, and that's a lot cleaner as well to go ahead and read. So now for the right hand side, what we're going to do is we're going to say we have a div, and here we're going to have a link, and these are going to be 2 links, okay? So the first link is going to have join 0 to full stack hero, and the second one is going to have the GitHub repo, okay? So let's go ahead and pop those in. And in fact, what I will do is I'll pop this over here for reference. Okay, I can't right now. So I'm being super lazy, and I'm going to do something super lazy, okay? Because my screen, oh, god damn, okay, we can't do that. That's fine, I'll keep it, right? So at this point, we're going to have our div, and we're going to have a link tag, so you can see install and importing it from next link. And then this is this takes a child, which is the text, and the text here would be join 0 to full stack hero. Remember, if you want to learn how to code and you're sort of nervous in the industry, or even if you're confident, you can join us over at 0 to full stack hero and get your coding skills up to elite levels and land your dream jobs, right? So go ahead and feel free to join us. So this is the link that I'm going to pop in there. Feel free to check it out. Right, you can add this. You can obviously, if you're going to make this for your own kind of website, you can actually have your own links, right? So feel free to change it up however you want. And you can see we've got our nice little link. And then the second link afterwards is going to be for the GitHub repo, which I've actually made it very easy for you to access. This will take you to the a Microsoft page where you have to fill out that form, as I mentioned before, and then you'll simply get access to the code. So now you can see GitHub repo and join a 0 to full stack hero. Now you can see the 2 children are actually not stacked up properly, whereas we want it to be on the form of they're next to each other. So all we have to do is set flex to the header, and then we have to justify space between, and we'll get that appropriate outcome. Okay, so let's do that exact thing that I just said on the build right now. So let's go over to our header, and we simply go ahead and say, oops, not that, definitely don't do that. We're going to say class name, we're going to say flex, and immediately they go into a row. That's a lot better. And then we say, I want to give padding of 5 because I don't like it touching the sides. Justify the space between them, so use up the space between yourselves. I want to make this a sticky header, so that way it sticks to the top as I scroll down. So it's got this nice kind of floating effect. We say top is going to be 0. The background is going to be white, so that way when it's floating down above over the images, we can see it. Z50 means it's going to be layered at the top, so that way it's not kind of buried behind images as we scroll down. And I'm going to give it a shadow medium to go ahead and have a nice little drop shadow effect. And as you can see, we get this. Although this side right now is not behaving with the space. Okay, so now what we need to do is just make it a little bit more clean in terms of its space usage. So let's go over to our second div over here. Simply go ahead and add in the following flex, right? So that way it puts it into a row. Then I want it to be text to be extra small. As we get to a medium size screen, I want the text to return to a base size. Okay, so as you can see on a small screen, because remember it's mobile first, which means all of our rules are applied first. Then you hit these breakpoints and you say, if we hit that size screen, then apply the following style. Okay, so if I go ahead and increase this, you see it gets bigger after we hit the medium breakpoint. That's awesome. That's exactly what we wanted. Okay, so we've got that down, and then we want to go ahead and add in a nice little trick here. What we can say is we can say divide X, and what this does is it adds a little line between it, which is really clean, right? Then we can say items, it should be in the center. And once you learn how to use Flexbox correctly, it just does all the hard work for you, right? And then what we say is text gray of 500. I want it to be a nice little gray tone. And look at that, just like that, beautiful looking header already built. So easy to go ahead and do that with the correct foundations, right? So check this out, very clean. Somebody says, Said says, I don't want a job, I want to build and ship. Well, the best way to do that is get mentorship, get into a real working environment, which is why jobs are great to go ahead and learn. And then you can feel free to transition those skills and do what you want to do and build the next $1 million app. Right? Do whatever you want to do, that's you, right? I'm here to teach you for absolutely free. So at this point, we've got the header done, so win. Right? Next thing we need to do is go to our layout, and we're going to start adding in the prompt input. Now this is probably the most crucial part of the build, right? So from this prompt, we're going to have a few different features, and it's also going to be fully responsive to move around, so that way it looks nice on a phone as well. And what we're going to do here is we've got the input, and this is a text area box, and then we're going to go ahead and click on generate, and it will generate the image to come down here. This is using CSS Grid, by the way, okay? I'm also going to have these two buttons here. One of them is going to be for using ChatGPT to create a new configuration, and this one will be to actually use the suggestion that it goes ahead and gives us to generate the art that we see over here. Okay, so very, very clean stuff, right? So let's go ahead and build that area right now. So we're going to create the prompt input right now. So let's go ahead and create that right now. So we can get rid of our little edit there. And here I'm going to create a component called prompt input. And obviously it's not created yet, so it's going to error out. I'm going to go into our components folder, create it. So prompt input.tsx. Boom, there we have it. And then RFCE to create a functional component, get rid of the top. And simply we're going to go to our layout and fix this by doing control spacebar import. And as you can see, we've imported it like so, right? And you can really keep things quite neat. As you can see, we've got that new aliasing, which looks really clean and a lot of good stuff, right? So check this out. Someone's a software developer engineer, one at a major startup here in India. Thanks, Sunny. That's awesome, dude. Keep going, keep doing. That's awesome stuff, right? So now we're inside the prompt. So first thing I want to do is actually just get the UI down, okay? So we've got our div. And I want to have it inside of a form. So firstly we say form, and we get rid of the action because we're not using PHP, right? And then we say a text area is the first thing we're going to have, and we don't need all of these things right now. You can set columns, rows, that if you want. I'm not going to bother with that right now. The text area is going to be there. It's going to be a self-closing component. Hit save, and you can start to see, like, look, we've got a text box there, right? So a nice little text area, cool. And then I'm going to have a button saying generate, right? So we're gonna have a button saying generate, another button which is gonna say use suggestion. So this one's gonna say use suggestion. Astro says, let's go, Papa Fam. That's the energy I'm talking about, dude. Let's go. Right, so now we're gonna, and then afterwards we're gonna say new suggestion, right? So new suggestion. And I really am curious to see what designs you guys come up with when you go ahead and build this out yourself. Okay, let's go ahead and check this out. Someone says, I randomly landed here and it looks great, but I can't stick around for the whole thing. Is this going to be live afterwards? Yes, 100% this will be live afterwards. Not what the video will be stored and actually uploaded afterwards. Yes, directly after. Okay. Now, once that's done, all we need to do is start styling it. Okay. So we're going to give it a margin of 10. So at the top here, we simply say, my computer's being a little bit slow. So it's going to say margin of 10. So there we go. We've got a nice little margin of 10 at the top. And then for the form itself, I'm going to give a bunch of styling. So we're going to say it's a flex box. Right, so you see how they all went in line, and then but by default on a phone, so on a smaller screen, we want it to be in a column. So you see right now, so right now imagine it's like that, right? So by default on a phone, that's a lot easier to actually use. We only want it to change to a row when we go onto a larger screen. So once we get to a large screen, you see how it goes into a row. Okay, so that's how we do that. And then what I need to do is I'm going to say shadow is going to be medium. I'm going to give it a color, so you can actually give nice colors. I think it was since version 3 in Tailwind. And what we can do is we can say / to reduce the opacity of that shadow. Then we give it a border as well. So let's go ahead and hit save, and look at that. Oh, it's looking clean. We say rounded medium, and then we say only on the large screens do we give that nice little divide X line. Okay, so now as you can see, if we get onto a big screen, it adds in this divide X line. But on the smaller screen, we don't have a divide X line. So really clean, okay? Really, really clean. Now, for the text area, I'm simply going to go ahead and say that should dominate the space. So we're going to give that a rule of flex 1. So because it's in a form that's a flex, we can say the text area should be dominant, should take up the majority of the room. Give it a padding of 4. The outline should be none, okay? And then round the corners out, so rounded medium. So at this point now, you can see that it takes up the majority of the space. And as you can see, we're slowly getting closer and closer to our end design. Now for the button, we're going to go ahead and say class name. And for this button, I'm going to do the following. So this button, I actually want it to be grayed out if it's disabled, but we haven't actually done that yet. So I'm actually going to go ahead and hold the design here for that one. Before we do that, I'm going to do the other two buttons, okay? So here I'm going to say the class name should be, and then just to save us a little bit of time, I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following rules for this. And this just gives it a padding of 4, background of violet, text white, transition only on the colors as it changes color, and the duration for the transition, bold it, and when it's disabled, it will apply the following rules. Okay, so just in the essence of time, I want to save a little bit of things. You guys can feel free to pause and check that out. Same for this button. We've got a bunch of styling for it, so I'm going to go ahead and do the exact same thing. A little bit of a different color choice here, but we can go ahead and pop it in. And as you can see, we've got our nice, beautiful colors. Look at that, already looking very clean, right? Now, For the generate button, what I want to do is, firstly, that's the dominant button, right? So what I'm going to do here is say that that is actually type submit. So when we're inside of a form, we have to allocate one button type of submit. And for the other buttons, so the other two, these I'm just going to give them a type of a button. So that means that it's not the submit button, because what can happen sometimes if you click that button, it behaves as if you're submitting it, and that's not what we want, right? So now you can see if we hit generate, it refreshes, but if I hit these two buttons, nothing happens. That's because we've eliminated that as the submit button. So with that said, quick little water break. We're doing amazing right now. This is awesome. We have a huge amount of viewers watching in and tuning in, almost at 300 likes. Smash that like button if you're enjoying this. Check it out. All right, Saeed says, I'm already part of the Bubba fam. Yes, dude, that is what I'm talking about. Okay, now to make it a little bit easier to see what's happening now, I want to give the text area a placeholder. So here we'll see placeholder, enter a prompt. Andy B, what is up, dude? Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you, man. So look at that. It's almost there. It's almost looking great, right? So firstly, at the top of the prompt input. Now, when we're using Next.js 13, by default, everything in a components and app folder is now a server component. Server components cannot have things like click handlers and interact with that or state, because they're rendered on the server, which means they don't have a window to attach to, right? Which means it doesn't make sense to have a click handler on a server-side component. So what you have to do is make your components at a more granular level, as a good practice, make those only client components. I'll show you how to do it. It's very easy. In this case, I'm going to make the prompt input a client component. So all I do is I simply go to the top and I say use client. And this allows me to use things like state, it allows me to use things like click handlers. So I'm going to have a piece of state here, and I'm going to call it input. So I'm going to say input, set input, and I'm going to import our use state from React. Right? Now this input, I'm going to map it to our text area. So the value here is input. And I'm going to say when I type in and change something, it's going to set the input to the value that I type in. Make sure when you type in now, it's actually typing in. If it's not typing in, you made a mistake with that step that I just did. Now I have the state captured in a piece of state. Andy B says, Sunny is the goal. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. So once we've got that done, we can now use the input to conditionally render certain styles. So what do I mean by this? Well, the generator should be provided if you haven't typed in, or it should be disabled if you haven't typed in. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Firstly, what we do is we go down to the button. Disable, so let's go ahead and say disabled if there is no input. Great. Right. And then I'm going to give it a class name. So class name, and then ChatGPT is being so aggressive. Not ChatGPT, my co-pilot. And then what I'm going to do here is actually put in backticks. And backticks allow me to have string interpolation for my utility classes, right? So I'm going to go ahead and type in the following. I'm going to say padding with floor is always applied. Right? But if we have an input, so if you've typed in, then what we can do is apply the following styles. Else we should apply these styles. So if it's true, we have an input, then apply those. Otherwise, it will apply these. So the first set of styles that we're going to apply are the following. So you can just go ahead and pop in these values as well. So it's going to be the certain colors, and then if it's not true, so after the colon, then it's going to be text gray, and it's going to have a cursor of not allowed, right? And then before all of this, either way, it's going to be front board. Okay. So now you can see, look, it's grayed out and I've got a cursor not allowed. But the minute I type in, ooh, that's clean. That is clean, right? Look at that. You can't deny it, guys. This is dope, right? Look at that. That's just beautiful. The colors, everything, oh, just nice. Make it whatever colors you want, but this is a nice sort of starting point. Okay, so this is a great little prompt that we've generated so far. Now, we also are going to go forward and create the input down here. So we haven't added in suggestions yet until we start using ChatGPT. But bear in mind, this will also use SWR in this build. I'm going to show you caching tricks and how you can go ahead and generate things in a more efficient way. So we have the following. Now is the exciting part, right? So now what we're going to do is actually go ahead and set up our Microsoft Azure services and our ChatGPT keys and everything that we're going to need to connect to the OpenAI API. So OpenAI is the company that is responsible for things like DALL-E 2, the image generator, and for ChatGPT, the sort of text model that we're going to be talking to and getting suggestions from, okay? So first things first, let's head over to OpenAI, and I'll just type in developer portal, whatever you want to do. Honestly, just go through their website, click in a sign up or wherever it is, and then you need to log into your account. Okay, so go past your security checks, everything you need to do, and then log into your correct account. So At this point, you just need to sign in. So I'm going to sign in with Google. So I'm clicking continue with Google. I'm logging into my account right now. So I'm going to log into my Papa React, my Papa React account. I haven't actually done it in this account yet, but that's fine. And then you can see you'll reach this, right? So now you're in the you just need one key and one organization key to go ahead and connect to OpenAI services, right? So what we need to do is go to PapaFam Physical, click on View API Keys, and here you have your stuff, right? So you're going to go to your create new secret key. Now also in settings, you can see your organization ID. So also you want to copy this, right? So first things first, copy this value, and we're going to use this in our local environment file. So I want you to go into your folders, right? Close all your stuff, go into package.json, and then create a new file at the high level here. We're going to say .env.local. This is responsible for our environment files, right? So at this point, what I now need you to do is type in open AI organization, right? So open or AI organization. And this one, I'm simply going to go ahead and pop in the ID that I just showed you, okay? Now, the good thing about this is that this by default is only readable on the server unless I add in next public in front of it. At that point, it's available for client components. But at the moment, it shouldn't be, right? It should just be sort of as secure as it can be until I need that access. The next one is OpenAI key, okay? So this one. Now, the OpenAI key, this one you should keep very careful and secret, okay? Because otherwise everyone can use your key and build up your account. So what we're going to do is I'm going to click on create new secret key. So I'm clicking on that button right now. And what has happened is it's popped up and it said API key generated. I'm not showing you this because you're going to find my key otherwise. Okay, so I'm copied that key. And now I click OK. And as you can see, I've actually copied the key. And you can see it's generated a secret key. Right now it's hidden the value, and you can actually revoke the key if you ever find it's misused or anything like that. So once you've copied that value, head over here, paste it, save the file, and then close it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and paste it, save the file. It should begin with SK, like secret key dash, and then a long squiggly bunch of mess, and then you want to close that file. Now we have our environment file correctly set up. So this means we've got the keys that we need in order to go ahead and do the rest of the things that we're actually going to go ahead forward and set up, okay? So before I go ahead and carry on, remember, if you're getting stuck at any point here and you're feeling like you're out of your depth, remember there's loads of steps that you can do to help you out. And in fact, as you can actually, if you're finding that you're not sure if you've set something up correctly or not, then remember, as I've said before, you can head over and actually get the code for completely free at aka.ms/sunny. And I keep coming back to this because it's completely free to do so. Simply head there, fill out this form, click on submit, don't click on skip, okay? We need you to fill this out, and then you'll get access to this, and then you can click on the GitHub repo, and then you'll get access as you need to, okay? And that'll give you access to all of the code that we're doing today for free. Okay, so make sure you fill out that form. It does support the Papa Fam, so I massively appreciate it if you fill it out, hit submit, okay? So we've got our API key down. We go back to our application. So at this point now, I need to use or set up for OpenAI. So what I need to do is actually install OpenAI onto the machine. So I'm going to press Command J, head over here, and right now I've got my app running, right? But what I can do is I can simply create another terminal, or you can split terminal. Because I'm doing one screen, I'm just going to go ahead and do it like this. I'm going to say npm I OpenAI. Okay, so all you need to do is install OpenAI onto your machine. It's very quick, done, right? Easy as. Now, what I want you to do next is create at the package JSON level. So I always refer to it at this level because it's a top level, okay? And then I'm going to go ahead and create a new file. Yes, I just installed the OpenAI package. So we're going to go ahead and create something called openai.ts. And this is going to be like our setup file. It's going to be following a singleton pattern. So we're going to create an instant or connection to OpenAI services. And then we're going to repeatedly use that to go ahead and talk back and forth to OpenAI. This is both for ChatGPT and for DALL-E because they're both created under OpenAI. Okay, that's why we only need that one key to do so. So first thing I need you to do is import the correct dependencies. So we need the configuration and the OpenAI API. Next up, we need to go ahead and create a new configuration. And the first thing we need to do is go ahead and pop in the organization and API key. Okay, so organization, and we're going to use those values that we set up just now. So this actually goes into our environment file, so process.env dot whatever we've named it. So make sure this matches up to the file that we used earlier, so the .env file. Okay, so someone says, coming in here to just check in. Thank you so much, I appreciate you. Make sure you smash the like button if you're stopping by. Guys, the viewership is incredible. We're about 10 likes away from 300. I'm telling you, this video is going to boom, so I love and appreciate you all. So once we've done that, we now create a OpenAI instance like so, and this will go ahead, and this object can be used to basically go ahead and communicate back and forth with OpenAI. So once that's done, we simply say export default OpenAI. Now, just like we've done in the past with any of our other apps, right? Like we usually do this for like Firebase or other things. In this case, we can go ahead and do the same pattern as we like to do so, right? So that's simplified things. We can forget about that now. The next thing we need to do is actually create a API endpoint. This API endpoint is what we're actually going to be pinging against. So in Next.js, we can actually have API endpoints. In Next.js 13.2, we have these new root.ts files, which is awesome, right? It's super clean, and you've got a seamless integration between your API endpoints and your client and server components. So it's all like on the same level now, which is incredible. And we can go ahead and get rid of the pages folder finally, right? So inside of the app folder, we can go ahead and create inside. You see we've got this API, and you can see hello and root.ts, and this is the new structure. And as you can see, it follows a very similar approach to Express, whereby we say get, post, you know, all the kind of standard REST API things that we're going to go ahead and need. But in this case, you can see what it's done here is it's created an endpoint at /API/hello, and it supports GET requests. And if you don't believe me, I will show you right now that that is the case. So if we go to local /API/hello, you will see that it actually has a working endpoint. So this is a full API integration, right? And it works with the new sort of syntax from Next.js 13.2. So at this point now, what we're going to do is create an API endpoint for, it's going to make life a bit easier. It's going to be used for generating suggestions, okay? So the suggestions are going to be for how we're going to go ahead and basically get a suggestion. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have an API endpoint here for getting a suggestion. So I'm going to click on API, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it suggestion. Okay, now inside of suggestion, I'm going to create a file called root.ts. Okay, and from our example before, you can simply copy that if you want to use it as a starter template and paste it in if you want. Okay, now I'm going to delete that old hello folder because we don't need that root. Okay, don't get confused as well, that is inside of there. So API/suggestion. Now we've got that root as a fully functional thing. Okay, so the next thing we're going to need to do is we're going to go ahead and set up what we need essentially to go ahead and eventually now we're going to use our API. So imagine our app is going to communicate to our API, and then our API is going to go ahead and make a request to an Azure function, which is going to then be responsible for essentially going ahead and doing the ChatGPT, the OpenAI, the DALL-E stuff, and then it returns to our API and returns to our app. Okay, so that's essentially the flow that we're following in today's video. So what I want you to do is go ahead and say the following. So we're going to have a little bit of a pseudocode for now as well. We're going to say const response equals, and here we're going to say await fetch. Okay, and here we're just going to say ... for now. Okay, so it's not going to work for now, right? So just ignore it. And then we're going to do a comma, and here we can actually add in caching rules as well, right? So we're going to say that this is going to have a caching rule, and we're not going to be caching right now. So we're going to say no store. That means every single time we make the request, I want it to get a new suggestion. I don't want it to use a cached previous value, right? Guys, we just passed over 300 likes. Let's go. That is what I'm talking about. Keep the energy high. That is amazing. Let's go to 400, 500,000. Oh my God, it reminds me of the ChatGPT build. We blew up that build. It was incredible, right? Now, once we've created our Azure endpoint, so this will eventually connect to our Microsoft Azure function endpoint, okay? Once it's done that, we're gonna basically replace that there. Then we're gonna go ahead, and once the response comes back, I'm gonna pass the data by saying context text data equals await response.text. Okay, so you might be like, ooh, that's different because we're going to use blobs and text today. So yeah, we're doing something new. And then eventually we're going to return the following. We're going to say JSON stringify text data, and then we're going to trim it as well in case it has any extra characters. Okay, so very simple, very straightforward, and you can even go ahead and add in the status 200 if you want to be super explicit about it as well. Thank you so much to Abo Adamo. He just dropped a $10 donation. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for tuning in. You've been awesome, man. And yeah, I do not take that for granted, so I appreciate you. Thank you so much. So you can see this is pretty awesome right now. We have this. So this means that firstly we need to connect to this, okay? So let's get that part done, and then we're going to create our Microsoft Azure function, and we're going to create the entire flow for the suggestion. Then we're going to repeat this entire process to get it working for the image generation part. All right, so we're going to move today. All right, so at this point we're doing a very good pace right now. So we have our base template for our root. So inside of our application, and this also protects you against things like calls and all that kind of stuff, because you're making the API request internally, which then goes outbound. So it's kind of a more secure way to do it. Okay. And a lot of people saying, how much does Azure cost and that kind of thing? Well, firstly, you get $200 on your first sign up, which is incredible. You get loads of different like kind of free credits to test things out. And for the most popular services like Azure Functions, Azure Storage, which you're going to be using today, the blob storage, you actually get the first 12 months free. So this is a prime time to go ahead and do what I'm doing. Download the source code for free, aka.ms/Sunny, first link in the description, and then go ahead and use the Microsoft Azure services as much as you can in a year. Benefit from them, put them on your resume that you can use them, all that kind of stuff, and then go ahead and go forward and keep up with them if you want to after a year. Okay, so we have this looking pretty decent. I'm going to go into my component, the prompt input, and at this point we are going to make that request that I'm talking about previously. Okay, so when I create, I need a suggestion now. Okay, so that suggestion is going to come from, okay, so this is where we're going to use SWR. Okay, so firstly let's create a little utility library sort of helper folder to help us out with a few things. So at the package.json level, I'm going to create a lib folder. Okay, and this is basically like, you know, for any kind of helper stuff. And inside of my lib folder, I'm going to create a get suggestion, fetch suggestion from ChatGPT file, right? So this has got a function inside of it, so I'm going to create a function inside, fetch suggestion from ChatGPT.ts, okay? And inside of it, I'm simply going to have an arrow function, and it's going to have the name of that file, and it's going to go ahead and do something, and then it's going to export default fetch suggestion from ChatGPT, right? So we're kind of keeping a nice, clean folder structure here. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to fetch from that URL that we just created. So it's going to be /API because it's already on our own host network. And then we're going to go ahead and say, for the second argument, it's going to say cache no store, because again, I do not want to cache these values, okay? So I do not want to cache them. Now, after that's done, I want to pass the response. Now, if you remember, what we were actually doing from that route is we were JSON stringifying it. So I want to pass it afterwards, right? So when it comes back to us, I need to then go ahead and say res. So get the response and res.json it. Okay, so res.json. So we pass it. Right. Now, with that done, we actually have our fetch statement. Now, what we can do here is typically you would have to store this in a variable and return it, but you don't even need to do that if you actually know what you're doing with ES6 functions. So if we only have one line of code, in this case, this can be considered one line of code because it's one chained command, we can actually get rid of the curly braces and we can get rid of this. And essentially what we're doing is we're putting it inside of a parentheses, which means return. Okay, but we don't need the parentheses. And now what you can see is what we have here is a implicit return. So this is implicitly returning when we call this. So it's fetching, it's returning a promise. So you can see it's returning a promise. Okay? So now this will connect to our API. Great stuff. So we've got our helper function. What we're going to do is create the actual functionality on this side. So instead of doing it the normal, you know, create a piece of state, have maybe a user fact, that